Chapter 609. The 8 drops of demonic blood pierced through the void and shattered heaven and earth. In an instant, they shot at the other 8 terrifying stone men that were approaching from all directions, without any suspense. Even if the 9 stone men had a trace of the power of the great path left by an extreme powerhouse, they could not resist the blood of the true demon. The other 8 stone men were pierced. Wherever the blood of the true demon passed, everything was destroyed. Some stone men had their heads blown up, some had half of their bodies obliterated, and some had their chests pierced, almost broken in half. All the stone golems were severely injured in an instant. The entire ancient god and Buddha formation shook as if it could collapse at any time. However, the 9 stone men did not retreat because of this. Instead, they completely stimulated the power of the great path contained in their stone bodies and rushed towards the black-haired demon. The 9 broken stone men emitted endless divine light, and the Tao patterns of the immortal path and Buddha Tao were faintly discernible on their stone bodies. The 9 stone men completely stimulated the power of the great path in their bodies. These 9 stone men drew all the power of the divine Buddha ancient formation. The stone men emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. The Great Formation was collapsing. When the power of the Great Formation was completely absorbed into the 9 stone men, the entire Great Formation dissipated, and countless Tao patterns of the immortal path and Buddha disappeared in the void. It was as if there were 9 supreme gods whose bodies were burning with divine flames. They shattered the void and wanted to give the black-haired devil a final, fatal blow. Rumble, the 9 stone men did not hesitate to destroy themselves, to destroy the black-haired demon and the thing that was trapped in the ancient formation. The earth was collapsing, and the entire world of death was shaking violently. The whole world seemed to be collapsing at any time. The 9 stone men attacked with all their strength, and actually shook the entire hell path. The terrifying pressure was like the arrival of an extreme powerhouse. The 9 stone men actually displayed the extreme divine power that could collapse heaven and earth. Oh no! Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly retracted his immortal path divine eyes. Then he stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and quickly flew into the distance. The mighty energy wave in front of him was too powerful. Even from 100 miles away, with the protection of the mountain river cauldron's primordial chaos energy, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The power that erupted from the 9 stone golems was enough to destroy everything. Even an extreme path sacred weapon would not be able to withstand such power. Roar! A muffled roar came from beneath the ground. The entire earth trembled and the ground undulated violently like water. A vast demonic energy came from beneath the earth. It was as if there really was a peerless demon sealed under the ground. Let's fight! The black-haired devil cultivator roared crazily, and 2 sharp demonic lights shot out from his eyes like peerless demonic weapons. Half of the demonic diagram rushed out from his body, blocking outside his body. Endless blood-colored demonic patterns lingered around his body. Among the demonic patterns, there were 3 drops of blood that emitted endless blood-colored light. Those were the other 4 drops of true demon blood that were condensed after the blood-colored demonic array collapsed. This peerless demon used his own 4 drops of true demon blood to set up a demonic array, attracting the power of demonic path to resist the divine and Buddha ancient arrays. When the divine and Buddha ancient arrays collapsed, the demonic array also collapsed. Endless power of demonic path was also gathered by the black-haired devil cultivator. The power of true demon blood was hard to erase. Even if the demonic array collapsed, it would not disappear. The 4 drops of true demon blood once again gathered around the black-haired devil cultivator. That day, when the black-haired devil cultivator refined the entire netherworld blood sea, he only condensed 13 drops of true demon blood. At this time, the power of the 13 drops of true demon blood had been completely guided out. The 9 drops of true demon blood that hit the 9 stone men were like maggots in tarsal bones. At the same time, The 9 drops of true demon blood were attached to the 9 stone men, constantly corroding the stone men. The 9 stone men were emitting divine light. The great power of the burning stone men sealed the entire heaven and earth. The black-haired devil cultivator could not escape at all. The 9 stone men were like 9 almighty experts. In an instant, they collided with the black-haired devil cultivator. Boom! It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had cracked. Dazzling light shone on the heaven and earth. Rays of divine rainbows pierced through the void and shot out. The terrifying power shattered and destroyed everything. The whole heaven and earth collapsed. The void was like ice under the scorching sun. It collapsed silently. Everything, whether tangible or intangible, turned into nothingness. From the heavens to the earth, a huge hole had been punched through it. This earth-shattering noise spread throughout the Naraka realm. The area within a radius of thousands of miles seemed to have turned into chaos. The mighty power of destruction could destroy everything. Even the little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk, who were watching quietly from afar, could not maintain their composure. They set up the Buddha's light and dodged into the distance. The power of destruction raged between heaven and earth, ignoring everything. Like a destructive storm, it swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether it was a mountain or a valley, everything was directly wiped out and turned into dust. In the dust that covered the sky and earth, a bright saber light flew out. Like a fierce dragon, it flashed in the sky and emitted a domineering and unparalleled saber chi. It's the peerless, murderous saber. Gu Fei had already retreated far away with the mountain and river cauldron. However, when he saw the saber light, he immediately stopped. "We can't let others take it," the old tortoise said loudly. The reason why they attacked the 9 mountains was for this half of the peerless, murderous saber. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly flew into the sky. The old tortoise and He Tian also jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the mountain and river cauldron rapidly shrank and was grabbed by Gu Fei. The supreme treasures could change their size. When they were big, they could be as big as a mountain. When they were small, they could be so small that it was hard to see with the naked eye. The mountain and river cauldron turned into the size of a fist and was held by Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's hand, there was primordial chaos chi flowing, as if he was holding a chaotic world. At this time, Gu Fei could not care so much. He directly used the 8 desolation steps and rushed toward the saber light formed by the peerless murderous saber. This kind of supreme treasures that had been sealed for countless years and still possessed a weapon soul would definitely fly away once it was free. If no one stopped it, no one knew where it would fly to. Sure enough, the saber light that rushed out from the rolling dust made a turn in the void and directly turned into a ray of light that flew toward the east. A fierce, murderous energy filled the world. The half of the peerless murderous saber was like the birth of a god of death. The extremely sharp saber light directly cut through the void and tore apart the heaven and earth. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness. Oomph! Trying to escape? Gu Fei sneered. His soul fused with Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique and seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. Using the supreme immortal physique to use the 8 desolation steps, the speed was even faster than teleportation. Swoosh! Swoosh! With a few steps, Gu Fei had crossed 200 to 300 miles and was about to catch up to the peerless saber light that was flying toward the east. However, it seemed that someone was also eyeing the half of the peerless murderous saber. Boom! The void in front of the peerless murderous saber suddenly collapsed. A giant golden hand reached out from the collapsed space, wanting to grab the half of the murderous saber. Little monk Fan Xiao. Gu Fei angrily roared as his eyes emitted 2 extremely sharp rays of light. He took another step forward and directly appeared in the sky above the half of the murderous saber. Auspicious Buddhist energy surged. In the middle of the giant golden hand, a swastika emerged and created a suction force that could devour the heaven and earth. It sucked in the peerless murderous saber. Buzz! The murderous saber violently vibrated. Countless saber lights bloomed and pierced through the void. It directly broke free from the suction force and rushed out. 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei shouted and directly stomped down on the giant golden hand below. Terrifying immortal path divine power surged under his feet. Rays of purple divine lightning interweaved, and endless thunder and lightning emerged, tearing the void and rushing downwards. The giant golden hand could not catch the murderous saber. It turned over and directly met Gu Fei's foot. Boom! The golden and purple brilliance illuminated the entire heaven and earth. 2 terrifying forces collided. The giant golden hand collapsed, and the first strike of Gu Fei's 8 steps 8 kills was also blocked by the giant golden hand. After a head-on collision, Gu Fei and the little monk Xianxia seemed to be equally matched. Neither gained any advantage. Little bald ass, you want to take advantage of me? Have you asked for my permission? At this time, the old tortoise also rushed up and directly attacked the little monk Xianxia. The soaring demonic aura stirred up the heaven and earth. The old tortoise was like a peerless demon. He held the stone tortoise shell and directly smashed it at the little monk Xianxia's shiny bald head. The little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk had been watching from the sidelines. However, when the great formation was broken and the murderous saber was freed, they only jumped out. They wanted to take away half of the murderous saber without exerting any strength. The wishful thinking of these 2 Buddhist almighties was really great. Get lost. The little monk Xianxia was expressionless. He directly waved his sleeve and directly sent the old tortoise flying. Too strong. The old tortoise turned pale with fright. He felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. The impact almost shattered all the bones in his body. The old tortoise barely stabilized himself after flying for thousands of feet. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He looked in disbelief at the little monk in front of him who was holding the purple gold alms bowl. How could his cultivation have improved to this level? The old tortoise was shocked. The other party only waved his sleeve and sent him, who had the strength of a quasi-almighty, flying. What did this mean? Chapter 610. Little monk Xianxia easily brushed away the old turtle, almost scaring the old turtle to death. Little monk Xianxia's strength had reached a level where he could easily kill the old turtle. Buddha! He is definitely a Buddha. Otherwise, how could he have such power? The old tortoise wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. His expression was a little lonely. Not so long ago, the other party was only at the same level as him, but now the other party was at least a level higher than him. The old turtle didn't dare to move forward anymore because he really didn't want to die. This little bald donkey was ruthless. If he were to be provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Gu Fei stepped into the void and took a second step towards little monk Xianxia. The 8 desolation step was not an immortal divine technique, nor was it a supreme technique. It was a martial technique, the 8 steps, 8 murders. With each step, its power would instantly increase by several times. Boom! The entire heaven and earth violently trembled along with Gu Fei's stomp. The void couldn't withstand this power and directly collapsed. The collapse of the void turned into a terrifying destructive force that enveloped little monk Xianxia below. Everything under Gu Fei's feet turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The power of the 8 steps, 8 murders with a supreme immortal physique had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei himself was surprised by such a powerful force. An ancient battle technique was enough to shatter the void and was unstoppable. Its power was definitely not inferior to any immortal divine technique or supreme technique. In fact, it might even surpass them. It was no wonder that in the ancient times, Grand Completion Supreme cultivators were able to compete against the Immortal Path's supreme existences and the Buddhist Path's Buddhas. They were known to be invincible within the same level. Supreme cultivators in the ancient times were the most powerful and the most difficult to deal with existences in this world. The indestructible martial physique was unparalleled. Their physical strength alone was enough to cause headaches for all opponents. Facing this terrifying attack, little monk Fan Xiao still had a peaceful expression. Waves of Buddhist light flowed around his body, and a golden halo appeared behind his head. This was definitely a phenomenon that only a Buddha could have. He gently raised the purple gold alms bowl. "Return!" With a light shout, the mouth of the purple gold alms bowl immediately bloomed with Buddha light, as if a golden Buddha world appeared in the alms bowl. The purple gold alms bowl released a heaven-devouring power, wanting to suck Gu Fei into the auspicious Buddhist kingdom in the alms bowl. The entire void shook a few times. The destructive energy descending from the sky was actually guided and blocked by the purple gold alms bowl, and all of it was devoured by the purple gold alms bowl. Preposterous! Gu Fei cursed in his heart, but he did not withdraw his killing move. Instead, he took a second step towards little monk Fan Xiao. The power of destruction was surging under his feet. The purple gold alms bowl in the little monk Fan Xiao's hand kept vibrating, as if there was a Sanskrit sound that could cleanse one's soul. Even though the purple gold alms bowl displayed the power to devour heaven and earth, it was still unable to completely dissolve the power of Gu Fei's second step. The second step of the 8 steps, 8 kills was simply too powerful. It was difficult to completely block, guide, and devour it. Boom! Gu Fei's foot stomped on the purple gold alms bowl fiercely. The powerful force directly caused the purple gold alms bowl that little monk Fan Xiao was holding to flicker and sink. Little monk Fan Xiao only felt a strong force coming from the purple gold alms bowl. The arm that was holding the purple gold alms bowl was immediately shaken to the point of numbness. Just as Gu Fei and little monk Fan Xiao exchanged blows, the sharp saber radiance that was formed by the half of the peerless ominous saber flew towards the south again. Swoosh! The Buddha light flickered, and the nameless old monk suddenly appeared in front of the peerless ominous saber. Then he directly reached out to grab the peerless ominous saber. The Buddha light burst out, and a huge golden hand appeared in front of the nameless old monk. 5 fingers were like divine pillars cast in gold, sealing the peerless ominous saber from all directions. Wherever the 5 fingers passed, the void also collapsed. A vast amount of Buddhist energy surged out from the golden hand. The great power sealed the entire void and intercepted the half of the peerless ominous saber. "Oomph!" Gu Fei sneered. After stomping on little monk Fan Xiao, he immediately took a third step. This third step was not aimed at little monk Fan Xiao, but at the nameless old monk. Bam! The nameless old monk was immediately trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei, and the huge golden hand dissipated immediately. Boom! The nameless old monk was simply no match for Gu Fei. Buzz! At this time, the peerless ominous saber also felt the danger, and its murderous aura soared to the sky. It shook continuously, and the half of the saber released a dazzling saber radiance, cutting the void, and soared into the sky, trying to escape. The ominous saber had a spirit, and it would definitely not be subdued obediently. Gu Fei hurriedly took a step forward, and with the speed of 8 steps, he chased after it in an instant. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the other half of the ominous saber. His right hand emitted the power of the 5 elements, and there were 5 kinds of divine lights flickering. He was using the 5 elements catching technique and wanted to subdue the other half of the ominous saber. The power of the 5 elements catching technique sealed the void, and the other half of the ominous saber was completely enveloped by Gu Fei's power. It could be said that it was easy to subdue it. However, at this time, an auspicious Sanskrit sound was heard, as if thousands of Buddhas were chanting. This auspicious Sanskrit sound entered Gu Fei's ears, and it was more terrifying than any sound attack. Gu Fei only felt that his divine soul was shaken, and his Niwen palace was trembling. The divine soul in his Niwen palace was actually showing signs of being pulled out of his body. Although the Sanskrit sound was incomparably auspicious, it directly shook Gu Fei's divine soul. His outstretched hand froze in the void. The 5 elements catching technique actually collapsed on its own, and the power of the 5 elements condensed into a finger dissipated in the void. The Sanskrit sound lingered, causing Gu Fei to feel drowsy. His divine soul was about to fall into endless darkness, and his rainbow-like battle intent actually turned peaceful. The legendary Buddhist chant of Devanaga. Gu Fei suddenly woke up, and then he raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The rumbling sound waves spread out, and the might of this roar even scattered the clouds in the sky. The Sanskrit sound that lingered in the air was immediately dispersed. Damn it! Gu Fei roared and directly struck out the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the little monk Xianxia. Primordial chaos chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, and like a chaotic divine mountain, it descended towards the little monk Xianxia. He no longer held back. This little monk was really despicable. He had teamed up with the demon to break through the 9 mountains, but this guy suddenly jumped out at this time, wanting to take advantage of the situation. How could there be such a thing in the world? Seeing Gu Fei strike out with a mountain and river cauldron, even the little monk Xianxia was immediately moved. If the mountain and river cauldron displayed its extreme power, even a real Buddha would have a headache. At the same time, swoosh, a purple divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian and slashed towards the nameless old monk who was collecting the half of the peerless saber. A shocking sword aura that made everyone's heart palpitate immediately appeared in the sky, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Chapter 611. Gu Fei finally attacked with all his might. He used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress little monk Xianxia and swung the purple gold divine sword, which turned into a sharp sword light that was like purple lightning. It cut through the void and slashed at the nameless old monk. Under Gu Fei's full power, the Extreme Path treasure faintly displayed a hint of the Extreme Path's power. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, which was surrounded by primordial chaos chi, grew to the size of a mountain and covered the entire sky. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains were descending. The void below the mountain and river cauldron collapsed, and the power of destruction spread across the sky. Even little monk Xianxia could not remain calm at this moment. Boom! A brilliant Buddhist light suddenly burst out from little monk Xiao's skinny body. The space where he was standing was immediately shattered by the mighty Buddhist power that came out from his body. The shadow of a Buddha appeared on little monk Xiao's body. He was holding a flower and smiling as he sat cross-legged on the 9-grade lotus platform. The Buddha power shook the heavens and the earth as if a real Buddha had descended. Swoosh! The green jade ring blade rushed out of little monk Xiao's body. On the blade, there was an aquamarine saber chi that was like water ripples. It was extremely sharp, but also had a hint of peace. It was clearly a weapon for killing, but it had a hint of peace. This green jade ring blade that was refined by the ancient Buddha was really a strange Buddhist sacred weapon. After the green jade ring blade rushed out of little monk Xiao's body, he grabbed it in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he slashed the blade upwards. The aquamarine saber light shot up into the sky and turned into an aquamarine divine rainbow. It broke through the sky and slashed toward the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down. The dazzling saber radiance illuminated the entire world in emerald green. The boundless Buddhist energy turned into a shocking saber radiance. Around the saber radiance, one could vaguely see the Buddhist Tao patterns faintly appearing. On the other side, the nameless old monk did not dare to take the purple gold divine sword head on. He hurriedly broke the void and dodged. At this moment, a jade hand that seemed to be carved out of divine jade suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the half of the peerless blade that was about to fly away. When Gu Fei saw the peerless ominous saber being taken away, his eyes turned red. He had spent so much effort just to obtain this peerless ominous saber from the 9 mountains. With a thought, he directly drove the purple gold divine sword, which had missed its target, towards the jade-like hand that was holding onto the peerless murderous saber. He wanted to take back the peerless murderous saber. The unparalleled sword Qi tore the void apart and destroyed everything. Under the sword light, everything that was tangible and intangible was destroyed. It was simply endless. This was the power of an extreme path sacred weapon. Even if it didn't unleash its full power, it could still slash through the void and kill supreme experts. Boom! Just as Gu Fei drove the purple gold divine sword towards the jade-like hand, there was a loud bang. The mountain and river cauldron and the green jade ring blade collided violently. The primordial chaos Qi that was released from the mountain and river cauldron was the most primordial origin Qi in the world. It was as heavy as 100,000 divine mountains. The green jade ring blade's saber light shattered and turned into specks of aquamarine starlight that dissipated into the void. Little monk Xianxia was sent flying. A trace of golden blood seeped out of his hands that were holding the blade. The violent power of the mountain and river cauldron had not only shattered the saber light, it had also ruptured the webbing between his thumb and index finger. Mountain and river cauldron. Little monk Xianxia was sent flying thousands of feet away before he stopped. He stood with his blade in hand and looked at the mountain and river cauldron in front of him, which seemed to be shrouded by a chaotic void. He said in a low voice. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden blood that flowed out also retreated and disappeared under his skin. Little monk Xianxia's body was also extremely strong. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, which was as large as a mountain, flew up nearly 100 feet. The primordial chaos Qi was vast and mighty, and the power that the mountain and river cauldron emitted froze the entire void. Under the suppression of the cauldron of mountain and river, the nameless old monk fell out of the void. The void was frozen by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. The nameless old monk could no longer shatter the void and use his teleportation technique. The nameless old monk was in a sorry state. He felt that the void around him was about to solidify into divine metal. Although he was not really frozen in the void, the movement of his body was affected. The jade-like hand that had grabbed the peerless murderous blade also stopped for a moment under the power of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the sword light formed by the purple gold divine sword had already arrived. The jade-like hand could not avoid the strangulation of the purple gold divine sword. However, it directly waved the peerless murderous blade in its hand and slashed at the purple gold divine sword. Swoosh! A dazzling saber light shot out from the peerless murderous blade that the jade-like hand was holding. It cut through the void and met the purple gold divine sword. A domineering and extremely tragic aura immediately filled the air. When the peerless murderous blade appeared, its murderous aura soared into the sky, and the blade dominated the world. This shocking blade will made one's heart palpitate. Those with a lower level of cultivation would probably not be able to withstand this aura without even exchanging blows. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens and reverberated between heaven and earth. After the peerless murderous blade and the purple gold divine sword collided, an endless amount of sword Qi and saber Qi exploded like a flash flood. Like thousands of sabers and swords, the extremely sharp sword Qi and the extremely fierce saber Qi shot out in all directions. They were like peerless weapons, piercing through the void and destroying the world. Wherever the sword light and saber light passed, they left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Therefore, countless spatial cracks appeared between heaven and earth. Boom! The owner of the jade-like hand appeared in the void. Her body trembled and the void trembled violently. The countless sword light and saber Qi that pierced towards her were all shattered. They could not even get close to that person. However, Gu Fei did not have the ability to directly shatter the sword light and saber light emitted by the peerless treasures like the person who had suddenly appeared. When the purple gold divine sword and the peerless murderous blade collided, he had already retreated and arrived below the mountain and river cauldron. When the endless sword light and saber Qi exploded, The mountain and river cauldron shook continuously and released wisps of chaotic primordial chi that sealed the void and protected Gu Fei inside. Although the sword light and saber light that broke through the void had great power that could even destroy the void, they were all blocked outside of Gu Fei's body. It took no effort at all, The person held the half of the peerless murderous blade and did not care about the sharpness of the peerless murderous blade. He laughed loudly, and his voice shook the sky. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that in the Hell Realm, besides Li Xuandao of the Shun clan, the unlucky guy whose fruit of way had been taken by Gu Fei, the black-haired demon, and the little monk Xianxia, there was a fourth person with heaven-defying cultivation. Moreover, this person had actually been hiding at the side and only suddenly made a move at this time, successfully taking away the half of the peerless murderous blade. Gu Fei and the black-haired demon had expended a lot of effort to break through the 9 mountains. The black-haired demon had even risked being obliterated by the ancient god in Buddha formations and did not hesitate to use the blood of the true demon to break through the formations. However, all the efforts of Gu Fei and the black-haired demon had been in vain after the person took away the peerless murderous blade. In the end, they had actually benefited others. Swoosh! The purple sword light flashed, and the purple gold divine sword flew back into Gu Fei's hand. The divine sword vibrated gently, and Gu Fei could feel a strong battle intent coming from the purple gold divine sword soul. The peerless murderous blade had stimulated the sword soul's battle intent. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He was furious, and his eyes had turned red. He stood under the mountain and river cauldron and pointed at the mysterious person holding the peerless murderous blade. He shouted angrily, "Who are you?" His battle intent was like a rainbow. He would never let the mysterious person take away the half of the peerless murderous blade so easily. At this time, the terrifying power that erupted from the 9 stone men's self-destruction was still wreaking havoc between heaven and earth, but it was gradually weakening. The sky and the earth that had been pierced through were gradually repairing themselves. As long as the realm pearl, the source of this dead world, was not destroyed, the world would not truly collapse. The power of heaven and earth would automatically repair the collapsed void. Jade Bone Demon, before the mysterious man could reply, a voice that seemed to come from a faraway void rang out. Although this voice wasn't very loud, it reached the ears of everyone present, including the divine race members who had already retreated thousands of miles away. Hee, you old antique, you actually didn't die even after that. You're really lucky. The layer of light that enveloped the mysterious person gradually dissipated. When everyone present saw the mysterious person's true appearance, they couldn't help but be shocked. This mysterious person was very strange. Although he had the appearance of a human, at a glance, they could tell that this mysterious person was definitely not human. The mysterious person's skin was actually the same as the jade hand that grabbed the peerless murderous blade. It was also crystal clear and flickered with a little brilliance. His skin and flesh were like divine jade. Furthermore, his skin and flesh were actually transparent. One could see the bones beneath his skin and flesh. The bones under the skin were also crystal clear, like divine jade. This mysterious person looked like a jade man that was carved out of a peerless piece of divine jade. You are not dead yet. How can I die so easily? The ethereal voice in the void rang out once again. At this time, Gu Fei, Fan Xiao, the little monk, and the others had already sensed the source of the voice. The voice had actually come from the ground that had been pierced by the 9 stone men's self-destruction. That demon is not dead? Chapter 6:12. It was unbelievable that the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems had failed to destroy the demon's soul. Could it be that not even the power of the great Tao could kill a connate divine demon? Rumble. The ground that had been pierced through was shaking, and a demonic aura that made everyone's heart palpitate emanated from the pitch-black, bottomless abyss. The 5-elemental devil originates from the 5 elements and is one of the 5 evils of the world. Earth Demon, others might not know your background, but I do. Stop trying to be mysterious and come out. Jade Bone Demon, whose body was glowing, stared at the pitch-black hole below and said gravely, "Damn, the origin of that ferocious devil." In the distant sky, the old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the Jade Bone Devil's words. Others might not know what the 5 evils of the world were, but he did. At the beginning of the world, righteous and evil mutually countered each other. The power of the 5 elements gave birth to the 5-elemental divine being, but at the same time, it also gave birth to the 5-elemental primordial demon. The 5-elemental primordial demon was born from the power of the 5 evils of the world. The demon trapped in the hell realm is the primitive earth demon. The divine monarchs of the celestial race were also stunned by the Jade Bone Devil's words. They were the disciples and grand disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor, so they naturally knew some secrets of the world that outsiders didn't. They knew the origin of the 5-elemental primordial demon. "Jade Bone Devil, you better behave yourself in front of me." A sinister voice came from the bottomless abyss formed by the collapse of the ground. Those words seemed to contain some sort of strange power. When they entered one's ears, it caused one to feel an indescribable sense of irritation. One would want to shout loudly and vent one's anger. The words of the primitive earth demon were filled with a demonic nature that could affect the mental state of everyone present. Although it wasn't enough to trigger the inner demons hidden in the depths of their hearts, it was enough to make it difficult for them to maintain their fighting mentality. "Brat, we're in big trouble now. The primitive earth demon is not to be trifled with." The old turtle told Gu Fei telepathically about the black-haired demon's origins. Preposterous. A fiend god born from heaven and earth, this. After learning of the black-haired devil's origins, Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The background of the other party was simply too great. This was definitely the most ancient demon in the world, a terrifying existence on the same level as the legendary innate gods. The era that the primordial earth demon lived in was much older than the ancient era that the Buddhist masters, the supreme Tao ancestors, the supreme martial progenitors, and the other extreme martial progenitors lived in. It was hard to imagine how the Buddhist Lord and the supreme Tao ancestor managed to seal the primordial great demon in the hell realm. An extreme expert was actually as strong as an innate divine demon. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. This also meant that the acquired cultivation was limitless. As long as one was able to comprehend the Tao and draw upon the energy of the Grand Tao to augment oneself, one would be able to become the strongest existence in the world. Humph! You've been sealed by the Buddhist Lord and the supreme Tao ancestor for countless years. The force of the heavens and earth in this world is constantly depleting your strength. You're extremely weak now. What's the point? The Jade Bone Demon said in a deep voice. A strange, crystal-clear force flowed on its skin. The Jade Bone Demon's body was too strange, as if it was carved out of peerless godly jade. Its body possessed a terrifying demonic energy. Huh! Amid the laughter, a figure emerged from the bottomless hole onto the ground. Even so, it's more than enough to kill you. It was a young man with black hair and a pale face. His long hair drifted wildly in the wind as he attacked the Jade Bone Demon in the sky. A pitch-black, demonic hand sprang forward and expanded to the size of a mountain. It emitted a formidable demonic force and grabbed at the Jade Bone Demon. Enveloped by the demon hand, a part of the void was directly shattered by the demon hand's demonic power. Not only did the demon hand not die, but it also became even more powerful. The destructive force from the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems pierced through the sky and earth. At this moment, the shattered sky and earth had yet to recover. Everyone stayed far away from the void zone that had turned into primal chaos and nothingness. The Jade Bone Demon was hundreds of miles away from the shattered earth. However, the primordial earth demon arrived as soon as he said he would. The true demon hand shattered the void and reached the Jade Bone Demon in an instant. The hand blocked the sky and emitted a vast demonic force that sealed the entire void. It slammed down on the Jade Bone Demon like it was swatting a fly. Do you still think that you're the primordial earth demon who fought everywhere in the world? The Jade-Bone demon sneered. He was not nervous at all in the face of the demonic hand. As he spoke, he waved the broken half of the peerless saber in his hand and slashed at the true demon hand. Whoosh! The brutal and domineering saber aura surged and split the sky and earth, splitting the true demon hand in half. Then, the Jade-Bone demon rushed through the broken hand and charged at the primordial earth demon. The peerless saber emitted a domineering and brutal killing intent. The entire world shook violently under the impact of the saber aura. The two demons did not seem to be on the same side. They actually started fighting. The little monk Xianxia did not make a move. The little monk was very shrewd. He looked at the demon fighting in the sky quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Gu Fei, with the mountain and river cauldron above his head and the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he stared coldly at the scene in front of him. Although he was furious, he did not let it get to his head. Since the little monk Xianxia did not make a move, he was also watching. He did not want to give the little monk Xianxia another chance. As for the old tortoise Tian and the Protoss, they did not dare to approach. They watched from afar. A battle between mighty beings like this was not something they could interfere with. The old tortoise, the Protoss clan leader Li Xianxia, and the hierarch Li Fan were all super experts. They were only one step away from the realm of mighty beings, but they were still not mighty beings. If they were not mighty beings, they would only die if they went forward. The Jade-Bone demon held the broken half of the peerless saber and fought the primordial earth demon. The saber radiance soared into the sky, and the aura of the peerless saber filled the world. The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei trembled slightly as it felt the aura of the peerless saber. This supreme treasure was a divine treasure that had already given birth to a cauldron soul. It wanted to soar into the sky and fight against the peerless saber. Gu Fei could feel the raging battle intent from the cauldron soul. However, he could not let the cauldron fly, because he did not want to help the primordial earth demon. He knew very well that these guys would eventually become his rival for the Hell Realm. Gu Fei could not wait for the Jade-Bone demon and the primordial earth demon to fight to the death. Kid, why don't we join forces and kill this Jade-Bone demon first? Suddenly, the primordial earth demon's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. The primordial earth demon still had the time to talk to him in the middle of a battle. This demon. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This demon seemed to be at ease. What was going on? The 9 stone golems self-destructed and unleashed a devastating attack. Why was this guy unharmed? Chapter 613. The primordial demon wanted Gu Fei to join hands and destroy the Jade-Bone demon. But Gu Fei would never work for this demon, so he refused. Working together required mutual benefits as the foundation. Gu Fei wouldn't gain anything from dealing with the Jade-Bone devil. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Only a fool would do such a thing. The Jade-Bone demon was unstoppable. The half-broken saber in his hand swept in all directions. The domineering saber radiance traveled thousands of feet, splitting the void and splitting the world. Wherever the saber light passed, it was indestructible, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks. With the saber in hand, the Jade-Bone demon was like a reincarnated war demon. He broke through several of the primordial demons' terrifying demonic arts and reached the primordial demon. Whoosh! The Jade-Bone demon raised the saber and brought it down on the primordial demon. The dazzling saber radiance lit up the gloomy world. The murderous aura even dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Even Gu Fei, who was watching from afar, felt a wave of coldness wash over him. The chilling saber radiance spread out, causing the temperature of the world to plummet. This saber. Gu Fei stared at the dazzling saber radiance, his eyes flashing. At this moment, the saber radiance seemed to have become the only thing in the world, exuding a murderous aura that made one's heart palpitate. This was only a half-broken saber, yet it already possessed such terrifying power. It was hard to imagine how powerful this peerless saber would be when it was in perfect condition. Whoosh! To think that the primordial demon's body was sliced into two. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's eyes popped out. No way. But then, he realized that something was amiss. The primordial demon would not fall for this easily. The divine eyes of the immortal path emerged from his brow, opened, and scanned forward. It was an afterimage, not the real body of the primordial great demon. The real body of the primordial great demon had already fled into the void. Even with Gu Fei's immortal Dao Divine Eye, it was almost impossible to capture primordial great demon's figure. With his immortal Dao Divine Eyes, Gu Fei saw a few extremely faint shadows flashing around the Jade Bone demon, as if a few people were attacking it at the same time. Roar! Jade Bone demon sensed the danger. He roared and swung his saber in all directions. Unparalleled saber chi shot out in all directions, turning the space around him into an ocean of saber chi. Demonic diagram devours heaven and earth. The roar of the primordial demon came from the void. Then, a complete demon diagram suddenly rushed out of the void. Not only did it block the peerless blade aura, it also enveloped the demon of Jade Bone. Above the demonic diagram, demonic chi surged. Countless mysterious demonic runes appeared, and Taoist rhymes circulated around it. After that, a world appeared above the diagram, giving birth to a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the Jade Bone demon into the diagram. Demonic energy surged, as if a world was about to burst out of the demon diagram. Within the endless demonic energy, mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen, emitting waves of energy. This was the complete demon diagram, not the half. There was a world within the diagram. Could it be the Nine Mountains Savage Grounds is the other half of the diagram? Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished. He had once seen this ferocious devil fight against little monk Xianxia with only half a diagram, but this time, the diagram was complete. Only little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk's expressions remained unchanged. Their expressions were peaceful, as if they were Buddhas, displaying a merciful aura. It was as if they knew this would happen. Seeing the complete demon diagram, they did not move. Not even a trace of emotion could be seen on their faces. Gu Fei worked for nothing, but the primordial demon's luck was much better than Gu Fei's. He had clearly gotten what he wanted. The demon diagram swallowed the heaven and earth, displaying its demonic might. Even the void under the demon diagram collapsed and was swallowed into the diagram. The power of the complete demon diagram was unimaginable. This is what you get for underestimating me. The primitive great demon stretched out a hand. The demonic diagram fluttered and immediately flew back to the primitive great demon. Demonic energy surged, and the world that emerged from the diagram gradually disappeared into it. After the demon diagram swallowed the demon of Jade Bone, one could vaguely see a small silhouette dashing left and right, trying to break out of the diagram. The powerful demon of Jade Bone lost just like that? Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The demon of Jade Bone had the terrifying strength to challenge the primordial demon. How did he lose so easily? Just a struggle before death. The primordial demon seemed to be very confident in his demon treasure. He waved his hand, and the demon diagram immediately spread out before him. Then, the primal demon of primal origin sent out lines of demonic patterns to the demonic diagram before him. The patterns sank into the diagram, and the scenery of the world on the diagram began to gradually turn into paintings imprinted on the diagram. The world inside the demon diagram was changing, being sealed into a picture. The demon diagram shook and fluttered. The primordial demon wanted to completely destroy the demon of Jade Bone. Roar! You want to stop me? Not unless you recover your invincible cultivation. The Jade Bone demon roared again and again in the demonic diagram. The half of the peerless saber in his hand emitted a tyrannical and horrifying saber chi that slashed in all directions. The mountains in the demonic diagram collapsed under the saber light. the deadly blade, aura, was vaguely coming out of the demon diagram. The demon diagram seemed to be unable to stop the blade, and of course, could not stop the demon of Jadebone. How dare you? The primordial demon activated his demonic power. Mysterious demonic marks condensed between his hands and imprinted themselves on the demon diagram before him. However, no matter how he cast demonic secret arts and formed demonic marks, he could not completely destroy the demon of Jadebone and the blade. This thing of yours is not very powerful. I'm done playing with you. The demon of Jadebone seemed to be very relaxed in the demon diagram. As he spoke, the blade in the demon of Jadebone's hand shone with an extremely bright light. The demon diagram could not suppress this brutal blade aura at all. Rumble. The mountains in the demonic diagram continued to crumble as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The demonic diagram shook violently as demonic chi surged violently. Countless demonic patterns appeared, and each demonic pattern emitted a bright light as the power of the Tao circulated above them. The demon diagram did not collapse, but the world within the demon diagram was nearly destroyed and turned into a chaotic void. Roar! The demon of Jadebone roared to the sky. He raised the blade with all his might. His jade-like face turned ferocious, and a strange demonic power surged around him. Break! The demon of Jadebone roared madly. He used all the power in his body and slashed. Chi! Like a fine piece of silk being cut open by a pair of sharp scissors, the blade aura shot out from the blade was tens of thousands of meters long. Wherever the blade aura went, there was nothing it could not destroy. Where the blade aura pointed, even the demon diagram that the primordial demon of Jadebone had refined for countless years was cut open by the blade aura. The blurry world inside the diagram seemed to be cut in half by the blade aura. The primordial demon was shocked. He was standing right in front of the demon diagram and was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The extremely terrifying blade aura came out of the demon diagram and slashed towards him. Damn it! The primordial demon of Jadebone roared. He could no longer care about the demon glyphs and the demon of Jadebone. He shattered the void and dodged. In the next moment, this tyrannical and extremely powerful saber shot up high into the sky, the incomparably fierce saber chi. Swoosh! It was like a piece of cloth being torn apart, and it sliced open a rift that was over 10 kilometers long in the heavens and the earth and space. In the end, the peerless saber glow slowly withdrew and dimmed before disappearing into the rift. The demon of Jadebone broke the demon diagram and rushed out. At this moment, a huge cauldron silently appeared before the demon of Jadebone and slammed towards him. The huge cauldron came to suddenly. The demon of Jadebone had forced the primordial demon of Jadebone back. He did not expect someone to attack him at this time. He had nowhere to run. More accurately, he was the one who rammed into the cauldron. Bang! The huge cauldron made the most intimate contact with the demon of Jadebone who had just rushed out of the demon diagram. Boom! The huge cauldron shook violently and displayed a trace of extreme power. Chaotic primordial energy exploded, and the demon of Jadebone flew back screaming. He flew for dozens of li before he stopped. The violent collision even knocked the demon of Jadebone's blade out of his hand. A large hand reached out from the side and grabbed the peerless, ominous saber that had been sent flying. Ah! Jadebone demon roared crazily. He had never been so angry before. His eyes, which were as bright as jade, instantly turned red. At this moment, the demon of Jadebone seemed to have gone mad. His jade-like jade body was filled with cracks. It was like an exquisite jade artifact had exploded. No blood seeped out. Only the white, misty demonic energy seeped out from the cracked skin. It was extremely strange. Die! The Jadebone demon was enraged. His entire body emitted a dazzling demonic light as he charged towards the person who ambushed him. The person who dared to ambush him. If he didn't tear the person's body into 1,000 pieces, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Chapter 614. This was originally mine. I'm just taking back what belongs to me. Gu Fei said in a deep voice as he stared at the charging Jade-Bone demon with the other half of the peerless ominous saber in his hand. The Jade-Bone demon was not a connate divine demon born from heaven and earth, but it was comparable to a connate divine demon. However, just like the primordial great demon, it seemed to have suffered unimaginable damage. Its demonic body had problems, and it no longer had the terrifying cultivation it once had. But even so, when this demon went all out, its ferocity was unparalleled. Boundless demonic energy shook the heavens and the earth. Blazing demonic light pierced through the void and shattered it. It was as if it was traversing through the primal chaos, directly attacking Gu Fei. Gu Fei's sneak attack made the Jade-Bone demon feel the greatest humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to pieces, to destroy Gu Fei's divine soul forever, so that Gu Fei would suffer the pain of soul refinement, unable to reincarnate. For an expert like Gu Fei, even if his physical body was destroyed, he would not die. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. Only by destroying his powerful spirit would one be able to truly kill such an existence. This was also why even if a supreme warrior died, the indestructible martial body would still exist. It was because the martial body was indestructible and could exist forever in the world. However, if one's soul was shattered, even a supreme warrior with an indestructible martial body would have to bear a grudge. 9 heavenly layers of demon. The Jade-Bone demon roared. His entire body emitted endless demonic light. This demonic light was not as black as ink, but as gentle as moonlight, illuminating the entire world. Rumble, as if the 9 heavens and earth were descending, endless demonic light enveloped the world, turning into 9 layers of heavenly curtains. 9 hazy worlds came crashing down on Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic power directly shook the entire Hell Dao. The Jade-Bone demon was going all out. One could imagine how angry he was. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head began to vibrate. Primordial chaos energy surged, and an ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primal chaos surged. The cauldron of mountain and river displayed a sliver of the divine might of the extreme Tao. Heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into a piece of divine metal. Even a void space was frozen. The 9 layers of sky screen descended and collided with the mountain-river cauldron. The mountain-river cauldron stabilized a part of the world and blocked the descending first layer of sky screen. Damn it! The Jade-Bone demon was above the 9 demonic heavens as he roared angrily. There was no reason for him not to recognize the mountain and river cauldron. This was because the era he lived in was the primordial era where the ancient Buddhist Lord and the supreme Tao ancestor rose together. The mountain river cauldron was an extreme sacred weapon refined by a ruthless person. During the desolate era, the true use of the mountain river cauldron was not for fighting, but for controlling the earth, rivers, and mountains. As the mountain river cauldron contained a wisp of primordial chaos chi, it was able to stabilize a part of the world. The first level of the 9-tier demonic heavens was blocked by the mountain river cauldron without any suspense. Rumble, the second layer of the demonic sky, descended again, and it was as if a whole world was faintly discernible within the hazy demonic light, emitting a destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if heaven and earth were destroying all life. The Jade-Bone devil seemed to have attracted the might of heaven and earth. Punk! The second layer of the demonic sky pressed down, causing the mountain river cauldron to tremble violently. The void that was enveloped by the demonic sky instantly shattered. The power displayed by the second layer of the demonic sky was extremely terrifying. The mountain river cauldron seemed to have stabilized a part of the world. Endless demonic power surged out from the second layer of the demonic sky, shattering and destroying everything. However, the ancient cauldron was like a primordial divine mountain that was fixed in the void. Although it trembled repeatedly, it was not pushed down by the second layer of the demonic sky. Good. The mountain river cauldron lives up to its name. The Jade-Bone Devil stood above the 9-tier demonic heavens and shouted loudly. The third layer of the demonic sky immediately descended from the sky. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. He rushed into the sky and stood above the mountain river cauldron. He raised his head and looked up. His left hand gripped the saber, and his right hand held the purple gold divine sword. His long hair danced in the wind, and he looked extremely powerful. He was not a person who would let others attack him without retaliating. He was a person who could distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Jade-Bone Demon had gone too far. First, he had snatched the other half of the peerless ominous saber. Then, after the peerless ominous saber was taken back by Gu Fei, he had been entangled with Gu Fei endlessly. One should know that the reason why he spent so much effort to attack the 9 mountains was because of this half of the saber. At this time, little monk Fan Xiao and the demon of primordial origin were watching from the sidelines. They had no intention of making a move. They wanted nothing more than for Gu Fei and the Jade-Bone Devil to fight to the bitter end. If Gu Fei and the Jade-Bone Devil were to fight to the bitter end, then there would be 2 less people to fight for the world origin orb of the Naraka realm. There is no one who did not covet the Naraka realm left behind by the ancient Buddha. Everyone wanted to refine this world of death, become its master, and revitalize the death world. The time of the death world must be reopened by their own hands. This was everyone's ultimate goal. Even if the 9 dragons' fight for the pearl was defeated, a great battle was unavoidable. An almost perfect world was enough to make even the strongest go crazy. Ancestor, bastard, boss. The celestial race, the old tortoise, Erebus, and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. This was especially true for the old tortoise who knew of the Jade-Bone Demon's origins. Although this demon wasn't an innate god born from the heaven and earth, it was comparable to one. Among the post-celestial great demons, the Jade-Bone Demon was definitely one of the top figures. In ancient times, there was a rumor that the Jade-Bone Demon had once encountered a Tao ancestor who had yet to attain the Tao and was able to escape unscathed from the battle. Anyone who could understand the great Tao and become an extreme Tao expert was without a doubt a brilliant talent. At a young age, they were already outstanding and looked down on their peers. Regardless of whether the Jade-Bone Devil had fought with a Tao ancestor before attaining Tao, the existence of such a rumor was enough to prove the terror and strength of the Jade-Bone Devil. Gu Fei did not know of the Jade-Bone Devil's origins. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He dared to point his sword at the primordial demon and the Jade-Bone Devil, his battle intent surging. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. Primordial chaos, chi, surged violently and rolled up against the sky. It shattered the first demon sky, pierced through the second demon sky, and shook the third demon sky. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron and pointed his sword at the Jade-Bone Devil who stood above the 9th demon sky. A terrifying pressure emanated from his body. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron stabilized the descending 3rd demon sky and then rose up. Gu Fei was like a peerless deity. His body emitted endless divine light as he pressed towards the Jade-Bone Devil above the 9th demon sky. The descending 3rd demonic sky was shaking violently. The blurry world seemed like it could completely collapse at any moment. The 9th demon sky was a terrifying mystique cultivated by the Jade-Bone Devil. With supreme demonic power, it evolved the 9 heavens imperial court. When it descended, it was as if the 9 heavens were descending. It could obliterate all tangible and intangible things that shrouded the 9th demon sky. However, this 9th demon sky had been broken by Gu Fei. The 3rd demon sky was also on the verge of collapse. The Jade-Bone Devil was shocked. Gu Fei's strength had already exceeded his expectations. Gu Fei channeled the power of his peerless immortal physique. The immortal Tao's divine power surged violently. Rays of divine light flowed around his body like divine lightning. He had yet to use the Heaven Ascension mystic technique. Gu Fei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and went against the heavens. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a trace of extreme divine might. It directly shook the third demon sky. Without any suspense, the third demon sky also collapsed. Endless demonic light illuminated the heaven and earth. The third demon sky collapsed and transformed into extremely chaotic, destructive energy. It tore through the void and destroyed everything. However, it was unable to cause any harm to Gu Fei. The primordial chaos qi emitted from the mountain and river cauldron completely repelled the destructive energy. Although the mountain and river cauldron could only temporarily emit a trace of extreme divine might, it was enough to make everyone present feel like they were no match for it. I want to see how many demon skies you can withstand. The jade-boned devil, who stood above the ninth demon sky, said sternly. His tone was extremely cold and suffocating. Rumble, the fourth demon sky began to descend from the sky. It was like a world of light. The resplendent white demonic light appeared extremely holy. However, it emitted a demonic aura that surged into the sky. This was a smokescreen. It was the jade-boned devil's specialty. The demonic aura that he cultivated was not black but white. This demonic aura was unique. There was no other demon in the world that had demonic aura that was white. Furthermore, the jade-boned devil was very good at concealing his aura. He was able to prevent himself from having any demonic characteristics, making it difficult for others to tell that he was a demon. Gu Fei charged straight for the fourth demon sky. At the same time, he kept the purple gold divine sword and the ominous saber in his hands into his body. He threw a punch at the fourth demon sky. Watch me shatter the ninth demon sky. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like cold stars. The entire heaven and earth trembled under his fist. Violent power surged in the sky like a raging sea. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth shook. Gu Fei's fist suddenly collided with the descending hazy world. The violent collision caused a dazzling light to erupt. It was as if 10 suns were shining in the sky, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. A huge wave of air swept out. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into chaos. The primordial demon, the little monk Xianxia, and the nameless old monk all retreated. It was as though a huge hole had been blasted in the heaven and earth. The destructive power spread in all directions. Even mighty figures could not help but be moved. A single punch tore through the heavens and earth, piercing through the firmaments. The fourth demonic sky was penetrated by Gu Fei's punch. The ferocious and domineering fist force went against the heavens, and even the fifth demonic sky was shaken. Chapter 615. Gu Fei's punch pierced through the fourth demonic sky. The violent and domineering fist energy directly shook the fifth demonic sky, causing the jade-boned devil to be moved. The ninth firmament sky fiend divine power had not been able to break through 4 fiendish heavens consecutively, even against the Tao ancestor who had yet to attain the Tao. The combat strength Gu Fei demonstrated had already exceeded that of the Tao ancestor when he was young. Gu Fei's punch was no longer a simple divine technique of the immortal Tao. It was a fusion of the immortal Tao and the martial Tao, using the divine power of the immortal Tao to display a martial Tao battle technique. Since ancient times, no one had been able to cultivate 2 kinds of Tao at the same time and fuse them together to form this immortal martial Tao battle technique. There were 3,000 great Taoists, but only one was chosen. One Tao was enough for a cultivator to ponder for a lifetime. It could be said that there were no people who could cultivate 2 Taoists at the same time, but no one could reach the Tao. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed with his supreme immortal physique was comparable to a supreme almighty. This was an anomaly. There had never been a cultivator who could become an almighty by cultivating 2 different kinds of Taoists. Of course, this was the power of the supreme immortal physique and not Gu Fei's true strength. His body was currently soaking in the divine spring of life within the supreme immortal physique's purple dantian. The divine race's distant ancestor, Li Xuandao's inner world, was simply a celestial land. It was full of vitality and even had several divine springs of life. Gu Fei's body was currently soaking in the largest divine spring, using the endless life essence to constantly cleanse his body, allowing more life force to fuse into his body. After his soul left his body, Gu Fei's body did not wither and lose its vitality. On the contrary, the blood within Gu Fei's body became more and more vigorous under the cleansing of the divine spring of life. It had to be said that a warrior's martial physique was truly mystical. Gu Fei used the divine, seizing mystic technique, and his soul entered Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique to seize his Dao fruit. However, the martial body was actually able to absorb the life essence of the divine spring on its own. As he sat cross-legged in the divine spring, there was a faint glow surging around his body. Gu Fei's body sat in the lotus position inside the divine spring, absorbing life essence energy. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's supreme immortal body was fighting the Jade Bone devil outside. Roar! With a single punch, Gu Fei broke through the descending fourth devil sky. Stepping on the mountain and river cauldron, he charged through the broken fourth devil sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he roared. Gu Fei's body exuded a terrifying might that was like a mountain, causing people to feel an urge to look up at him. He was like a supreme existence, causing people's hearts to be filled with fear, and they felt as tiny as ants in front of him. This brat, Old Tortoise, who was watching from afar, could not help but be shocked. The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too shocking. Can boss defeat that guy? He Tian asked worriedly. Gu Fei had only broken through 4 of the 9 heavenly demon heavens. There were still 5 more to go. The 9 layered demonic heavens. Each layer was stronger and more astonishing than the one before it. Although the strength was not stacked, it was like the 9 massive waves. Each wave was more ferocious and vast than the one before it. This brat hasn't used his trump card yet. Old Tortoise chuckled. If Gu Fei used the ascending divine technique, the J-Bone Devil would probably be in trouble. Ancestor, what's going on? At this time, Hierarch Li Fan, who was watching the battle from afar, seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and looked pensive. You noticed it too? While Li Fan was lost in thought, a voice came from beside him. Li Fan quickly turned his head and saw that the Shun race patriarch, Li Xianxia, was already standing beside him. Li Xianxia was staring at the unparalleled figure standing on the ancient cauldron. If I'm not mistaken, the ancestor is using the Immortal Path divine power to execute a martial path combat technique. Li Xianxia's eyes flickered, but his tone was extremely calm. The martial ancestor's combat technique. Although Li Fan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The Immortal Path and the martial path were 2 different paths. How can the ancestor know the martial ancestor's combat technique? How is this possible? Li Fan said in disbelief. In his opinion, the martial ancestor's combat technique would not appear in this world of death. The Shun race cultivated the orthodoxy passed down by the supreme martial ancestor. However, the legendary supreme martial ancestor who created the martial path combat technique did not establish a sect. After the supreme martial ancestor disappeared, the martial path was lost. I don't know either, but the ancestor's combat technique is definitely a martial path combat technique. I can't be wrong. Li Xianxia said in a deep voice. Li Fan couldn't accept Li Xianxia's words, but he had to believe it. What exactly happened to the ancestor? Could it be that the ancestor was trying to merge the immortal path with the martial path and create a new Dao? There were 3,000 great Daos in the cultivation world, but there was more than one type of Dao. Immortal path, martial path, Buddhist path, demon path, demonic path, etc. As long as one could break through and comprehend them, one would be able to achieve the Dao and become an extreme Dao expert. Among the Shun race patriarch, Li Xianxia, an ultimate godly fan, felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. However, little did they know that their ancestor's soul had already been destroyed by Gu Fei. Even his soul force had been devoured by Gu Fei's divine soul. In this world, there is no longer a person like Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the celestial race. Li Xuandao's fruit of the way had been taken by Gu Fei, becoming Gu Fei's greatest reliance in his conquest of the Naraka realm. Without Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, Gu Fei would never have the right to compete with the primordial demon, little monk Fan Xiao, and the Jade-Bone demon for the underworld realm. One should know that Gu Fei's true cultivation was only at the half-god realm. He wasn't even an immortal god. Experts like little monk Fan Xiao could easily crush him to death with a single hand. The half-god realm was considered the strongest existence in the Tonglong continent, where the immortal gods were extinct. But in the underworld realm, even a half-god realm expert would be reduced to cannon fodder. Gu Fei had no idea that the two strongest ultimate god experts of the Shun race were already suspicious of him. What he needed to do now was to defeat the Jade-Bone demon and trample him under his feet. Boom! Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountain and river and punched at the hazy world that was descending from the fifth layer. His entire fist emitted a dazzling divine light, as if a sun had appeared in the sky. The divine light illuminated the entire world. The fist force was like a raging river that surged up against the sky. The descending fifth devil sky shook violently from the impact of the fist force. Rumble. The hazy world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared in the space. Gu Fei's punch did not make a hole in the fifth devil sky like it did in the fourth devil sky. Chapter 6:16. My goodness, this kid is clearly an immortal almighty. How can he execute a martial ancestor's heaven-defying battle skill? The 9-layered demon sky trembled. The Jade-Bone demon, who was standing in the middle of the 9-layered demon sky, finally felt nervous. The Jade-Bone demon would not be wrong. Gu Fei's body was refined by the immortal almighty for countless years. It was a peerless immortal physique that was comparable to the indestructible martial physique of a supreme martial artist. However, what confused the Jade-Bone demon was that despite being an immortal almighty, Qin Nan's every move had the shadow of an extreme grade martial ancestor. The Jade-Bone demon had some understanding of the extreme grade martial ancestor that was on par with the ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme martial ancestor. In the past, countless great demons had died in the hands of the extreme grade martial ancestor. The extreme grade martial ancestor was definitely the most terrifying extreme grade killing god of the primordial era. Gu Fei's fist was as heavy as a mountain, shattering the heavens and earth. The terrifying fist force directly struck the 5-layered demon sky, causing the hazy world to be filled with cracks. It was as if countless mountains and rivers were collapsing. The entire hazy world was boiling. The destructive force was boundless, as if it would collapse at any time. No matter how many remarkable abilities you have, no matter how powerful your techniques are, I'll break it with a single punch. The martial path that Gu Fei cultivated was a supreme technique that used strength to prove his Tao. At that moment, Gu Fei was like a supreme almighty that had descended to the world. His body emitted a blinding divine light. The immortal almighty force surged and shook the heavens. Punch after punch, the 5-layered demon sky shook continuously. He stood on the mountain and river cauldron and used the primordial chaos chi to protect himself. He was impervious to all techniques. The destructive force of the 5-layered demon sky could not even get close to him. Damn it! The Jade-Bone demon roared furiously and continuously unleashed her demonic force. The 6-layered demon sky descended from the sky. The heavens and earth trembled as if a destructive world was descending from the sky, destroying everything. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread from the 6-layered demon sky. Everyone's expression changed. The entire world of death was affected as a terrifying aura surged in the underworld realm. The countless undead creatures in the hell path were crying and howling in grief. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The extremely stable hell Tao that was refined by the ancient Buddhist lord was also stirred by the power of the 6th demonic heaven. A terrifying aura emanated throughout the hell Tao. Bam! The descending 6th layer of the demonic heavens fused together above the 5th layer of the demonic heavens, increasing its might by several times. Rumble! A part of the destroyed world was descending. Gu Fei only felt his body sinking as an endless force pressed down on him. He was directly pushed down hundreds of feet by the mighty force. This ferocious demon is actually this powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The strength of the Jadebone Devil had exceeded his expectations, especially the Jadebone Fiend's 9 First Firmament Sky Fiend divine power. Every Fiend Firmament's strength increased as though it was infinite. If the 9th Fiend Firmament were to descend, the region that spanned 5,000 kilometers would probably be obliterated by him. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. His long hair danced about. He had no choice but to use the heaven-defying divine technique, Ascend. Boom! The world shook. Gu Fei merely shook his body slightly, and the entire void crumbled. Immortal Tao, divine power, erupted from his body, shocking the heavens as divine light illuminated the world. At this moment, the entire world of death could sense the mighty aura emitting from Gu Fei's body. His entire body was resplendent, and divine flames surged. It was as if he was cast from violet gold divine iron. He was filled with a powerful aura, and even his hair was dyed with a purple divine splendor. It was as if a cluster of violet gold divine fire was throbbing. It was as though a supreme being had awoken. The violet gold divine light pierced through the void, and a terrifying power, as vast as the ocean, surged. An incomparably powerful aura erupted. This is one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the Immortal Tao, Ascension Divine Art. Celestial Race Patriarch Li Xianxia and Hierarch Li Fan nearly exclaimed when they saw this scene. Gu Fei's power had risen to an unimaginable level in that instant. It was at least 10 times stronger than before. Brat, is he finally going to use his trump card? The old tortoise wasn't surprised. He would have found it strange if Gu Fei hadn't used the Ascend secret technique. Gu Fei had taught the Ascend secret technique to both the old tortoise and He Tian. However, the old tortoise was a monster while He Tian was an undying skeleton. Whether or not the former could master this heaven-defying divine technique was something even Gu Fei didn't know. This guy has been hiding his true strength all this time. This again? Why did his strength suddenly increase tenfold? Is he using a secret technique that can instantly increase his strength? Little monk Fan Xiao and primordial demons' eyes lit up when they saw Gu Fei's strength suddenly increase tenfold. They felt threatened. With Gu Fei's cultivation, a tenfold increase in strength was infinitely close to his supreme existence. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to suppress Gu Fei. The J-Bone Demon was out of luck. Little monk Fan Xiao and primordial demon both knew that the J-Bone Demon had no chance. Even if he used the 9 heavenly layers of the heavenly demon, a terrifying demonic technique that could obliterate all things in the world, he had no chance of winning. As expected, Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountains and rivers and soared into the sky in one step. He charged straight into the blurry world where the 5th and 6th layers of the demonic sky had merged. With a slight shake of his body, the entire blurry world collapsed soundlessly. The void was quickly disintegrated and the power of destruction wreaked havoc in the world. Little monk Fan Xiao and primordial demon had no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei swung his purple fist into the sky, displaying an indomitable aura. He didn't need to use any immortal techniques, nor did he need to use any heaven-defying battle skills. All he did was throw a simple punch. Boom! His every move was as heavy as a primordial divine mountain, causing the void to tremble and the world to shatter. The purple gold fist was like the fist of a celestial being. It collided with the descending 7th layer of the demonic sky, causing the sky to shake as if a tsunami had been set off. Without any suspense, the 7th layer of the demonic sky collapsed. Gu Fei shot into the sky as if there was nothing in the world that could stop him. How is this possible? The J-Bone Demon roared. His crystal-clear face was extremely ferocious as tiny cracks appeared on his demonic body. 7 of the 9 layers of the demonic sky were broken. The J-Bone Demon's demonic body was greatly impacted. Roar! Die! The Jade-Bone demon roared madly as he channeled his demonic arts. Rumble! The eighth and ninth layer of the demonic sky descended from the sky. The destructive power spread out, causing the void within a radius of hundreds of kilometers to collapse and turn into chaotic nothingness. Spatial cracks that were tens of thousands of meters long extended out, covering the void within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The spatial cracks were like pitch-black lightning, posing a threat to the old tortoise and the Celestials. Everyone turned pale with fright as they hurriedly retreated further away. Gufei didn't hesitate because he didn't have time to waste. He only had 3 minutes. If he couldn't defeat the Jade-Bone demon within these 3 minutes, he would be the unlucky one. Gufei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and guided the primordial chaos chi to protect himself. He went against the heavens and directly faced the descending eighth layer of the demonic sky. The power of the eighth layer was even more powerful and terrifying. In the misty world, countless blazing lightning flashed. It was a terrifying world that was completely filled with the power of destruction. If it were anyone else, they would have long retreated in the face of such a world. However, not only did Gufei not retreat, he directly charged into the world. Haha, you are digging your own grave. The Jade-Bone demon laughed out loud. From his point of view, Gufei's actions were undoubtedly extremely foolish. One had to know that in the 9 layers of celestial fiends, each layer was equivalent to an independent world. Of course, such a world was definitely not an inner world, but an offensive technique that was derived from supreme divine powers. However, even so, it was extremely dangerous for Gufei to charge into such a void. This was because the Jade-Bone demon controlled everything in the void like an omnipotent god. Rumble, the 8th layer of the demonic sky, was shrinking. The Jade-Bone demon wanted to self-destruct the 8th layer of the demonic sky in a suicidal manner. He wanted to use the power produced by the 8th layer of the demonic sky to obliterate Gufei. Thousands of lightning bolts wreaked havoc in the 8th layer of the demonic sky. The misty world that enveloped the world was rapidly shrinking. Gufei's figure was already submerged in the endless lightning bolts. The entire 8th layer of the demonic sky finally shrunk to the size of a fist. It was like a pearl that emitted a resplendent white light. It was fixed high in the sky and emitted blinding demonic light. The power contained in the 8th layer of the demonic sky was compressed to the extreme, forming a fist-sized demonic ball. It was like a destructive star that was about to explode. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the demonic bead that was fixed high up in the sky suddenly exploded. The void was like a thin piece of paper, instantly torn into pieces by the explosive force. The void that spanned a radius of 500 kilometers was reduced to a chaotic void. The world was penetrated once again. The resulting energy fluctuations were nearly on par with the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems. Haha, you're dead now, aren't you? The Jade-Bone demon laughed maniacally. He was extremely happy. More and more cracks appeared on his demonic body, but he ignored them. The divine power of the 9th layer of celestial fiends was nearly destroyed. However, the 9th layer of the demonic sky remained floating in the void. It was as though there was no need for it. Boss, Darnbrat, Patriarch, Hayton, Old Tortoise, and a group of Celestials were dumbfounded. Gufei had already cast the Ascension Mystic Technique, increasing his strength by 10 times. How could he be defeated? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Old Tortoise and company found it difficult to accept the outcome. Chapter 617. Very few people knew about the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. Even in the Immortal Tao divine race, only a few of the most powerful divine venerable level super experts knew about them. The 9 secrets of Immortal Tao passed down by the Supreme Tao ancestor were incomplete. Ascension, Divine Snatch, and 3 Pure Ones were all part of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao with heaven-defying powers. As for the 3 ancestors of the Shun clan, they had only inherited 2 secret arts. However, with the death of the other 2 ancestors, only Li Xuandao had mastered these 2 secret arts. The Divine Snatch and Three Pure Ones were two of the heaven-defying secret techniques within the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. Gu Fei seized Li Xuandao's Tao fruit and fused it with Li Xuandao's memories, allowing him to master everything about Li Xuandao. One Qi turning into 3 Pure Ones could draw upon the power of the Great Tao and display the power of the Great Tao. However, the 3 divinities born from Li Xuandao's Purple Palace were not even at the level of initial success. That was why Gu Fei had so easily used the Heaven Ascension mystic technique and used the Purple Gold Divine Sword to destroy the 3 Pure Ones' Taoist body and scatter his immortal Tao Divine Soul, causing his soul to dissipate. The 9 secret techniques all had heaven-defying power. In addition to the Ascension secret technique that Gu Fei had obtained from the heavenly pillar outside the God Race's sacred land, which contained a trace of Tao energy, Gu Fei had already mastered 3 great secret techniques. However, Li Xuandao's 3 Pure Ones were destroyed. It was not something that could be done in a short amount of time to produce 3 divine venerables from his Violet Palace. However, Gu Fei, who used the Ascension secret technique, seemed to have lost to the devil's 8th demonic sky self-destruction, much to everyone's surprise. Using a supreme immortal physique to use the Heaven Ascension secret law, Gu Fei's strength was infinitely close to the supreme level. How could he lose? Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled as the void shattered. The 8th demonic sky self-destructed, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying might. The void in the region of 10,000 miles ruptured as terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Under everyone's shocked gazes, this part of the world turned into a chaotic void. Extreme destructive energy surged out, causing everyone to feel a sense of danger. Even the little monk Xianxia and the primordial demon had to retreat. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, the space that was destroyed by the 8th heaven's self-destruction and turned into a chaotic void suddenly shook violently. Then, a purple palm, from big to small, slapped out from the chaotic void. It went against the sky and headed for the jade-bone demonic seal that stood above the 9th devil sky. Boundless energy fluctuations stirred the 9th demonic heavens as the powerful aura it emitted caused one's soul to quake. The purple hand quickly expanded to the size of a heavenly screen. It enveloped a portion of the world as the hand blotted out the sky. He really didn't die. The little monk Xianxia and the primordial demon watched this scene nervously. The old tortoise and He Tian also sighed in relief. As for the celestial race, they cheered even louder. Rumble! The purple hand blotted out the sky and headed straight for the 9th devil sky seal. It was as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were moving. The immortal Tao's godly energy was so powerful that it could pierce through the void. Roar! How could he not die even after this? The jade-bone demon roared madly as his expression turned ferocious. He self-destructed the 8th devil sky, and yet he still couldn't kill his opponent. This infuriated him and made him secretly shocked. 9th devil sky. The jade-bone demon roared as his entire body emitted demonic light. Like a peerless demon, he stepped on the 9th devil sky and descended. Boom! The huge purple hand and the descending 9th demonic sky collided fiercely. Boundless energy waves swept out in all directions. The void was like a thin piece of paper that was instantly torn into pieces, turning into nothingness. The deafening sound shook the heavens. The weaker celestial race members in the distance fell from the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread throughout the entire hell realm. Even the celestial race members at the God King level felt their blood churn and their souls tremble. They were shocked. The purple hand clashed with the 9th devil sky. The demonic energy and the immortal Tao's godly energy clashed and canceled each other out. The entire world seemed like it could crumble at any time. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were dumbfounded. The combat strength displayed by the two was too strong. It was as if 2 celestials were fighting. The clash was short. The purple hand emitted boundless immortal Tao's godly energy. Countless immortal Tao's godly runes coiled around it. The ninth devil sky began to crack. Arg, the J-Bone Devil, who was standing on the ninth level of the devil sky, howled. His crystalline devil body, which seemed to be carved out of divine jade, started to crack. His devil body was cracking. Roar! The J-Bone demon roared in pain. Traces of demonic chi seeped out from his cracked body. Terrifying demonic Tao's power surged, causing the ninth devil sky to tremble. Rumble! The Jade-Bone demon desperately conjured his demonic energy. Boundless demonic energy surged out from his body and surged into the ninth devil sky. The independent world that had cracked open with countless spatial cracks was actually mending itself. The spatial cracks were vanishing. However, the gigantic purple hand shook and the ninth demonic sky crumbled once again. The gigantic purple hand was like 100,000 primordial divine mountains crashing down from the sky. Dong! With a dull thud, the ninth devil sky was penetrated. There was no suspense. The nine heavenly fiend divine power had been destroyed by Gu Fei. The purple hand was unstoppable and indestructible. The ninth devil sky could not withstand it all. The J-Bone demon was sent flying. The purple hand had completely obliterated the ninth devil sky before dissipating into the void. A figure that resembled both a god and a demon appeared. He had the bearing of an expert that looked down on the world. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps. As though he was teleporting through the void, he instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, he had already caught up to the Jade-Bone demon who was sent flying. Bam! With a slap, the Jade-Bone demon's demonic body immediately exploded. It was as though he had shattered a statue carved out of divine jade. The shattered demonic body was like thousands of twinkling stars as it scattered. The Jade-Bone demon was smashed to smithereens. His demonic body had been shattered by Gu Fei's palm. Gu Fei, who had used the Ascension mystic technique, was extremely powerful. Every move he made was like a primordial deity. He could pierce through the world and destroy everything. The little monk Xianxia and the primordial great demon were not surprised. This was because when Gu Fei's strength suddenly increased by 10 times, Gu Fei had the terrifying strength to defeat the Jade-Bone demon. In fact, he had the terrifying strength to defeat anyone present. Even they were no match for Gu Fei. However, although Gu Fei's strength was infinitely close to that of a supreme mighty figure, it was not easy to kill one. Even though the demonic body had been destroyed by Gu Fei's palm, the Jade-Bone demon was still not truly dead. Chapter 6:18. I won't accept this. The demon's roar reverberated in the air, coming from all directions. It was impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the roar, as if there were countless voices echoing at the same time. Then, a terrifying demonic energy surged out, and a strange demonic aura spread out. Those who sensed this aura all felt a chill down their spines. The Jade-Bone devil's devil body that had been smashed into thousands of pieces by Gu Fei's palm. At this moment, every piece of the devil body was emitting a resplendent devil light, like twinkling stars. Every piece of the demon's body emitted the demon's soul. It was as if there were thousands of incarnations, and each piece contained the demon's soul. For a powerhouse of this level, even if their body was destroyed, it would be difficult to die. Their powerful souls would not dissipate, and with enough time, they would be able to condense a new body. Killing a powerhouse of this level required special methods and methods. So what if you won't accept this? Gu Fei sneered. At this moment, the 3-minute time limit was not over yet. Smashing the demon's body was only a matter of seconds. Roar! Don't be too full of yourself. I will avenge today. The demon's angry voice came from all directions. The rolling sound waves shook the entire sky. You won't have a chance, Gu Fei said in a low voice without a trace of emotion on his face. Then, he waved his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron flew out from under his feet. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. Gu Fei used his supreme immortal energy to activate the cauldron. Primordial chaos energy surged out from the cauldron, and the mouth of the cauldron turned into a bottomless black hole, producing a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the countless pieces of the demon's body scattered in the void. Boom! The primordial chaos energy formed a rapidly spinning black whirlpool at the mouth of the cauldron. The void in front of the cauldron collapsed and was swallowed by the cauldron. Swoosh! More than half of the fragments of the demonic body that were scattered in the air were instantly devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Damn it! In the air, the jade-bone devil let out a scream of terror. The mountain and river cauldron, the earth mountains and rivers. The immense might of the mountain and river cauldron had locked down a part of the heavens and earth, causing the jade-bone devil to feel a threat to his life. "I'll send you to hell," Gu-Fei snapped coldly. He then waved his hands and inserted the immortal god force into the mountain and river cauldron to activate its power. Rumble! The mountain river furnace shook again and again. Chaos grand mist energy surged outwards. The place where the mountain river furnace was located seemed to turn into the primal chaos of the world. A boundlessly ancient aura filled the world. The devouring power emitted from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron became even stronger. The entire void in front of the mouth of the cauldron collapsed and was devoured. Specks of devil bodies shone with resplendent devil light as they were continuously devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Gu-Fei wanted to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to destroy the jade-bone devil and destroy his soul. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme treasure. It possessed unfathomable power and could even display extreme godly might. The cauldron also contained the ancestral chi of heaven and earth, the primordial chaos energy. If the jade-bone devil was truly devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, it might truly be able to destroy the demon. Xianxia and the primordial demon felt threatened as well. If Gu-Fei could destroy the jade-bone devil, it meant that he had the ability to deal with them as well. However, Xianxia and the primordial demon did not make a move. Their goal was simple. If the jade-bone devil was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, there would be one less person fighting for the Hell Dao. They were using this world of death as a wager. The final winner would become the master of this world of death and reopen the world in their hands. The jade-bone devil screamed in fear. This time, he was truly panicking. The opponent had an extreme sacred weapon, especially a mountain and river cauldron that nurtured primordial chaos energy. With its great power, the jade-bone devil had frozen this area of space. He didn't even have a chance to escape. Gu-Fei sneered and continued to pour out strands of immortal energy to activate the mountain and river cauldron, causing the cauldron's power to grow stronger and stronger. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron exuded a great suction force that could truly devour this part of the world. The frozen space began to dissipate like snow, turning into primordial nothingness. The entire world was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron and turned into a primordial nothingness. The broken pieces of the jade-bone devil scattered in the air were devoured one after another. The jade-bone devil's power rapidly declined. He struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. After using the Heaven Ascension secret law, Gu-Fei was extremely powerful. His supreme immortal physique displayed great battle prowess. He used his immortal energy to activate the mountain and river cauldron, causing the cauldron to unleash a strand of divine power. Although it was only a strand of divine power, it was still not something the jade-bone devil could stop. He was putting up a last-ditch struggle. Being devoured by the mountain and river cauldron was only a matter of time. However, just as the crowd assumed that the jade-bone demon would not be able to escape, Gu-Fei's body suddenly shuddered. Then, the powerful aura that was comparable to a supreme almighty being emitted from his body rapidly decreased. His terrifying power that was comparable to a supreme almighty seemed to be quickly dissipating, and his strength was rapidly weakening. Very soon, his strength had fallen by 10 times. Just a little bit more? Damn it. Gu-Fei was a little dejected. He had no choice but to stop. 3 minutes had passed, and the Heaven Ascension secret law had lost its effect. If he forcefully used it, he would have to pay the price of his life force. This price was too great. If he forcefully used the Heaven Ascension secret law in order to kill the Jade Bone Devil, it would leave a hidden injury in his body. Burning his life force was something that no one would do unless it was a matter of life and death. This was the same as using up one's own lifespan. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. The heaven-devouring power emitted by the cauldron quickly weakened. The terrifying divine power also disappeared. Boom! Boundless demonic light illuminated the dark sky. After the mountain and river cauldron's extreme divine might disappeared, the Jade Bone Demon's demonic body fragment that had yet to be devoured shone so brightly that no one could open their eyes. Today's enmity will be repaid tenfold in the future. The Jade Bone Devil's voice quickly faded away. He used the last of his strength to break the seal of the mountain and river cauldron and rushed out. He didn't dare to linger. After leaving behind a harsh sentence, he disappeared from this world. The demonic light, which was at its brightest, suddenly disappeared. "How dare you?" Gu Fei roared angrily. A divine eye appeared on his glabella, emitting a misty divine light that scanned the surroundings. The immortal Tao divine eye could see through all illusions, pointing straight to the origin of all things in the world. However, Gu Fei did not find any trace of the Jade Bone Demon. It was as if the demon had vanished into thin air, completely and utterly. What goes around comes around. This time, it was Gu Fei's turn to be unsatisfied. Not being able to kill the Jade Bone Devil, he had left behind a future problem for himself. Gu Fei felt helpless. As long as the Heaven Ascension secret law lasted for half a minute, he would be able to absorb the Jade Bone Devil into the mountain and river cauldron and refine it until its soul dissipates. Could it be that the Jade Bone Devil was not fated to die? Gu Fei retracted his immortal eye. The eye between his brows disappeared under his skin. The eye that could see through all illusions and see through all illusions disappeared as if it never existed. With a wave of his hand, the mountain and river cauldron flew back and was stored in his dantian. When he attacked the 9 mountains, he had obtained the other half of the peerless blade in the end. Now, he already possessed 3 extreme Saint armaments. However, he still had no idea whether the bronze bell he obtained from the White Jade Mountain in the Hell Path was an extreme Saint treasure or not. Back then, when Gu Fei was in the outer region of the Naraka Dao, he had once obtained a bronze bell that was covered in green copper from a white jade ancient text in a mountain range. The bronze bell was extraordinary. Even if Gu Fei didn't know how to activate the power of the bronze bell, the sound of the bell was like thousands of Buddhas chanting scriptures. It had a strange power that could purify one's soul. This was definitely a Buddhist weapon. It was most likely an extreme path Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist lord. This bronze bell was stored in the dantian of Gu Fei's body. He had been refining it day and night with his own essence qi. However, there was no reaction from the bronze bell. The ancient Buddhist sovereigns had refined more than one extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. This was an anomaly. Extreme Tao experts would usually only refine one sacred weapon. However, the Buddhist lord was different. He seemed to be blessed by the heavens and had refined several extreme path Buddhist weapons. The green jade ring blade and the 3 realms Buddhist lamp were both extreme path Buddhist weapons refined by the Buddhist lord. The bronze bell that Gu Fei obtained was also a Buddhist weapon. However, it was unknown whether it was the extreme path Buddhist weapon refined by the Buddhist lord. If it was, then Gu Fei had 4 extreme path sacred weapons. Possessing 4 extreme divine weapons at the same time, moreover, they were all refined by different extreme divine masters. This was absolutely unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. At this time, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk had already quietly retreated. They were very afraid of Gu Fei because Gu Fei had displayed a terrifying strength comparable to a supreme almighty. Although they didn't know how Gu Fei increased his strength tenfold in an instant, they didn't want to take the risk. They could only choose to retreat. The primordial demon also broke through the void and teleported away. He had obtained something hidden under the 9 mountains. He needed to cultivate and improve his strength as soon as possible. The pressure Gu Fei put on him was too great. Gu Fei knew that the little monk Xianxia and the primordial demon had retreated, but he didn't stop them. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had already performed the Heaven Ascension secret skill today. He would not be able to perform the Heaven Ascension secret skill in a short period of time. If the little monk Xianxia and the original Great Devil attacked him now, he might not be able to defend himself. Chapter 619. The happiest about Gu Fei defeating the Jadebone Devil was, of course, the one who knew Gu Fei's true identity was the old tortoise and Heian. No one else in the Naraka realm knew about Gu Fei's true identity. The original Great Devil and the little monk Xianxia could see the strangeness of the supreme immortal physique, and they could also sense the soul ripples within. However, they absolutely didn't know what happened on top of the supreme immortal physique. How could such a supreme immortal physique be possessed by someone else? One had to know that an immortal cultivator with a supreme immortal physique was already an almighty immortal cultivator. Such a character was very difficult to kill. Even the original devil and Xianxia couldn't do it. The original devil and Xianxia could see that Gu Fei had taken the body of that almighty immortal cultivator, but they didn't say it out loud. They were very wary of Gu Fei, so they quietly retreated. Gu Fei exchanged a few words with the Protoss that had gathered. Then, he brought Old Tortoise and Erebus into the void and returned to the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Aside from Patriarch Li Xianxia and Supreme Li Fan, everyone else was cheering for Gu Fei's victory over the Jadebone Devil. Gu Fei's current identity was still the only surviving ancestor of the God race. Other than the God race Patriarch Li Xianxia and Hierarch Li Fan, who were a little suspicious, no one noticed anything amiss. After Gu Fei left, the deities used their own techniques to return to their sacred ground. Only after all the deities had left did the creatures of the dead dare to approach this area. The terrifying energy fluctuations still hadn't dissipated. Although the shattered void was rapidly repaired by the power of the world that had been torn apart by the battle was still shaking. The chaotic void was still emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. The Naraka Tao was an almost perfect world created by the ancient Buddhist Lord using his supreme Buddhist power. It was extremely stable and confined, but it had still been broken through. Super experts at the almighty level had a cultivation base that could shatter the heavens and earth. They were much stronger than immortals. Very soon, the dark clouds and nether fog that had been dispersed by the energy storm that erupted from the great battle floated over from all directions, gradually covering the sky once more. A boundless death aura and a chilly wind blew. The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton tribe, the supreme emperor of the nether tribe, and the corpse emperor silently appeared in the sky above the battlefield. They glanced at the messy battlefield below, and they were extremely shocked. The ground was shattered, the mountains had collapsed, and the surrounding area of a few thousand kilometers had been completely destroyed. Then, the emperors of the 3 races of the undead creatures quickly disappeared into the void. In the depths of the Naraka realm, the God clan was the strongest. It was already a foregone conclusion that could not be changed. The dead clans had no other way out other than submitting to the God clan. In the sacred land of the Protoss, in the purple divine palace at the peak of the divine mountain, Gu Fei directly opened the inner world within Li Xuandao's Dantian and walked in with the old turtle, Heian. Li Xuandao's inner world was full of vitality. Beautiful mountain peaks, rivers, and lakes dotted between the peaks could be seen everywhere. It was like an undeveloped fairyland with the sun rotating in the sky. There were night and day, and even the moon and stars. This was an inner world that already had the embryonic form of a world. It could be said that if there was enough time for this world to slowly grow, it was likely to grow into a near-perfect world. Brat, you struck it big. The old turtle stood in the void and looked at the seemingly endless world in front of him with sparkling eyes. It's not bad, Gu Fei said with a smile. TSK. Brat, keep pretending. The old turtle couldn't help but snappily rebuke. He could already see that this inner world had unlimited potential. Even the inner world established by an almighty wouldn't dare to say that it had unlimited potential. However, it had to be said that Li Xuandao really had heaven-defying means. Damn, I sense at least 3 places filled with the aura of life. This Li Xuandao actually moved 3 divine springs of life into this inner world. The old turtle was astonished. The divine spring of life was extremely precious. Even in ancient times, it was difficult to find one. However, there were at least 3 of them in Li Xuandao's inner world. The old turtle couldn't help but be moved. He knew very well what would happen if there was a divine spring of life in a cultivator's inner world. An endless stream of life essence could nourish the inner world and fill it with vitality. Most importantly, the divine spring of life could be refined into the origin of heaven and earth within the inner world, becoming the ancestral vein of the earth. In this world of death, the origin of heaven and earth was the realm pearl. The realm pearl's predecessor might have been the origin of heaven and earth refined from the divine spring of life. The origin of heaven and earth was the beginning of life. The 9 dragons competing for the pearl trapped the power of the realm pearl, which was why the infernal realm became a world of death. Only by breaking the 9 dragons competing for the pearl could the power of the realm pearl be released, and this world of death would gradually recover its vitality. Endless death gives birth to a little life. Only in a world of death can there be so many divine springs of life. Gu Fei sighed. His divine soul had fused with Li Xuandao's memories, so he knew everything about Li Xuandao. Naturally, his knowledge had also increased a lot. He was no longer a cultivation maniac who only knew how to cultivate. From Li Xuandao's memories, he learned about the origin of the god race and many things that happened in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. He also knew why the god race appeared in the infernal realm created by the ancient Buddhist lord. The god race was indeed the inheritance of the legendary supreme Tao ancestor. The infernal realm was not created by the ancient Buddhist lord alone. The ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor had once joined forces. However, Li Xuandao only knew that the ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor had once joined forces to do something earth-shattering, but he did not know what exactly it was. During the ancient times, the world changed drastically. Almost all the extreme experts disappeared one after another, and the god race, which had inherited the supreme Tao ancestor's inheritance, was inexplicably sealed in this side of the world. After countless years, until now, the Tao ancestor's prophecy that had been circulating among the god race showed signs of coming true, allowing the god race to see the light of dawn. Brat, you have so many divine springs of life. How about giving me one? The old tortoise looked at Gu Fei and said with shining eyes. He had cut off the connection between his inner world and his physical body, so his inner world had lost the chance to grow into a perfect world. No matter how the old tortoise refined his inner world, it could not grow into a perfect world. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the old tortoise. The old tortoise hated the guy who had trapped him in the ultimate formation back then. If that guy had not wanted to slowly wear him down with the power of the ultimate formation, the old tortoise would not have cut off the connection between his inner world and his physical body to save his life. The old tortoise wanted the divine springs of life. He wanted to reestablish the connection between his inner world and his physical body, so that his inner world would have the possibility of unlimited growth again. You want the divine springs of life? Gu Fei asked with a smile. Of course, the old tortoise quickly replied. A mouthful of the divine springs of life was definitely as precious as a divine weapon. Only a fool would not want it. Well, it doesn't matter if I give you a mouthful, Gu Fei said. The old tortoise was overjoyed, and his smile was so bright that only his teeth could be seen. He patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said, "You are indeed a brother who has gone through life and death together. But When the old tortoise's words of gratitude were about to rush out of his mouth like a surging river, the two words that came out of Gu Fei's mouth immediately froze the old tortoise's smile. But what? You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you? Don't mess with me like this. Be careful, or I'll turn against you, the old tortoise said quickly. Hee, old tortoise, I can't give you the divine springs of life for free. You have to give me something in exchange, Gu Fei said when he saw that the old tortoise was so excited. The old tortoise carefully looked up and down at Gu Fei a few times, and then said, I'm wondering when you've become so generous. You can give me a mouthful of the divine springs of life, just like that. Tell me, what do you fancy in my hand? When did this brat become so shrewd? The old tortoise thought to himself, could it be that this brat has taken a fancy to my mystic tortoise divine armor? That treasure is a life-saving treasure. I can't give it to him, not even if he gives me 10 mouthfuls of the divine springs of life. The old tortoise's expression changed several times, and he looked a little uneasy. All of this fell into Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny. The longer this old tortoise lived, the more impatient he became. I want the Buddhist lamp in your hand, Gu Fei said after thinking for a moment. Buddhist lamp? The old tortoise was startled when he heard this, and then he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was that Buddhist lamp, he could still accept it, even if it was a supreme Buddhist artifact refined by a Buddhist lord. The old tortoise was very straightforward. He directly took out the Buddhist lamp from his inner world, which was said to be able to illuminate the 3 realms and the 9 underworlds, and handed it to Gu Fei. It was an ancient bronze lamp that didn't seem to be anything special. If it didn't emit an obscure fluctuation of Buddhist power, this Buddhist lamp could only be considered an ordinary antique. Gu Fei noticed that the Buddhist lamp was gently vibrating in the old tortoise's hand. There was a mighty Buddhist power, as if it could fly away at any time. The bean-sized lamp emitted a tricolored Buddhist light, and a peaceful aura immediately filled the area. However, a ball of demonic light rushed out of the old tortoise's hand. A vast demonic power surged and enveloped the Buddhist lamp, preventing it from flying away. Chapter 620. Gu Fei was surprised to see that the old turtle wanted to use demonic energy to control the ancient bronze lamp in his hand. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp emitted Buddhist energy on its own as if it wanted to fly away. How can this be? Gu Fei asked. Do you think an extreme sacred tool is an ordinary magic treasure? Can it be refined at will? The old turtle said with disdain. You're not purposely giving me a hard time, are you? Gu Fei glanced at old tortoise suspiciously and said with some displeasure, why would this guy hand over the supreme Buddhist artifact so easily? Supreme Saint artifacts are all treasures that have given birth to an artifact's soul. They have the primordial spirit imprint of the original owner. If one's cultivation level is not high enough, even if they obtain the Supreme Saint artifact, it will be difficult for them to display the power they should have. Old tortoise analyzed. No way. You've had this lamp for a while now. Have you not completely refined it? Gu Fei asked in surprise. The old turtle looked at Gu Fei and sighed. I want to refine it, but I don't have the strength to do so. Not everyone is as lucky as me. Gu Fei's cultivation was far from the old turtle's, but he was able to refine the violet gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron by chance. This made the old turtle extremely envious. Yes, Gu Fei nodded. An extreme sacred tool was not something anyone could refine for their own use. It was easier said than done to erase the primordial spirit imprint left behind by the original owner of the sacred tool. Unless my cultivation can return to its former peak state and erase the primordial spirit imprint in the 3 realms Buddhist lamp with supreme demonic energy, I will be able to completely control the lamp. The old turtle was unwilling and depressed. His cultivation was infinitely close to the realm of the Almighty, but he was still one step away from truly entering the realm and regaining his former cultivation. Damn, you old turtle. No wonder you were so straightforward. You can't use this ancient lamp at will. Gu Fei said in annoyance. It turned out that the ancient lamp was like a chicken rib in the old turtle's hands. It was difficult for the old turtle to erase the trace of Lord Buddha's primordial spirit imprint in the lamp, so it was difficult for him to truly control the lamp. Exchanging a supreme Buddhist artifact that he couldn't control for a mouthful of the divine spring of life, it could be said that the old tortoise had made a huge profit. The divine spring of life was extremely precious, and it could allow the old tortoise's inner world to regain unlimited growth potential. You brat, you won't go back on your word, will you? This is the condition you proposed. Old Tortoise couldn't help but worry when he saw Gu Fei's strange expression. After stealing Li Xuandao's fruit of the way, this brat was already comparable to a mighty figure. He was no match for him. If he didn't admit it, there was nothing he could do. After all, his fists were hard. Old Tortoise was a little nervous. In the world of cultivation, everything was decided by strength. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. This was an unchanging truth, the embodiment of the law of the jungle. Hee, why would I go back on my word? Am I that kind of person? Just because you can't refine this Buddhist artifact doesn't mean that I can't either. Gu Fei suddenly said to Old Tortoise with a smile. Old Tortoise suddenly thought of something and came to a sudden realization. He then said, "You brat, you're smart enough. If you use the rising scripture, you still have a chance." At this time, Old Tortoise remembered that after Gu Fei stole Li Xuandao's fruit of the way, he was no longer the same as before. If he used the rising scripture, his cultivation would be infinitely close to the strength of a supreme mighty figure. Such strength was enough to erase the trace of the primordial spirit imprint left by the ancient Buddhist lord in the Buddhist weapon. Gu Fei reached out and took an ancient lamp from Old Tortoise's hand. He then smiled and said to Old Tortoise, "You can choose any of the divine spring of life in this world." Really? Old Tortoise was overjoyed. He thought he had misheard. Choose any of them? Old Tortoise couldn't help but be wild with joy. "Of course, but only if you have the strength to collect it," said Gu Fei. Old Tortoise laughed. "You don't have to worry about that. With my strength, can't I collect a divine spring of life?" What a joke. Is that so? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you can't even collect a single divine spring, don't cry then. Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise meaningfully and said with a smile, "If I can't collect it, then it's my bad luck." Old Tortoise answered casually. He was already impatient because he had already chosen the divine spring to collect. It was a divine spring located in the central region of this world. Above the divine spring, there was a spring lake that was hundreds of meters wide and as green as jade. Around the divine spring, there were lush, immortal grasses and divine trees. Unknown fruits hung between the green leaves, emanating an intoxicating fruity fragrance. To be able to grow around the divine spring, the immortal grasses and divine trees were extraordinary. Spiritual energy surged between the branches and leaves, giving off a refreshing feeling. Above the divine spring, there was a thick mist of spiritual energy that drifted in the air. This was the best divine spring Li Xuandao had refined in this part of the world. The spiritual energy from the divine spring nourished the entire central region. If Old Tortoise collected this divine spring, the central region of this world would undergo drastic changes. However, Gu Fei wasn't worried when he saw that Old Tortoise had his eyes on this divine spring. Gu Fei put away the Three Realms Buddhist lamp and flew into the depths of this world. There was also a divine spring there, and inside it sat a person. Only Old Tortoise and He Tian were left in the sky. "Congratulations, Senior." He Tian hurried to congratulate Old Tortoise after seeing Gu Fei leave. "Hee, you're still a little bit away from your so-called Emperor realm, right? Wait until I collect the divine spring, then I'll fulfill your wish." Old Tortoise was very happy. At this moment, everything was pleasing to his eyes. "Thank you, Senior." He Tian was overjoyed and quickly thanked Old Tortoise. He was already a quasi-Emperor realm expert. One more step, and he would be a super expert in the Emperor realm. Apart from the Protoss and the Supreme Emperors among the creatures of death, in the entire world of death, super experts in the Emperor realm were revered. Old Tortoise couldn't wait any longer. He brought He Tian and flew above the divine spring. Looking down, he saw the faint shadow of a dragon shrouding the spirit mist above the divine lake. It's the dragon chi of the great earth. This divine spring has already nurtured the dragon chi of the great earth. Old Tortoise's heart trembled, and then he was ecstatic. This divine spring had nurtured the dragon chi, and the dragon chi of the great earth was leaking out. This was a divine spring that could grow into a dragon vein of the great earth. Moreover, the dragon vein of the great earth was already in its embryonic form. Otherwise, the dragon chi of the great earth would not be leaking out. Step back, I'm going to start. Old Tortoise was overjoyed and immediately prepared to collect the divine spring. Chapter 6:21. The old tortoise sat cross-legged above the heavenly spring like a supreme demon god. Its whole body radiated a dazzling demonic light, and a purple demonic aura soared into the sky like surging purple waves. Endless demonic power condensed into mysterious demon clan Tao patterns with the movements of the old tortoise's hands. They scattered in all directions and disappeared into the void. The demonic power was vast and mighty. The old tortoise wanted to carve the demon clan Tao patterns and set up a formation to collect the heavenly spring of life that had already given birth to the earth dragon chi. Needless to say, the heavenly spring chosen by the old tortoise was much better than the one Gu Fei collected in the Yin Mountain, the lair of the Netherworld Corpse King. The heavenly spring that Gu Fei collected that day had only condensed into a dragon pearl, while the heavenly spring chosen by the old tortoise had already given birth to the earth dragon chi. This was the embryonic form of the earth dragon vein. The heavenly spring of life was evolving and transforming. With enough time, this heavenly spring would eventually transform into an earth dragon vein. He Tian watched quietly from a distance in the sky. The fire of soul in his skull was constantly pulsating. The heavenly spring of life would also be of great benefit to him. If he could also have a heavenly spring, it would definitely not be impossible for his flesh and blood to be reborn. He Tian's yin-yang bone body had reached the critical stage of flesh and blood rebirth. There were already traces of blood on his bone body, which was a good sign. If his cultivation could successfully break through to the Emperor realm, the next transformation would be true flesh and blood rebirth. The heavenly spring of life contained endless life essence. If He Tian wanted to truly regenerate his flesh and blood, he would inevitably need endless life essence to condense his flesh and bones. However, Gu Fei would not give away another heavenly spring. Although Gu Fei had several heavenly springs, the heavenly spring was also extremely important to Gu Fei. Gu Fei walked on the martial path of breaking through the Tao with strength. If he wanted to go further and transform his body again, he would need an incalculable amount of energy. I can only hope that Big Brother will help me when the time comes, He Tian thought. He didn't dare to hope that he could obtain a heavenly spring of life like Old Tortoise. When the Old Tortoise collected the divine spring of life that Gu Fei had promised, the owner of this world, Gu Fei, had already arrived in the depths of this world. There was also a divine spring there. It wasn't a big divine spring, and the spring water formed a small pool that was only 3 to 4 feet in diameter. In the pool, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. That person was none other than Gu Fei himself. Gu Fei arrived in the air above the divine spring and slowly landed beside it. He saw that there were rays of light circling around his original body. The rich life essence contained in the divine spring constantly seeped into his body through his pores. Although his soul had left his body, Gu Fei's martial body was actually able to absorb the life essence of the divine spring on its own. It had to be said that the martial body was truly miraculous. Swoosh! A purple light flashed on Gu Fei's forehead. The immortal divine eye emerged and emitted a bright divine light. It swept over the original body, sitting in the divine spring. The immortal divine eye could see through all illusions and directly point to the origin of all things in the world. Under the gaze of the immortal divine eye, Everything about the original body fell into Gu Fei's eyes. Every detail of the martial body was exposed to the immortal divine eye. Among the muscles, bones, flesh, and blood of the martial body, there was a five-colored light surging. There was a void in each of the 315 major meridians in the body. The life essence absorbed by the martial body continuously gathered in the 365 major meridians. In the void of the meridians, a five-colored light flashed like a star. The life essence of the outside world was all absorbed and refined by the five elemental essence condensed in the void of the meridians. The impurities were discharged from the void of the meridians and then discharged from the body through the pores. This cycle continued endlessly in the martial body. The five elemental essence in the void of the meridians gradually strengthened, but this speed was extremely slow. When the god seized Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei's soul brought out almost all the essence energy contained in the martial body, causing the martial body to be almost exhausted. In order to not let the martial body completely lose its vitality, Gu Fei could only put his martial body into the divine spring of life and use the endless life essence to nourish the martial body. It seemed that his decision was correct. Under the nourishment of the divine spring's life essence, Gu Fei found that his martial body did not lose its vitality. Instead, it gradually recovered on its own. Gu Fei had his own plans. He would not abandon his own body. Although Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique was extremely powerful, comparable to a supreme existence, this supreme immortal physique had lost the qualification to enter the extreme Tao. However, if he were to use the godly seizing secret art at this time and return his soul to his body, the current strength of his body would definitely not be able to withstand the power of the supreme immortal physique. The godly seizing secret art was not as simple as the soul leaving the body and entering the opponent's Naiwan palace to control the opponent's body. When the soul entered the Naiwan palace, it would also bring along all of one's essence energy. The supreme immortal physique contained supreme immortal energy. If all of it was poured into Gu Fei's body, then there would only be one outcome. His body would explode. Now was definitely not the time for the soul to return to the body. After carefully observing his body sitting in the divine spring, Gu Fei withdrew the divine light from the immortal divine eyes and hid it under the skin on his forehead. He was now very clear about the situation of his original self. Then he began to think. A good while later, Gu Fei returned to his senses from his contemplation and began to move. He soared into the sky and began to gather his immortal god energy, inscribing immortal god runes in the air. Every immortal rune had a trace of Tao flowing around it. The moment the runes appeared, the spiritual energy of the entire heaven and earth was drawn. After Gu Fei inscribed the immortal Tao divine runes, the immortal Tao divine runes immediately flew in all directions. Some directly disappeared into the void, while others landed on the ground and disappeared into the ground. He was laying out a formation. With the divine spring as the center, the immortal runes gradually expanded outwards. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth was drawn towards the center of the immortal runes. This was a formation that Gu Fei found from Li Xuandao's soul memory. It was called the Spirit Gathering Formation. It was a very common Taoist formation. As long as one understood the formation diagram, even if one was not an immortal cultivator, they could still lay down this formation and gather spiritual energy from all directions. Cultivating inside the Spirit Gathering Formation would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, the spiritual gathering formation that Gu Fei laid out was different from the rest, because he laid out this formation using divine runes of the immortal Tao. The spiritual gathering formation formed from the interweaving of divine runes of the immortal Tao could draw upon the energy of the grand Tao and gather the boundless spiritual qi of heaven and earth. After a full hour, Gu Fei finally finished laying down this spirit gathering formation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100-li radius frantically gathered towards the center of the spirit-gathering formation. Between the heaven and earth, there was an endless amount of spiritual light flickering. This was spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. The location of his body seemed to have become a bottomless pit that devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the spirit-gathering formation to gather the energy of heaven and earth to refine his body and strengthen it. Only then would his body be able to contain the power of the supreme immortal physique and not be overwhelmed by the immortal energy of the supreme immortal physique. Chapter 622. There were a few divine springs in this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and the spirit energy here was exuberant to the extreme. The spirit convergence formation inscribed with immortal Tao divine markings had gathered the spirit energy in an area of 50 kilometers over here, and the spirit energy within the spirit convergence formation had already almost condensed to the point of liquefaction. Gu Fei was worried that his main body wouldn't be able to withstand such a vast amount of spiritual energy, so he sent more than 10 immortal runes into his main body that was sitting cross-legged in the divine spring of life to suppress his main body. After doing all this, Gu Fei walked out from the depths of this world. That old turtle. Gu Fei sensed an extremely powerful wave of demonic energy coming from the right. Demonic energy soared to the sky, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The divine spring is not that easy to collect. Gu Fei looked towards the direction of the old turtle with a smile on his face. Li Xianxia moved the divine spring into this world, so how could he not leave behind a backup plan? Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the old turtle and let it do whatever it wanted. Then he went to the sky above another divine spring filled with spiritual energy and sat down in the void. This divine spring was located in a beautiful valley. Inside the valley, flowers bloomed like a brocade, and the surroundings were dotted with waterfalls. The divine spring was located in the middle of the valley. Because of its existence, the entire valley was like a fairyland. Immortal energy lingered in the air, and a 7-colored radiance flickered above the valley. Gu Fei channeled his mysterious art. Immortal energy seeped out of his body, and his entire body was quickly wrapped in a misty purple divine light. As his chest rose and fell, all the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters resonated with him. The entire valley seemed to come to life with Gu Fei's arrival. Under the shroud of the radiance, the vigorous vitality was astonishing. A supreme immortal physique was indeed worthy of being called a supreme immortal physique. Although Gu Fei didn't have Li Xianxia's soul realm, this supreme immortal physique still automatically circulated a faintly discernible trace of Tao Rhyme, which stimulated the spiritual energy in the entire valley. Swoosh! A tricolored beam of divine light shot out of Gu Fei's body. Within the tricolored light was an ancient lamp with a tricolored flame the size of a soybean on its wick. As soon as this ancient lamp appeared, a peaceful aura immediately filled the air, giving people a sense of peace and serenity in their hearts. According to legend, this was the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms that was refined by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages. It was said to be able to light up the 9 hells and release all evil spirits from purgatory. Any evil spirit that was illuminated by the Buddhist lamp would immediately be destroyed, and any evil and foul qi would immediately become peaceful. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp was fixed in a void in front of Gu Fei. It trembled, wanting to break free of the seal and fly away. However, under Gu Fei's suppression, the Buddhist lamp could not escape. Normally, I wouldn't dare to refine you, but now, I have the endless supply of spiritual energy from the divine spring of life, the mountain and river cauldron, and the violet gold divine sword. I don't believe that this level of power can't refine you and make you work for me. Gu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, flashing with rays of light. The mountain and river cauldron suppresses the 4 directions. Gu Fei suddenly roared. From his dantian, a misty divine light rushed out like the primordial chaos. With a buzzing sound, an ancient cauldron appeared above Gu Fei's head. Bang! The void suddenly trembled. The power of the mountain and river cauldron spread out, and the entire valley was immediately sealed, isolating all auras. In an instant, the void seemed to have solidified into divine iron. All tangible and intangible things were sealed and imprisoned. Even the tricolored Buddhist light from the Three Realms Buddhist lamp in front of Gu Fei was suppressed back into the ancient lamp. The vast and auspicious Buddhist power from the ancient lamp was completely suppressed. Above the mountain and river cauldron, the primordial chaos energy was circulating. An ancient aura from the primordial chaos spread out, suppressing the entire void. Between Gu Fei's hands, a series of extremely complicated immortal Dao seals were formed, and mysterious immortal Dao divine runes circled around the ancient lamp. The world suddenly trembled. All the spiritual energy of the world in the valley converged into streams and surged into Gu Fei. He used a secret immortal art and used his peerless immortal physique to draw endless worldly spiritual energy into his body. He carved divine runes that gradually intertwined into a formation that enveloped the Buddhist lamp of the Three Realms. Then, wisps of purple flames began to appear in the formation. The purple divine flames seemed to have a mind of their own as they converged toward the center of the formation formed by the immortal Dao divine runes. Soon, the Three Realms Buddhist lamp was submerged in the purple divine flames. The formation Gu Fei formed with the immortal Dao divine runes produced the purple divine flames to burn the Three Realms Buddhist lamp. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp was an extreme Buddhist artifact. Although the magic power contained within it was boundlessly powerful, it was an ownerless object after all. It had wandered in the Hell Realm for countless years, and it had also been subjected to a powerful restriction. Although the old turtle had broken the seal on the ancient lamp, it could not erase the primordial spirit imprint left behind by the Lord Buddha in the ancient lamp. As the purple divine flames burned, the bronze Buddhist lamp instinctively resisted. The tricolored flame the size of a soybean emitted a dazzling Buddhist light that blocked the purple divine flames. A vast wave of magic power filled the entire space in an instant. The ancient lamp vibrated, the void shook, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. If Gu Fei had not used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the surroundings, the void above the valley would have been shattered by the Buddhist power that erupted from the Three Realms Buddhist lamp. Even the purple yang true fire can't do anything to this ancient lamp. Although Gu Fei was a little surprised, he was not surprised. If it was so easy to refine the Buddhist lamp, the old turtle would have done so long ago. At this moment, Gu Fei was not flustered. He had not finished setting up the formation yet. He continued to form hand seals and used the supreme power of the immortal Dao to carve divine runes in the void. He was perfecting the formation. This formation was an immortal Dao formation called the Purple Yang True Fire Formation. It was set up using immortal Dao runes to draw the power of heaven and earth and produce the Purple Yang True Fire to smelt everything. The Purple Yang True Fire was a kind of divine fire with the strongest yang in the world. Legend had it that the supreme Dao ancestor used this divine fire to refine medicine and weapons. Although this divine fire could not be compared to the one born from chaos, it was still one of the most powerful flames in the world. The Chaos True Fire that came out was one of the most powerful flames in the world. As the formation was gradually perfected, the Purple Sun True Fire Formation began to display its true might. The ancient lamp in the middle of the fire formation vibrated continuously. The wick of the lamp lit up the entire heaven and earth. There was an endless amount of Buddhist energy surging forth, blocking the Purple Sun True Fire that surged from all directions. The supreme Dao Buddhist weapon was a sacred object with a spirit. It could sense danger and defend itself instinctively. After the formation was completed, the ancient Buddhist lamp was already enveloped by the Purple Yang True Fire. The purple divine fire burned the void until it was distorted and collapsed. Gu Fei sat cross-legged outside the formation. He also felt extremely hot. His immortal doubt divine power felt like it was burning, and his mouth was dry. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the surroundings and blocking the terrifying heat from the formation. Chapter 6:23. Gu Fei used the divine immortal runes to lay down a terrifying fire formation that could melt anything in the world, the Violet Sun primordial fire formation. He wanted to refine the Three Realms Buddhist lamp. The endless spiritual energy in the valley quickly gathered toward the Violet Sun primordial fire formation in the sky. The divine immortal runes connected heaven and earth, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. The spiritual chi turned into a purple true fire, burning the sky and boiling the sea. It burned so much that the void in the middle of the array collapsed. Even though the mountain and river cauldron was high up in the sky, suppressing the void, the heat that leaked out caused the entire valley to steam. It was as if there was a sun hanging above the valley. Even the divine spring below was bubbling. Rumble, when the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the valley was sucked dry by the purple sun true fire formation, the divine spring of life below began to shake. The vast life essence formed pillars of spiritual chi that went against the sky like a waterspout. The spiritual chi was vast and mighty. With the divine spring of life providing the Violet Sun primordial fire formation with an endless supply of spiritual energy, the Violet Sun primordial fire formation emitted more and more energy fluctuations. Boom! Violet flames surged and divine flames soared. The center of the Violet Sun primordial fire formation seemed to have turned into a violet sun. Blazing violet light illuminated the world. The terrifying divine fire burned everything. Even the void was evaporating. However, the center of the purple sun emitted a peaceful aura. An ancient lamp was fixed in the center of the violet sun. A soybean-sized tricolored flame flickered, emitting a layer of misty tricolor divine light that enveloped the ancient lamp. No matter how the purple true fire burned, the tricolored light emitted by the tricolored flame on the ancient lamp kept the purple true fire at bay. The Buddhist Lord's Buddhist weapon is indeed extraordinary. Sitting cross-legged outside the Violet Sun primordial fire formation, Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked. The Violet Sun primordial fire was the strongest divine flame he had found after merging with Li Xuandao's soul memories. It was a heavenly flame used by almighty immortals to refine artifacts. However, this kind of extreme, yang heavenly fire was unable to break through the Three Realms Buddhist lamp's defenses and truly come into contact with the ancient bronze lamp that was flowing with tricolored Buddhist light. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Gu Fei then ordered the mountain and river cauldron to descend above the Violet Sun primordial fire formation. I don't believe I can't break this Buddhist lamp's defense with primordial chaos energy transformed into primordial chaos fire. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. He flew above the mountain river cauldron and sat cross-legged on it. Rumble, the cauldron of mountain and river was shaking. Gu Fei's entire body shone with boundless divine light as he activated the cauldron of mountain and river with all his might. Primordial chaos chi descended from the cauldron of mountain and river and seeped into the purple sun true fire formation. Primordial chaos energy was the primordial chaos energy of all creation. Was the mountain and cauldron primordial fire formation. The mountain and river cauldron contained a strand of primordial chaos energy. Although the Violet Sun primordial fire formation was wondrous and could transform spiritual energy into Violet Sun primordial fire. However, the Violet Sun primordial fire formation couldn't transform this primordial chaos energy. After it entered the formation, it didn't form Violet Sun primordial fire, but primordial chaos heavenly flame. The Violet Sun primordial fire formation gradually transformed into a primordial chaos heavenly flame formation. It was as if a primordial chaos void had appeared above the valley. It was hazy, colorless, and devoid of divine light. It seemed to be a void, but it wasn't completely empty. It was hard to describe that part of the void. Primal chaos, chi, showed a scene from before the world was created. The primal chaos, heavenly flame, was invisible, traceless, and formless, but Gu Fei could sense its existence. The void was directly annihilated. The Buddhist lamp seemed to sense a threat. It shook violently and emitted a monstrous Buddhist power. The Buddhist lamp was like a divine lamp that lit up a primordial chaos space. It became the only thing in that primordial chaos void, illuminating the primordial chaos and piercing through the primordial chaos. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the legendary Buddhist Lord. The supreme Buddhist weapon he refined was too powerful. It could even resist the primordial chaos energy. However, the tricolored light of the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp was gradually being suppressed by the formless and shapeless primordial chaos, heavenly flame, that was surging over from all directions. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He continuously used his hand seals to strike the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook continuously. The primordial chaos energy kept falling from the mountain and river cauldron as if it was endless. The violet sun primordial fire array shook violently. The divine immortal runes that formed the array diagram emitted a resplendent divine light that contained traces of Tao charm. These were the runes carved by an extreme Tao expert after comprehending the Tao. However, at this time, the countless divine immortal runes that formed the array diagram were already showing signs of being erased by the primordial chaos energy. Only when the world was created would there be a Tao. The primordial chaos energy was the ancestral chi of all things in the world. It was born from the primordial chaos before the world was created. Even the runes of the Tao would be erased by the primordial chaos energy. The ancestral chi of all things in the world ignored all Tao. It could break through 1,000 spells and 10,000 divine abilities. It was practically unstoppable and could destroy all things in the world. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and the valley sealed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron also shook violently. The dozen or so pillars of spiritual chi in the heavenly spring immediately collapsed, and the water of the heavenly spring rushed high into the sky. At this moment, the primordial chaos energy finally broke through the tricolored light that enveloped the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. Above the three realms Buddhist lamp, endless, mysterious, and unfathomable ancient runes with traces of Tao charm surged out. When the Lord Buddha comprehended the Tao, he understood the great Tao of Buddhism and carved the great Tao patterns of Buddhism. The sky was filled with the great Tao patterns of Buddhism, and Tao circled around the ancient lamp, and a mysterious Tao rhythm spread out. The primordial chaos energy that was formed from the primordial chaos energy was actually forced back by the principles of the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. However, this was only temporary. The primordial chaos energy that was repelled by the primordial chaos energy once again burned inwards. The countless runes of the Buddhist Tao around the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp immediately turned into nothingness, firmly suppressing the runes of the Buddhist Tao that were constantly rushing out of the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. No matter how powerful the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp was, or how its tricolored light was said to be able to light up the earth and illuminate the 9 underworlds, it still couldn't soar into the sky and escape. At this moment, Gu Fei had another plan in mind as he forcefully refined the 3 realms Buddhist lamp. His peerless, immortal body sat cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron, desperately gathering the endless life essence of the divine spring. At the same time, his divine soul had already split into a strand of primordial spirit. At the same time, he extracted the soul of the mountain and river cauldron and the soul of the violet gold divine sword at the same time. Finding an opportunity, he used the soul of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself and the soul of the violet gold divine sword to escape into the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. This ancient bronze Buddhist lamp had been refined by a saint of the extreme Tao. Even the primordial chaos, heavenly fire couldn't completely refine it. Only by entering the Buddhist lamp and erasing the wisp of primordial chaos, heavenly fire, would the lamp belong to him. Otherwise, this Buddhist lamp would forever belong to someone else. If he encountered an expert of equal strength, this kind of treasure that hadn't been refined into his own would not only not be able to display the power of the extreme Tao, it would even backfire and become a burden. Gu Fei would never let this happen. He had already made up his mind to erase the strand of primordial spirit left by the Buddhist Lord in the Buddhist lamp. After the avatar entered the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp, it realized that the void inside was boundless. This was a void refined by an almighty of the extreme Tao. It was as wide as one's heart could be. Up and down, left and right, since ancient times, it was like a real universe. To be enemies with one of the ancient extreme Tao almighties, the eternal Buddha Lord. It was no different from courting death by hanging himself. Even if it was a wisp of primordial spirit imprint in this ancient lamp, it was definitely not an existence that Gu Fei could contend against at this moment. However, the ancient lamp had been in the Naraka realm for an unknown number of years, and it had even been sealed by someone. The primordial spirit imprint in the ancient lamp could not be nourished by the true body, and it had always been in a state of continuous decline. The primordial spirit imprint only acted on instinct, and it lacked many divine abilities and transformations. As a result, it was naturally much easier to deal with. With Gu Fei's incomparably cautious and meticulous personality, although this matter was extremely dangerous, it wasn't that he didn't have some confidence in it. If he took the risk and succeeded, he would have a Buddhist weapon of the extreme Tao. If he failed, he would only lose an avatar. It was definitely worth a try. Moreover, the avatar that entered the ancient lamp had the soul of the cauldron of mountain and river and the soul of the purple gold divine sword to protect it. It shouldn't be a problem for it to escape unscathed. Gu Fei fixed the soul of the cauldron of mountain and river above his head. Hazy primordial chaos energy fell down. The soul of the cauldron of mountain and river also contained a strand of primordial chaos energy. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, he flew forward. Suddenly, there was a burst of Buddhist chanting between heaven and earth. Golden light shone brightly, and auspicious clouds lingered. The world suddenly changed, as if a Buddhist land had suddenly descended. Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, and a huge golden lotus platform appeared in front of him. On the lotus platform, a golden figure that was thousands of feet tall sat cross-legged. Is that the legendary Eternal Buddha Lord? Gu Fei hurriedly stopped in the void. He found that it was a golden Buddha. The Buddha was holding a flower with a smile, and there was a vast and merciful Buddhist power that could deliver all sentient beings from suffering. On the Buddha's left hand, there was an ancient bronze lamp that shone with 3 colors of Buddha light. That's the lamp soul of the 3 realms Buddhist lamp. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. As long as he erased the primordial spirit imprint left by the eternal Buddha and subdued the lamp soul, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp would be his. However, that golden Buddha seemed to be very difficult to deal with. The mighty aura of the golden body was comparable to that of a real Buddha. Even after countless years, this ancient bronze Buddhist lamp seemed to have not been taken away by others, because the primordial spirit imprint of the eternal Buddha still existed in the ancient lamp. Chapter 6:24. The sound of Sanskrit and Buddhist chants filled the air, as if there were thousands of Buddhas chanting. The golden Buddha in front of him emitted a golden Buddha light, illuminating the entire void. Heavenly flowers were falling, and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. This was a land of extreme bliss, auspicious and peaceful. In this place there were no worries or pain, no birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was the perfect scene of Buddha. The golden Buddha was holding a flower with a smile, delivering all sentient beings from suffering. Around the golden body, there were countless illusory images, as if there were countless reincarnation cycles, as if there were 3,000 worlds evolving. Gu Fei stood in this pure land. Although it was only a wisp of his divine sense, he could feel the peace and tranquility. It seemed like he didn't want to do anything and just wanted to stay here forever. Unexpectedly, he felt a sense of drowsiness, and his divine sense felt like it was about to fall into endless darkness. "Wake up!" Suddenly, a loud shout sounded in his heart. It was like a blow to his head, causing Gu Fei to wake up. He was horrified. This was a voice transmission from his main body. Gu Fei's divine sense that had entered the ancient bronze lamp had a strange connection with his main primordial spirit. When the divine sense showed any abnormalities, his main primordial spirit would immediately sense it and react. After the divine sense awakened, Gu Fei was shocked again. In that moment of absent-mindedness, he had actually arrived in front of the Golden Buddha and fell into an incomparably dangerous situation. In this peaceful place, there was danger everywhere. In this Buddhist land, there was also a great hidden danger. And that Golden Buddha was holding a flower with a smile, looking at him with a compassionate expression. I didn't expect to see the mountain and river cauldron again after so many years. The Buddha spoke, and the entire void shook with his words. Gu Fei only felt like there were countless giant bells ringing in his ears. The Buddha's voice shook his divine soul, giving him a terrifying feeling that his soul was about to scatter. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron's soul, floating above Gu Fei's head, gently vibrated. Primordial chaos qi poured out from the cauldron and fell down, protecting Gu Fei. Kill! Gu Fei didn't say much. He directly slashed at the Golden Buddha in front of him. The shocking sword qi suddenly broke out, and the tranquility and serenity of this peaceful pure land of ultimate bliss were immediately broken. Swish! The purple gold sword light, like a divine rainbow, rushed out from Gu Fei's hand. In an instant, it expanded to thousands of times, as if it was splitting the world in half, and directly fell on the head of the Golden Buddha. This is... The Golden Buddha, sitting cross-legged on the golden lotus throne, was shocked when he saw the sword light, and then he raised the Three Realms Buddhist lamp in his hand. Boom! The soybean-sized tricolored flame on the wick of the Three Realms Buddha lamp immediately erupted like a volcanic eruption, bursting out a dazzling tricolored Buddha light. Endless Buddha power surged out, and the tricolored Buddha light formed a tricolored light curtain, protecting the Golden Buddha in it. Bang! The purple gold sword light slashed fiercely on the layer of tricolored Buddhist radiance. The invincible and peerless sword light was repelled. Gu Fei's body shook violently, and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. The sword soul in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. A strand of the Buddhist Lord's soul imprint actually possessed such power? This was completely unexpected. However, the golden-bodied Buddha, sitting cross-legged on the Lotus Dharma platform, also suffered a great impact. The tricolored divine light shattered, and the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in his hand was almost extinguished. His 1,000-foot golden body trembled, and he almost fell off the Lotus Dharma platform. Why is his weapon in your hands? Could it be that you're his successor? The Buddhist Lord was extremely shocked. The purple gold divine sword seemed to make him even more fearful than the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and stopped his retreat in the air. With the mountain and river cauldron above his head and the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he used the 8 desolate steps. His battle intent surged as he closed in on the legendary Buddhist Lord. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and sword qi soared into the sky. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron was like a primordial divine mountain as it crushed through the air. Primordial chaos qi surged, and wherever it passed, the void would shatter. It was as if chaos was evolving. Although the strand of the Buddhist Lord's soul imprint wasn't a muddle-headed puppet that moved purely on instinct, It had gained some intelligence after millions of years. Seeing Gu Fei's power, the Golden Buddha couldn't help changing his expression. He knew that Gu Fei wanted to kill him and control the Buddhist lamp of the three realms. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to say more. He was a decisive person. Since he'd already made up his mind, he wouldn't change his mind. The Buddhist lamp of the three realms was his. Whoosh! The purple-gold sword light soared for 1,000 meters, slashing directly at the Buddhist lord. Shocking sword chi surged through the air, causing the world to shake violently. One flower, one world. The space inside the Buddhist lamp of the three realms refined by the Buddhist lord was like a real world of its own. The size of the world corresponded to the size of one's heart. The Buddhist lord chanted and stood up from the lotus throne. Melodious Buddhist hymns filled the air. The Buddhist lord's body bloomed with endless Buddhist light. He held the Buddhist lamp of the three realms in his hand and charged at Gu Fei. The two experts started a great battle in this illusory world. This was a battle between avatars. The one who lost would have his avatar destroyed. The Buddhist lord had disappeared for countless years. Perhaps he had already fallen. It didn't matter if the soul imprint in the Buddhist lamp of the three realms was destroyed. However, it was different for Gu Fei. If his avatar was destroyed, his primordial spirit would be affected as well. It might even be heavily injured. At this time, Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique was guarding outside. He used the mountain and river cauldron to seal the entire valley. The primordial flame, formed by the primordial energy, had already receded. The violet sun fire formation also collapsed. An ancient bronze Buddhist lamp hovered in the air, shaking violently. The bean-sized tricolored flame constantly flickered. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sky above the valley, staring at the ancient lamp in front of him with an incomparably grave expression. He knew exactly what was going on inside the ancient lamp, and he could feel what was going on inside. Without the nourishment of the main body, the primordial spirit of the Lord Buddha had weakened day by day. After countless years, it had lost most of its power. Gu Fei controlled the souls of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple-gold divine sword, and gradually suppressed the golden Buddha, Quan One. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron's soul soared into the sky. Then, like a primordial divine mountain, it pressed down on the golden Buddha. The primordial energy descended and froze this part of the void, causing the Buddhist lamp of the Buddha to pause. Even the cauldron soul was able to display the supreme power of the mountain and river cauldron. Swish! The violet gold sword light flashed. Taking advantage of the Buddha's opening, the golden Buddha was slashed into two halves and disappeared in the void. The old group is full. Those who want to talk to Xianxia, please add a new group. 11269273 Eternal Martial Sovereign. 763768881 Eternal Martial Sovereign Subgroup. Chapter 625. Gu Fei was not happy about killing the Buddha with a single strike. His expression was still extremely grave. After the Buddha was destroyed, the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp shot up into the sky, broke through the seal of the mountain and river cauldron, and flew into the distance. Gu Fei hurriedly held the purple-gold divine sword in his hand and used the 8 desolation steps. He chased after it as if he was teleporting. After the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp had flown for hundreds of miles, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the void in front of it without any warning. He stretched out his hand and took the Buddhist lamp. If I knew it, how could the trace of Lord Buddha's primordial spirit imprint in the Buddhist lamp be destroyed so easily? Gu Fei stopped when he was close to it. Buddhist light and vast Buddhist power lingered in front of him. A golden Buddha stood on a lotus altar, holding a 3-colored Buddhist lamp in his hand. He held the flower with a smile, and a peaceful aura spread between heaven and earth. The Buddha showed infinite mercy, but Gu Fei knew very well that mercy and peace were just a facade. It could even be said to be an illusion. Behind the mercy and peace was a great murderous intent. The sword just now did not really kill the golden Buddha, but Gu Fei discovered that the mighty Buddhist power of the Buddha in front of him was much weaker than before. It was obvious that his sword, just now, was not completely useless. Although it did not really destroy the trace of Lord Buddha's primordial spirit imprint in the ancient lamp, it had still impacted the primordial spirit imprint. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron rose into the sky and pressed down on the Supreme Buddha, who seemed to be standing in an extreme pure land. The void was shaking violently, and under the power of the mountain and river cauldron's soul, the entire space split open into pitch-black spatial cracks. The cauldron's soul displayed a great power that could suppress the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. It froze a part of the void, and a terrifying power descended from the mountain and river cauldron, almost causing the frozen void to collapse. The golden body Buddha's body was circulating with the power of the Buddha Tao. Countless Buddha Tao patterns appeared on the golden body, as though it was attracting the power of the great Tao to resist the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in the Buddha's hand also emitted endless three-colored Buddhist light, piercing through the void and illuminating heaven and earth. Gu Fei immediately felt as if his soul was being torn apart when the tricolored Buddhist light shone on him. The body formed by his avatar showed signs of collapsing. The Buddhist lamp of the three realms could light up the earth, illuminate the 9 underworlds, purify all souls, and was the nemesis of all souls, possessing unfathomable supreme power. Roar! Gu Fei, who was formed from his consciousness, roared out in rage. He could sense danger as he struck out once more. An extremely horrifying sword chi burst forth, blocking the incoming tricolored Buddha light. The void was cut apart. The purple-gold sword chi directly tore through the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack, and slashed at the Buddha, suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. The cauldron's soul displayed its supreme power, suppressing all directions. The Buddha could not escape at all. Where the sword chi passed, the golden body Buddha was once again slashed by Gu Fei's sword. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in the golden body Buddha's hand shook violently again, breaking through the sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron, and rushed out. The golden body Buddha that Gu Fei had slashed out once again appeared in the void and caught the ancient bronze lamp. Gu Fei didn't give chase immediately. Instead, he stood quietly in the void. He could sense that the Buddha power emanating from the golden Buddha's figure had weakened significantly again. The golden body Buddha was a trace of the primordial spirit imprint that the extreme path Buddha Lord had used to control the Buddhist lamp of the three realms. As long as the Buddha Lord held the Buddhist lamp, it complemented his real body, and he could use the infinite mysteries of this treasure. However, in ancient times, the world changed drastically, and a group of extreme path experts disappeared from the world. This ancient Buddhist lamp had fallen into the infernal realm, the world of death. Without the nourishment of the original body, the primordial spirit imprint gradually weakened. Now, after countless years, the primordial spirit imprint that the Buddha Lord had left in the Buddhist lamp was extremely weak and had lost most of its magical powers. How could it be a match for Gu Fei with the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron above his head? Fortunately, I was lucky enough to temporarily fuse with the Great Path imprint that day, and was able to refine the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron again, obtaining these two extreme path divine weapons. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do anything to the primordial spirit imprint of the Buddha Lord, even if I had to risk my life today. It seems that this is the will of heaven. The will of heaven wants me to obtain this ancient Buddhist lamp. Gu Fei rushed forward again, using the mountain and river cauldron to resist the Buddhist lamp of the three realms in the Buddha's hand. Then, the purple gold divine sword cut through the void and destroyed the golden body Buddha, formed by the primordial spirit imprint. At this time, the primordial spirit imprint of the Buddha Lord had been suppressed and had no power to fight back. It was constantly destroyed by Gu Fei's purple gold divine sword in the void. As long as he used this method to destroy the last trace of Yuan Qi contained in the primordial spirit imprint, this extreme path divine weapon of the primordial great path would truly have a new owner. Once the primordial spirit imprint of the Buddha Lord was erased, the Buddhist lamp of the three realms would no longer have anything to do with the legendary Buddha Lord outside the ancient Buddhist lamp. Gu Fei's original body sat cross-legged in the sky above the valley. His entire body was glowing with purple divine light, and the divine power of the immortal path surged. His eyes were closed, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The matter was settled. It was only a matter of time before Gu Fei refined the ancient Buddhist lamp. After all, the primordial spirit imprint in the ancient Buddhist lamp was left behind by the Buddha Lord. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, even if Gu Fei's avatar was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't dare to provoke the wisp of primordial spirit imprint left behind by the Buddha Lord. After the original body's primordial spirit sensed the situation inside the ancient lamp, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in front of him was still shaking violently, emitting endless Buddhist power. The tricolored Buddhist light illuminated the entire world. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the sky, releasing endless power that sealed the entire valley. Even though the cauldron's soul had entered the ancient lamp, the mountain and river cauldron could still display the terrifying power to suppress the mountains and rivers on the earth. The entire void under the mountain and river cauldron suppression was like a piece of divine iron. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp couldn't break through the power of the mountain and river cauldron and flew into the sky. What is Boss doing? 1,000 miles away, He Tian, who was watching the old turtle collect the divine spring of life, saw the sky full of dazzling tricolored Buddhist light in Gu Fei's direction, and the Buddhist power fluctuated unceasingly. He couldn't help but be surprised. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came from afar, followed by a miserable cry. He Tian hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a figure flying out from the area where the demonic qi was soaring. The figure flew across the void for dozens of miles and smashed into the forest below with a bang. The leaves in the forest were immediately blown away, and dust was flying everywhere. Did he fail again? Seeing this, He Tian didn't find it strange anymore. In the area where the demonic qi was soaring and the demonic Tao pattern was faintly discernible, a faint, illusory dragon shadow quickly disappeared into the ground. Ah! A strange cry was heard, and a figure rushed out of the forest. This person was covered in dust, and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely miserable. Outrageous. I don't believe that I can't collect this divine spring. The man yelled and rushed into the area filled with demonic qi again. Immediately, the area filled with demonic qi immediately emitted an extremely powerful wave of demonic qi, and the man's angry roars could be heard continuously. After half an hour, with a bang, the person who rushed into the area where the demonic qi was soaring was once again blasted out by a giant dragon shadow. This unlucky person was the old turtle. He had set up the demonic clan's formation to collect the divine spring of life he had chosen. However, the divine spring of life was really as difficult to collect as Gu Fei had said. Moreover, the old turtle was too greedy. The divine spring of life he had chosen was very extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary divine spring of life. Therefore, the old turtle was in a tragedy. The divine spring of life condensed the life essence and derived the earth dragon qi. The earth dragon qi had already taken shape and had some characteristics of the dragon vein. When the old turtle wanted to collect the divine spring of life, the earth dragon qi derived from the divine spring of life resisted instinctively. It took shape and fought against the old turtle. Although the dragon shadow formed from the earth dragon, qi wasn't a real dragon and didn't have any intelligence. Its attack power was comparable to that of an almighty. The old turtle exerted all his strength but still couldn't shake the earth dragon qi derived from the divine spring of life. Instead, he was covered in dust and was repeatedly blasted away by the dragon shadow formed from the earth dragon qi. Arg, this is infuriating. The old turtle rushed up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. He roared at the sky with a ferocious expression. "I don't believe that I can't subdue you." Saying that, the old turtle crazily rushed into the area enveloped by the demonic clan's formation. From his posture, it seemed that he was going to fight against the divine spring of life. Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this from afar. The old tortoise wouldn't be able to take this divine spring unless he had a great divine ability or a great technique. This was because what he wanted to take wasn't just a divine spring, but a dragon vein. In Li Xuandao's world, the energy was vast. Buddhist power and demonic power spread throughout the world. This situation lasted for 49 days. In the end, in the valley where Gu Fei was, endless tricolored Buddha light suddenly rushed out. The whole world was shaken as if the end of the world had come. Mahakala was incomparably shocked. When the three-colored Buddhist light was at its brightest and most resplendent, and when the Buddhist power was at its strongest, it suddenly converged, and the three-colored Buddhist light that filled the sky instantly vanished. Above the valley, Gu Fei stood up. The next moment, a long laugh rang through the sky. "Ha ha, this ancient lamp is finally mine." Gu Fei's avatar came out of the ancient lamp. The soul of the purple gold sword and the soul of the cauldron of mountains and rivers returned to their places. He saw the ancient bronze Buddha lamp that was refined by the Buddha Lord floating in front of him. A circle of water-like tricolored light enveloped his body, and incomparably moist, cool air instantly flowed through his body. He breathed on the Buddha lamp. The ancient bronze lamp, which was more than 3 feet tall, immediately spun and shrank to about 1 foot, falling into the palm of his hand. Gu Fei laughed heartily and played with it fondly for a while. Then, he formed a seal on it and raised the ancient bronze lamp. The soybean-sized, tricolor Buddhist light on the wick immediately burst out with a dazzling tricolor light. The entire world was bathed in the tricolor light. Chapter 626. After 49 days, Gu Fei finally destroyed the primordial spirit imprint left by the Buddha Lord in the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. The Buddhist lamp became an ownerless object. Gu Fei used his supreme immortal power to split his primordial spirit and planted a bit of true spirit in the Buddhist lamp. At this point, the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms was truly his and had nothing to do with the ancient Buddha Lord. Boom! The soybean-sized, tricolored flame erupted like a volcano, emitting a radiant tricolored Buddhist light. It was as if a tricolored sun was fixed in the sky, illuminating all directions. Wow, did the brat really succeed? At this time, the tricolored Buddhist light illuminated the entire inner world. Auspicious waves of Buddhist power spread throughout the sky and earth. The old tortoise shouted as he rushed out from a place filled with demonic chi. He looked at the tricolor divine light in the sky and was shocked. The Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms had been refined. Although this was within his expectations, it still shocked him greatly. At this time, the sun was hanging high in the sky, sprinkling down blazing sunlight. However, the Buddhist light fixed in the sky overshadowed the sun's radiance, causing it to lose its splendor. The inner world that Li Xuandao refined already had the embryonic form of a grand world. Stars began to appear in the sky. Day and night alternated, and the sun and moon rotated. To be able to refine the inner world to this extent, Li Xuandao was quite remarkable. Of course, this inner world was constantly being nourished by several springs of life, so it definitely had unlimited potential for growth. The Buddhist lamp was fixed high in the sky. Although it emitted an infinitely gentle Buddhist power, the old tortoise and Tian both felt their souls tremble. The ancient lamp shone brightly like a tricolored sun, emitting a powerful aura that made people shudder. The old tortoise was still fine. After all, he had recovered to the strength of a quasi-supreme existence. Tian, on the other hand, was much weaker. He felt as if he was facing an ancient Buddha and was in awe from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but want to kneel. His yin-yang skeleton was trembling, and he felt as insignificant as an ant. The Buddhist light was blazing and rushed into the sky. A supreme pressure swept across the entire inner world. It was as if a vast ocean had submerged the entire inner world, causing it to shake. Boom! The Buddha flame was vast and mighty, and the tricolor Buddha light became the only thing in the world. The Buddha lamp's aura rose to an unimaginable level. The power of the Buddhist weapon seemed to be endless, suppressing everything in the world. After that, the world became silent. The grass and trees didn't move. All sounds disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped. This part of the world was dead silent. This was the power of a supreme Buddhist artifact refined by an ancient Buddhist lord. Gu Fei wielded another supreme saint artifact. He soared into the sky, and wherever he passed, the boundless Buddhist light would open up a path for him. He directly flew up into the sky and plucked the ancient lamp that was fixed high up in the sky. Then, the endless Buddhist light quickly retreated like the tide. In an instant, the three-color Buddhist light that illuminated the world disappeared into the soybean-sized three-colored lamp. A simple and unadorned ancient bronze lamp appeared in Gu Fei's hand, causing the vast and terrifying pressure in the surroundings to dissipate. What a great loss, a great loss. Old Tortoise muttered to himself and fiercely scratched the messy hair on his head. He was a little regretful. Congratulations on refining the supreme treasure, boss. After the endless pressure retreated, He Tian immediately flew toward Gu Fei and congratulated him. This bootlicker, Old Tortoise couldn't help but feel a little disdainful when he saw He Tian's appearance. But he had no choice but to step forward and cup his hands at Gu Fei. Congratulations. Old Tortoise, what happened to you? Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and couldn't help but be shocked by his appearance. Old Tortoise's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his body was dirty from head to toe. His face was bruised and swollen, and there was even a bloodstain under his nose. The Old Tortoise was a little embarrassed. This was too shameful, too shameful. He couldn't tell Gu Fei that not only was he unable to collect the divine spring, but he was also covered in dirt. You old tortoise! Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. This guy must have suffered a great loss. How could the heavenly spring of life in this world be so easy to collect? Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit and integrated with Li Xuandao's soul memory. Naturally, he knew this world like the back of his hand. The heavenly spring of life in this world had long been refined by Li Xuandao's supreme magic power to become one with this world. How could it be so easy for Old Tortoise to collect a heavenly spring? Brat, could it be? You already knew that I couldn't collect the heavenly spring here, so you exchanged for the Buddhist lamp? Old Tortoise was not a fool and immediately came to a realization. I thought you already knew that the heavenly spring of life here had become one with this world, but it turns out that you didn't see anything. Gu Fei laughed. Old Tortoise was dumbfounded. He wanted to slap himself a few times. How could he have been so careless? How could he have made such a mistake? At this time, Old Tortoise's sorrow was intense. With his eyes, he should have been able to see it, but he was careless at this time. During these 49 days, apart from the heavenly spring in the valley where Gu Fei was, Old Tortoise had tried to collect the other heavenly springs. However, he found that even if there were one or two heavenly springs that did not produce Earth Dragon Chief and the Endless Life Essence, it was still difficult to collect them. Just as Gu Fei said, the heavenly spring had become one with the earth. Collecting the heavenly spring was equivalent to separating the void where the heavenly spring was located from this world. It was too difficult. With Old Tortoise's current cultivation and strength, he simply did not have the ability to separate a void from this world. I don't care. You got the Buddhist lamp, but I didn't get the divine spring. Brat, you have to give me a divine spring. The Old Tortoise was unhappy. He couldn't just let it go like this. I don't care. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and then said with a chuckle, Didn't you promise to take a heavenly spring that day? It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but there's nothing I can do if you can't take it. Roar. Old Tortoise looked up at the sky and roared. "Brat, if you don't get me a heavenly spring, I'm not done with you." Old Tortoise could not help but feel angry. He absolutely could not let a Buddhist lamp go to waste. After all, it was a supreme Buddhist artifact. Seeing that Old Tortoise was really angry, Gu Fei did not dare to provoke him anymore. He thought about it and said, "How about this? Aren't there a few more heavenly springs in the sacred land of the god race? You just need to collect one." "Ah, why didn't I think of that?" Old Tortoise's eyes lit up. He reached out and slapped his head. His anger immediately turned into joy. However, Old Tortoise immediately had some misgivings and said, "Those god race fellas." Old Tortoise had to have some misgivings. It should be noted that the god race patriarch Li Xianxia and supreme divinity Li Fan were stronger than Old Tortoise and were not to be trifled with. "Hee, aren't I the god race's ancestor now? If I give you a heavenly spring, who in the god race would dare to say no?" "You worry too much," Gu Fei said nonchalantly. His divine soul had entered Li Xuandao's supreme, immortal physique. He was Li Xuandao, and Li Xuandao was him. Other than the primordial great devil and the little monk Fan Xiao, no one could see through this. "Huh, good brat, good brother. I will remember this favor." Despite working for 49 days in vain, Old Tortoise was still very happy. "Big brother, since you have successfully refined the Buddhist lamp, shouldn't we leave now?" The silent He Tian suddenly asked. Although this part of the world was like a fairyland, there was nothing else besides some birds and beasts. Erebus was really bored to death in these 49 days. "Yes, brat, let's go." Old Tortoise agreed. This guy couldn't wait for Gu Fei to fulfill his promise, so he was even more eager to leave than He Tian. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and Old Tortoise. Then he said, "Now is not the time. I still have a Buddhist weapon to refine." Finished speaking, Gu Fei took out the bronze bell from his dantian. Buzz! The bell gently chimed in the wind. It was as if the world was filled with Sanskrit hymns and Buddhist hymns echoing in one's ears. This caused one's spirit to be refreshed and their spirits to be clear. Let me see." Old Tortoise was a little surprised to see this bronze bell. Gu Fei caught the bronze bell and handed it over to Old Tortoise. This bronze bell had green spots, as if it had been corroded, but it was still able to emit crisp and pleasant chimes. This kind of chime seemed to contain Buddhist power, like the lingering Sanskrit hymns and Buddhist hymns. It could purify one's soul and was the nemesis of all demons and ghosts. Old Tortoise took the bronze bell and carefully looked at it. It was only the size of a fist and was made of bronze. It was an ancient bronze bell. The bronze bell was dull, and there was nothing special about it. There were mysterious patterns on the body of the bell, as well as the vague shadows of countless Buddhas, but they were all blurry. "Where did you get this Buddhist bell?" Old Tortoise's eyes lit up as he looked at it. "If I'm not wrong, this is one of the 3 Buddhist weapons refined by the Buddhist Lord." "Yes, I got it from an ancient palace," Gu Fei answered. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist master refined 3 Buddhist artifacts: a saber, a bell, and a lamp. Each Buddhist artifact was a sacred object of the extreme Tao. To think that all 3 of the Buddhist sect's utmost treasures ended up in the hell Tao, said the Old Tortoise. He carefully held the ancient bronze bell, his voice trembling. 3 great Buddhist artifacts. Every single one of them had endless wondrous uses, possessing great power. Chapter 6:27. The fact that the ancient bronze bell was sealed had been confirmed by the Old Tortoise. Someone had used great Buddhist power to seal the ancient bronze bell. Although it had been eroded by time, the power of the seal still existed. The merciless passage of time could erase everything, turning the sea into mulberry fields. However, it could not erase the ancient bronze bell and the seal on it. It had to be said that the person who sealed the bronze bell was too heaven-defying. The power of the seal would not disappear with the passage of time. The Old Tortoise was experienced and knowledgeable. He would not be wrong. The ancient bronze bell was a supreme Buddhist weapon. It was one of the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. A lamp, a blade, and a bell. The Buddhist lamp illuminated the path ahead. The Buddhist commandment blade cut off all karma, and the bell cleanse the soul. The three supreme Buddhist weapons all had infinite magical uses and were the most precious treasures of Buddhism. Gu Fei wanted to refine this ancient bronze bell. He was not prepared to leave this world right now. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here was simply too dense. It provided him with an endless supply of heaven and earth spiritual qi to refine the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. Therefore, he threw a divine black iron order to the old tortoise, opened his inner world, and let the old tortoise and Hei Tian out. With the divine black iron order in hand, the Protoss would absolutely not dare to disrespect the old tortoise and Hei Tian. Even if the old tortoise wanted to collect a sacred spring, the Protoss would not dare to stop him. With the divine order in hand, the Hei Tian was like the arrival of the Protoss ancestor. Even Li Xianxia and Li Fan, the divine lord, did not dare to say anything. With the order in hand, the old turtle walked out of the fairyland and directly brought Erebus out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. At this time, outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, several divine race experts were gathered. Patriarch Li Xianxia, Hierarch Li Fan, Goddess Li Xian, God King Li Sheng, and God King Li Zun were all standing outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. As soon as they saw the old tortoise and Hei Tian coming out of the Purple Mansion, they quickly greeted them. Is the ancestor inside? We want to see the Grand Elder, Li Xianxia, the clan master of the celestial race, said to Old Tortoise. He seemed to have something urgent to discuss with Li Xuandao. The old turtle glanced at Li Xianxia. Now that he had the protection of the god race's ancestor, he didn't really care about the god race's patriarch. He said indifferently, "Your patriarch isn't inside." Seeing the old tortoise disrespect Li Xianxia, the others couldn't help but be displeased. Li Xianxia was the god race's patriarch, the person with the highest status in the god race besides the ancestor. Ignoring the god race patriarch was the same as ignoring the entire god race. In the world of death, the old monster was the first person who dared to ignore the divine clan master. However, no one in the divine clan would have thought that the old turtle was not the only one who dared to ignore the divine clan master. You old demon, show some respect. You need to know who you're talking to. Li Zun couldn't hold it in anymore and said to the old tortoise in annoyance, "TCH, you brat, I'm talking to your family's adults. If you have nothing to do, scram to the side." The old turtle disdainfully glanced at Li Zun. "When I was dominating the heavens and earth, you were still playing with sand." The old turtle thought to himself, "I don't even care about the god race patriarch, so why would I be afraid of divine King Li Zun?" Hearing the old turtle's words, everyone's expressions changed. Hierarch Li Fan snorted and took a step forward. A powerful aura rushed out of his body and directly pressed towards the old turtle. Boom! Hierarch Li Fan was like an ancient god descending. His step caused the entire mountain to shake. His long hair fluttered without any wind as he stared coldly at the old turtle. "Where's the ancestor?" Hierarch Li Fan asked. At this time, the god race's patriarch Li Xianxia's expression also became a bit unsightly. What are you being so fierce for?" The old turtle didn't care about these people at all. He didn't give them any face, even if they were the legendary successor of the supreme Tao ancestor. It had to be known that in ancient times, the old turtle was an almighty expert of the demon race. There were few who could match him in this world. At his peak, a single slap from him was enough to kill these so-called god race experts. After his cultivation dropped, he had no choice but to endure when facing people stronger than him. But he had already endured enough and didn't want to endure anymore. "Impudent!" Li Zun shouted and rushed over. "I've already endured you for a long time. You're just an old demon. What are you trying to do?" Li Zun directly reached out to grab the old turtle standing in front of the Zifu Immortal Palace. His 5 fingers flickered and divine power enveloped the void, covering the old turtle. Li Xianxia, Li Fan, and the others silently retreated. Only divine King Li Sheng frowned. This old turtle was a key figure in the god race's prophecy. If he was killed, who knew what terrible consequences would occur? Li Sheng had some misgivings and wanted to stop him. But at this time, the old turtle suddenly threw a black object towards Li Zun's large hand. What is that? Li Zun was immediately startled. He subconsciously grabbed the object in his hand. Divine power surged in his hand, and rays of divine light curled around it. Li Zun wanted to directly crush the object in his hand and then teach the old turtle a lesson. But when he exerted force, he found that the object in his hand was incomparably hard. It was difficult to crush it. Li Zun was extremely surprised. He was a divine king of the god race. The strength of a single grab was unbelievably strong. Even a piece of divine iron would be crushed by his grasp. Li Zun exerted force again and again, his divine power vast and mighty. But very quickly, his forehead was covered in sweat. The object in his hand was too hard. It was simply impossible to crush. It was even harder than real divine iron. Even Li Sheng and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Old Ghost, on the other hand, stood calmly on the steps in front of the purple mansion Immortal Palace. He sneered and looked at Li Zun with disdain. Li Zun helplessly opened his palm and saw a pitch-black iron token in his hand. When he saw the iron token, Li Zun's face turned extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. His hand shook, and the black metal plate in his hand almost fell from his hand. This is the God Race Patriarch Li Xianxia, Hierarch Li Fan, Divine King Li Xian, and Divine King Li Sheng couldn't help but be moved when they saw the black iron token in Li Zun's hand, the divine iron token. Li Zun's voice trembled. Once the divine iron token was taken out, it was like the arrival of a distant ancestor. The holder of the divine iron token could even command all the members of the god race apart from the god race patriarch. When they saw the divine iron token, the members of the god race were shocked and puzzled. Why would their ancestor give the divine iron token to an outsider? This was too unbelievable. Seeing the token was like seeing the ancestor. This was not child's play. In the god race, the divine iron token had supreme authority. Sometimes, it was even more effective than the words of the god race patriarch. Once the divine iron token was taken out, all immortals and deities would bow their heads. We're being rude. I hope the distinguished guest won't stoop to the level of the younger generation. At this time, Hierarch Li Fan quickly withdrew the powerful aura emitted from his body and bowed respectfully to the old turtle. Why haven't you returned the divine iron token to our esteemed guest? The god race patriarch Li Xianxia looked at Li Zun and said in a deep voice. He was very unhappy. The appearance of the divine iron token had directly challenged his authority as the god race patriarch. However, Li Xianxia was helpless. Since the old turtle had the divine iron token, even the god race patriarch would not dare to do anything to him. Yes. At this time, Li Zun suddenly woke up from his shock. He hurriedly held the divine iron token and carefully walked forward before respectfully handing it over to the old turtle. Li Sheng could not help but show a disdainful expression when he saw Li Zun's change from arrogance to deference. This guy only bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was definitely a treacherous villain. Now that the old turtle had offended such a person, there would be some trouble in the future. Humph! The old tortoise disdainfully looked at Li Zun and then took the divine metal command from him. Slap yourself 9 times and then scram. The old tortoise also didn't like Li Zun and coldly spoke. A cold light flashed in Li Zun's eyes when he heard this. This old demon. Li Zun took a deep breath. His chest was about to explode from anger. He was furious. However, he did not dare to resist. He obediently gave himself 9 resounding slaps on the face. After he was done, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Li Zun's body trembled from anger. This was a great humiliation. Furthermore, it had happened in front of Li Xian. Li Zun was so ashamed that he almost couldn't help but want to fight the old turtle. If looks could kill, then the old turtle would have been killed countless times by Li Zun. Li Zun's cheeks immediately swelled up, but he endured it in the end. He did not dare to say anything to the old turtle, but he hated the old turtle to death in his heart. Humph! The old turtle did not care about what Li Zun was thinking. He turned a blind eye to Li Zun's murderous gaze. After Li Zun finished slapping himself 9 times, the old turtle coldly snorted and left the holy mountain with He on. Seeing this, Li Zun almost vomited blood in anger. This old demon, Li Xianxia, Li Fan, and the others looked on in shock. No one said anything. The old tortoise had the godly metal token in his hand, so no one said anything. If the old tortoise didn't buy it, it would make them lose face. Seeing the old turtle leave, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! Li Zun gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear the old turtle apart. However, he could only watch as the old turtle left and did not dare to make a move. That genuine godly metal badge was not a joke. The distant ancestor's position in the God Clan was absolutely supreme. Even the clan leader of the God Clan had to submit to the distant ancestor and listen to his orders. The godly metal badge of the distant ancestor also had supreme authority in the God Clan. Because Li Xianxia and the others knew the meaning of the godly metal badge, they were extremely shocked. They could not understand why the ancestor would give the godly metal badge to an outsider. Friends who want to communicate with Liang San, please join the group. 1126927 Indestructible Martial Sovereign. 763768881 Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Liang San looks forward to your presence. Chapter 628. Li Xianxia and the others were still waiting outside the Violet Immortal Palace, waiting for their ancestor Li Xuandao to appear. They knew that Li Xuandao had already refined his inner world. At this time, Li Xuandao should be in his inner world. If he didn't come out, no one could do anything to him, let alone let him know what was happening outside. Hierarch Li Fan anxiously asked Li Xianxia, "What should we do? Apart from the ancestor, no one could do anything about it. What else can we do?" Li Xianxia said helplessly. The divine race was facing an unprecedented crisis. All eyes in the world of death were focused on the divine race's sacred land. Some people even saw the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk outside the sacred land. All the experts in the world of death were eyeing the place where the 9 dragons competed for the pearl. That was the center of the world of death. The prophecy passed down by the Supreme Tao ancestor had come true. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and devils had appeared in the world of death. The world of death was about to change. Li Xianxia and the others were worried that the restrictions outside the sacred land wouldn't be able to stop the little monk Fan Xiao and the primordial great devil. If those two were to attack the sacred land, the divine race would be in danger of extinction. Moreover, there were signs that many powerful unknown creatures had gathered outside the sacred land. They seemed to be waiting and didn't attack the restrictions. A storm was coming, and it was an unprecedented storm. The 9 black stone pillars had stood on the periphery of the holy land of the god race for countless years. Except for the ruthless man who had successfully reversed life and death and was reborn from flesh and blood, no one else could break the restrictions on the periphery of the holy land of the god race. It was precisely because of the existence of the 9 pillars that the divine race was able to survive the invasion of Death Chi. Countless years had passed, but the divine race was still the most powerful race in the world of death. Not long after the old turtle left, a sudden burst of demonic energy erupted in the distance. The terrifying waves of demonic energy immediately alerted everyone in the sacred land. What's going on? Outside the Violet Immortal Palace, Li Xianxia and the others couldn't help but be startled. What was the old turtle doing? Did someone attack Old Tortoise and the others? That direction. Could it be? Li Xing suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. The expression on his face gradually became a little strange. "It's the divine spring of life," Li Xianer exclaimed. "He wants to take the divine spring of life. Damn it, he's destroying the spirit root of our god race." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. Li Zun was even angrier as he roared, "Patriarch, give the order. That old demon has gone too far." Immortal energy surged around Li Zun's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his killing intent soared to the sky. As long as Li Xianxia gave the order, he would attack immediately. He hated the old tortoise to the bone and wished he could destroy the old tortoise. Don't act rashly, Saint Li quickly warned. What, Saint Li, could it be that you want to protect that old demon? Li Zun said in a stern voice. I know. That old demon was brought back by you. Could it be that you are in cahoots with him? Li Zun had always been at odds with Saint Li. This was already an open secret in the god race. Li Zun took advantage of this opportunity to accuse Saint Li of betraying the god race. Li Zun, how could Saint Li not understand the meaning behind Li Zun's words? He was also angry. This Li Zun was really too hateful. Li Zun, don't talk nonsense. Li Xianxia couldn't help but frown and scold Li Zun when he saw the two fellows' red faces. Now that the god race was facing a crisis of life and death, they couldn't afford to be the first to fall into chaos. The god race's patriarch Li Xianxia was a little displeased. This Li Zun actually asked him to give the order. Wasn't that asking him to challenge the authority of the distant ancestor? That old demon had the divine iron token of the distant ancestor. Saint Li, you have some friendship with that old demon. Go and take a look. Also, pass down my order. All God race members are not to act rashly. If anyone dares to disobey, they will be punished according to the clan's rules. Yes. Saint Li quickly accepted the order and left. At this time, there were already many God race experts who had been alarmed and rushed in the direction of the demon aura. At this time, Gu Fei was in Li Xuandao's inner world. He was setting up a divine formation, drawing in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all directions. He was fully focused on refining the ancient bronze bell. The mountain and river cauldron hung high above his head, stabilizing the void. The violet gold divine sword protected his body, sword light pulsing. Gu Fei didn't hesitate to use a heaven-defying secret technique to rise to the sky, infinitely increasing his strength and breaking the seal on the bronze bell. When the seal was broken, the ancient bronze bell immediately emitted a golden Buddhist light. A melodious bell chime resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The entire inner world seemed to be filled with Sanskrit sounds, and countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. The heavens and earth were peaceful and tranquil. The sound of the bell could cleanse one's soul and make one's mind clear. Gu Fei felt comfortable, as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. His divine soul seemed to have become more solid and powerful. This Buddha bell had endless magical effects. It could turn killing into peace and dispel all the demon aura between heaven and earth. It was the nemesis of all evil spirits in the world. After Gu Fei broke the seal of the Buddha bell, he began to erase the real spirit brand left by the Buddha Lord in the Buddha bell. The method was no different from refining the Three Realms lamp. He separated his divine soul and extracted the mountain and river cauldron soul and the violet gold divine sword soul. He directly rushed into the bronze bell to destroy the real spirit brand of the Buddha Lord. Just as Gu Fei was displaying the supreme divine technique in the inner world and refining the Buddha bell with all his strength, a small disturbance occurred in the holy land of the god race. With the help of the godly metal token, the old turtle chose a divine spring of life in the sacred ground of the god clan. He then carved countless Tao patterns of the demon clan around the divine spring of life, intending to move the divine spring of life into his inner world. All the Protoss were alarmed and gathered towards the area where the divine spring was located. Some of the Protoss even directly attacked the old tortoise and were beaten black and blue by the old tortoise. They were in a sorry state. The old turtle purposely did not take out the divine metal token to teach these high and mighty Protoss a lesson. In front of the old turtle's quasi-almighty strength, unless it was a peak godly king stage Protoss powerhouse, no one was the old turtle's opponent. Bang! Old tortoise punched a middle-aged man in the chin, sending him tumbling in the air. Pa! Another slap sent a black-haired youth into a daze, causing him to fall to the ground. The old turtle had easily defeated 2 God race members. Some of the God race members who had already arrived were shocked and did not dare to rashly move forward. Under the ground, there were countless demon marks looming. A divine spring filled with spiritual chi was surrounded by layers of demon marks. The demon marks aroused the power of heaven and earth, imprisoning the void where the divine spring was located. Swish! A silhouette rushed over from afar and caught the screaming middle-aged man who was sent flying. Then, the silhouette put him aside and walked towards Old Tortoise. The young man who was slapped by Old Tortoise was also caught by someone. "Brother Turtle, please have mercy." The newcomer walked over to the Old Turtle and cupped his hands. This person was Divine King Lisheng, who had come under orders. At this time, no less than 100 God Race members had gathered near the Divine Spring. All of them were furious. This old demon actually wanted to take the Divine Spring and cut off the spirit root of the God Race's holy land. Erebus had long since sensed that the situation wasn't in his favor and had hidden somewhere. It should be known that this ruffian skeleton's cultivation had not yet broken through to the Emperor realm. A God Race member at the great perfection of the immortal God realm could beat him up. The Old Turtle was also unwilling to take out the Divine Iron Token to suppress these God Race members. If those God Race members swarmed over, wouldn't his bones be torn apart by them? Not at all, not at all. The Old Turtle smiled mischievously. He had defeated 2 God Race members in a row and didn't seem to care at all. Divine Kingly, this old demon actually wants to take the divine spring of our God Race's holy land. He really deserves to die. A black-bearded, middle-aged man in blue clothes came forward and said. The black-bearded man's divine power was vast and mighty, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He was definitely a God Race member who had already stepped into the Divine King realm. Lisheng glanced at the black-bearded man and did not answer. Instead, he shouted to the God Race members who had gathered around, "The Patriarch has ordered everyone not to act rashly. Disperse." What's going on? Are we just going to let that old demon take away our divine spring? The surrounding God Race members couldn't help but look at each other when they heard that. They became somewhat agitated, but no one dared to disobey the Patriarch's order. Although these God Race members were dissatisfied, some of them also began to leave. Very quickly, there were only 5 or 6 people left in the sky above the Divine Spring. These 5 or 6 God Race members were all experts of the God Race. They were either Divine Kings or Quasi-Divine Kings. Did you not hear what I said? Seeing that the 5 or 6 God Race members were unwilling to leave, Lisheng's expression immediately became gloomy. Want to know why? An old man with a white beard and white eyebrows walked out and coldly swept his gaze over the nonchalant Old Turtle, then looked at Lisheng. Because he has the Divine Iron Token, Lisheng said coldly. The 5 or 6 God Race members were stunned when they heard that. They immediately turned around and left without looking back. At least you know what's good for you. The Old Turtle scolded. Among the God Race, you're still the most pleasing to the eye. The Old Turtle went forward and patted Lisheng's shoulder. At this time, that fellow He Tian had come out of nowhere. Fuck, when you're in trouble, you run faster than a rabbit. The Old Turtle kicked He Tian, who had walked up to him. Chapter 629. The Divine Race knew that Old Tortoise had the Divine Iron Token of Li Xuandao, so they all retreated. No one dared to challenge Li Xuandao's authority. After Sagely left, Old Tortoise went all out. He carved demonic runes, sealed the void, and attracted the power of heaven and earth to gradually cut off the connection between the divine spring and the sacred land. Xianxia was right. Old Tortoise was cutting off the spiritual root in the sacred land of the Divine Race. One should know that the divine spring of life was extremely precious and could fill an area with vitality. The reason why the sacred land of the Divine Race was the only place full of vitality in the entire world of death was because of the existence of the 3 divine springs. Now that Old Tortoise was going to take one, it directly shook the foundation of the sacred land of the Divine Race. A large amount of spiritual energy would be lost, and even the scope of the sacred land of the Divine Race would shrink. The hundreds of God Clan members were furious, but they didn't dare to speak. They hated Old Tortoise and He Tian to the core. If it weren't for the Divine Metal Token, These hundreds of God Clan members would have swarmed over and torn Old Tortoise and He Tian apart. Gu Fei was refining the bronze bell in the inner world, while Old Tortoise was collecting the divine spring in the sacred land of the divine race. Both of them were extremely busy. Old Tortoise was simply a robber. He was robbing the spiritual root of the divine race in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of many divine race members. Why did the ancestor give the divine iron token to this old demon? Could it be that this old demon's behavior had already been approved by the ancestor? After some divine race members calmed down, they could not help but speculate. This was too abnormal. Why did the ancestor allow this hateful old demon to run amok in the sacred land of the divine race? They could not figure it out. They really could not figure it out. In the God race, there was no lack of outstanding talents. However, even these proud sons of the heavens could not understand what was going on even if they scratched their scalps. No one in the divine race would have thought that all the problems were caused by their distant ancestor, Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao was no longer the original Li Xuandao. At this time, in a desolate valley thousands of miles away from the God race's holy land, the demon Qi was vast and mighty. A demonic aura that made everything in the world tremble spread out from the valley. The entire valley was shrouded in demonic aura. There seemed to be a huge demonic shadow looming in the midst of the surging demonic aura. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from within the valley. Rumble! An extremely powerful force burst out from within the valley. The entire valley was shaking. The roar shook the entire world. After that, the mountains around the valley began to melt like snow. A destructive power surged out from the valley, destroying and erasing everything. Dust soared high into the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. A terrifying aura filled the air. Demonic Qi swept across the land, turning the surrounding 1,000 miles into a demonic domain. I've finally succeeded in connecting the demonic diagram. Even if the Buddha himself comes, I won't be afraid. A vast voice, like a heavenly voice, spread throughout the heavens and earth. On a tall mountain thousands of miles away, the little monk dressed in white opened his eyes and glanced in the direction where the demonic energy was coming from. True demoning Tian has returned. Little monk Fan Xiao said expressionlessly before closing his eyes to meditate again. Earth demoning Tian. The nameless old monk who was sitting behind little monk Fan Xiao said this and didn't speak anymore. At the peak of the mountain, the Buddha's power was boundless, blocking the dark clouds and mist above. Between the sky and the earth, there seemed to be two Buddhas appearing in the void. Rumble! Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from afar. Above the sky, endless demonic aura was surging. Then, the demonic aura covered the sky and the earth, surging towards the mountain. Boom! A huge demonic diagram appeared in the demonic aura. The entire world was about to collapse. This was the true power of the demonic diagram. When the diagram shook, even the sky was shaking. On top of the diagram, a terrifying silhouette stood, surrounded by demonic aura. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He looked majestic. It was the primordial demon. After reconnecting the demonic diagram, he immediately came to settle the score with little monk Fan Xiao. That day, he was chased by little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk until he was in an extremely sorry state. Now was the time to take revenge. Ing Tian, the Earth Demon Lord, was a great demon of his generation. He was an unparalleled figure. Even though he was trapped by the Buddha Lord and the Tao ancestor for countless years, he was still powerful enough to look down on the world. His demonic power was unpredictable. The demonic diagram shook the sky. The demonic power was overwhelming. The mountain was shaking and terrifying cracks appeared on the mountain, as if it could collapse at any time. Little monk Fan Xiao died. A loud voice rang out from the demonic clouds. Then, a demonic diagram rushed out from the demonic clouds and rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire world. Endless demonic energy poured down from the demonic diagram. The power of destruction tore through the void and shattered the world, as if it could destroy everything. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain that little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk were on finally collapsed. As the dust rose into the sky, a dark green saber light soared up and slashed at the demonic diagram that was enveloping it. Auspicious Buddhist power surged in the world. Little monk Xianxia made his move. The green jade ring blade broke through the layers of demonic energy and collided with the demonic diagram. The demonic diagram shook and the dark green blade light shattered. However, the demonic diagram's downward momentum was also stopped. The demonic diagram and the Buddha blade collided head-on and seemed to be evenly matched. Rumble, the remaining power that was released, swept out in all directions. Mountains crumbled one after another, and the ground within a radius of a few hundred miles shook violently like waves. A Buddhist chant sounded from below. Two balls of golden Buddhist light, like golden suns, blocked off the layers of demonic energy and rose up from below. The auspicious Buddhist power dispelled the murderous aura in the world. Roar! Little monk Xianxia, didn't you have a lot of fun hunting me down? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being hunted down. The Earth Demon Lord, Ying Tian, stepped on the demonic diagram. Boundless demonic might surged out from the demonic diagram, rushing towards little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk. A terrifying demonic energy was emitted from the demonic diagram, and a demonic mountain rushed out from it, crashing towards little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk. Under the pressure of the demonic mountain, the space between heaven and earth crumbled, turning into chaos. Buddha is with me, little monk Xianxia bellowed. He stretched out his right hand and pressed upwards. In his palm, a swastika appeared. Boom! Chapter 630. Little monk Xianxia unleashed a supreme Buddha might and soared into the sky. Buddha and I were one. He struck out with the legendary Buddha sect's great mystic art, heavenly Buddha palm. The vast palm force directly shook the heaven-devouring demon diagram that covered the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The devil diagram shuddered violently as a hazy world emerged from it, swallowing the heavenly Buddha palm's palm force into the middle world of the diagram. Surging demonic chi swept down once again. Do you really think you're a Buddha? The Earth Archdevil Lord, Ying Tian, stood on the devil diagram, barking. His body was shrouded in a devilish light, and the terrifying devilish energy that burst out from his body directly shattered the void around him into a chaotic mess. Roar! Suddenly, a series of roars came from the devil diagram. Then, 9 ferocious devil dragons rushed out from the diagram, pouncing towards little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder rumble, 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 rumble the sky. Terrifying black lightning bolts rushed out from the devil diagram, forming a terrifying sea of lightning that bombarded the area below. The devilish energy was strong to the extreme, shattering the void and collapsing the heavens and earth. The complete devil diagram displayed a terrifying devilish might, as if it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Little monk Xianxia chanted Buddha's name, directly slashing the void with his saber. A 10,000 zhang long spatial crack instantly appeared between him and the devil diagram. The spatial crack was like a horrifying mouth that swallowed the 9 demonic dragons and the endless demonic lightning. Good move. The Earth Archdevil Lord, Ying Tian, couldn't help but admire little monk Xianxia's move. It was too brilliant to be able to draw all his attacks into the void. Right at this moment, the little monk Xianxia slashed through the void again. Just when the Earth Demon Lord thought that Xianxia was going to use a Buddhist mystic art, the little monk and the nameless old monk jumped into the crack in space by themselves. Not good. Seeing this, the Earth Archdevil Lord was shocked. He controlled the devil diagram to descend from the sky, trying to stop little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk from entering the spatial crack. Swoosh! With a flash of Buddhist light, The little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk disappeared into the crack in space. They had already teleported away. The archdevil Lord Tian was still a step too late. Roar! Cunning bastard! The Earth Archdevil Lord, Tian, roared in rage. His devilish diagram danced, shattering a part of heaven and earth. To think that the little monk Xianxia actually managed to escape. This infuriated him even more. After venting his anger for a while, the Earth Demon Lord, Tian Kong, put away the demon diagram and rode the demon cloud toward the land of sealed demons. In the blink of an eye, the billowing demon Qi disappeared from the dusky world. 10,000 miles away, the space suddenly began to tremble. Ripples began to form in the air like water. Following a flash of golden light, two figures walked out of the space. A skinny old monk and a little monk in white with white teeth and red lips appeared in the sky. A peaceful aura immediately spread from the two of them, causing the world that was filled with the aura of death to have a hint of calmness. Why did you retreat? The skinny old monk placed his palms together and said to the little monk. His voice wasn't loud, nor was it pleasant to the ears. However, it was like a Buddhist chant, calming the hearts of those who heard it. It wasn't a lie that the Buddha possessed the power to deliver all living beings from suffering. Every word and action of the Buddha was filled with infinite compassion, able to influence all living beings in the surroundings. That demon lord's strength is on par with ours. If both of us were to suffer, wouldn't that be giving the brat an advantage? The little monk Xiao's gaze was incomparably deep. The nameless old monk nodded and said no more. They had already successfully merged with the Buddha Sariras in their bodies. It was as if the Buddha was with them, allowing their cultivation to be infinitely close to the realm of Buddha. The ancient Buddhist Lord had left behind a contingency plan in the path of hell. The path of hell, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, was something he would never leave behind for others. The little monk Xiao and the nameless old monk undoubtedly had the advantage of the right time, place, and people when they were fighting for this piece of land. Furthermore, they had also obtained the inheritance of the Buddha's power. We just need to watch from aside. Let the demon and the kid walk into the place where the 9 dragons fight for the pearl and die in the heaven and earth killing trap. Won't that save us a lot of trouble? Little monk Xiao said indifferently. Why don't we enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl now? The nameless old monk asked in confusion. They had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha and had the guidance of the Buddha. It wasn't impossible for them to enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl and obtain the divine pearl of the world origin. There's no hurry. If we want to enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl, the Shun clan will definitely be alerted. That brat will definitely not let us enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl so easily, the little monk Xiao said. The brat he was referring to was Gu Fei. Gu Fei had stolen Li Xuandao's Dao fruit and possessed Li Xuandao's body. His strength was not inferior to theirs. Moreover, they could already tell that Gu Fei had mastered some kind of secret technique that could instantly increase his strength by 10 times. Even the Jadebone demon, who dared to attack the Earth Demon Lord, was defeated by him. The little monk Xiao was very wary of Gu Fei. That demon is heading towards the place of sealing demons. Is he trying to reconstruct his demon body? The little monk Xiao seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at the place of sealing demons. What should we do? If that demon succeeds in reconstructing his demon body, he will become even stronger. The nameless old monk could no longer maintain his composure. Let him struggle. Even if he recovers his former cultivation, he will still be buried in the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl. The little monk Xiao said calmly. He seemed very confident in the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl. The little monk Xiao and the nameless old monk then disappeared into the void. They wanted to be the aureole behind the mantis. Although they had received guidance from the Buddha, they were not in a hurry to enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl. Time flew by. Dozens of days had passed unknowingly. The old tortoise had successfully stored the divine spring of life in the sacred land of the Shun clan into his inner world. The spiritual energy in the sacred land of the Shun clan had inevitably weakened. The Shun clan members were angry, but they dared not say anything. Even the Shun clan lord, Xianxia, did not ask about it. After collecting the divine spring, the old tortoise and the Hei Tian began to wander around the sacred land of the Shun clan. As a result, there were a series of robberies in the sacred land of the Shun clan, whose divine fruit that had been cultivated for thousands of years had been plucked, whose ambrosia had disappeared, and whose treasure vault had been ransacked. Things that had never happened before happened one after another in a short span of a dozen days. For a time, everyone in the sacred land of the Shun clan was in danger. Everyone knew who the culprit was, but those who had lost their things had to swallow their anger. Chapter 631. The Protoss were hoping that their distant ancestor, Li Xuandao, would come out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the two continued to wreak havoc, there would never be a day of peace in the sacred land of the Protoss. Old Tortoise and Hei Tian relied on the Shantai token in their hands, so they did and thought about things that they dared not do or think about. Old Tortoise even shamelessly teased the only goddess king of the Protoss, Li Xianxia, causing her pursuers to want to blast him into pieces whenever they saw him. Of course, Old Tortoise and Hei Tian dared not go overboard. If the Protoss powerhouses could not bear it and attack them at the risk of being punished by the Patriarch, they would definitely be the unlucky ones in the end. Apart from collecting the heavenly spring of life that day, Old Tortoise and Hei Tian did not do anything earth-shattering. Even so, they were listed as the most unwelcome people by the Protoss. Boring, so boring. Old Tortoise and Hei Tian were walking in a fairyland-like mountain. Old Tortoise was dragging a white jade wine jar. The rich aroma of the wine filled the air. On a distant mountain peak, a white-haired old man's eyes turned red. That was the divine wine that he had painstakingly brewed. He had not drunk a drop, but it was stolen by that damned old demon. What made the old man most aggrieved was that even though he knew that Old Tortoise had stolen it, he still pretended that nothing had happened. It was so infuriating. Senior, that old man seems to want to fight you to the death. Hei Tian followed behind Old Tortoise like a little follower. He sensed an undisguised, murderous intent coming from the distant mountain peak. How dare he? The Old Tortoise took out the godly metal token from his bosom and waved it in front of the old man on the mountain peak. Then, he proudly raised the wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After that, he proudly walked forward. Roar! An angry roar came from the distant mountain peak. The old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he eventually resisted the urge to attack. Shantai token. The old man's face became incomparably hideous. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and disappeared from the mountain. Hei Tian followed behind Old Tortoise in fear. This Old Tortoise was truly unscrupulous. He couldn't imagine what would happen to them if they lost the godly metal token. Soak in the divine spring, The Old Tortoise drank the immortal brew and hummed a tune as he leisurely walked toward a valley in front of him that emitted waves of life aura. The holy land of the God clan depended entirely on the nourishment of the three divine springs of life. That was why it could create a lively area in this world of death. After Old Tortoise moved one of the divine springs into his inner world, the spirit energy in the sacred land of the gods became much weaker. The spirit energy of heaven and earth was no longer as dense. However, there were still two divine springs in the god race's holy land. This place was full of vitality, and it wouldn't be depleted of spiritual energy. It could still exist in this world filled with the aura of death. Soak in the divine spring. Upon hearing this, the soul fire in Hei Tian's skull immediately throbbed violently. His bones were now covered in blood, and he needed a large amount of life essence to refine his bones and revitalize them. The two ruffians, one old and one young, walked straight toward the valley where the divine spring was located as if there was no one else around them. They simply ignored the murderous gazes shooting at them from all directions. Almost everyone in the divine race was paying close attention to these two scourges. Seeing that these two scourges were actually walking towards the other divine spring, everyone became nervous. If that old demon dared to covet that divine spring, the god race would definitely not tolerate it anymore. If Old Tortoise took another divine spring, there would probably be great changes in the sacred land of the god race. Even the patriarch of the god race, Xianxia, could not sit still. Fortunately, nothing that would make the god race flip out happened in the end. The evil Old Tortoise and Tian merely walked into the divine spring and soaked in it comfortably. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Gufei was fully focused on refining the Buddha bell in his inner world. He had no idea that Old Tortoise and Tian were living comfortably outside because they had the divine iron token in their hands. Dawn! Suddenly, a melodious bell rang in the inner world. The sound of the bell could cleanse one's soul and spread to every corner of the inner world. Like the evening drum and morning bell, it gave people a sudden feeling of enlightenment. Within the sound of the bell, there seemed to be Buddha chanting sutras and endless Sanskrit chanting lingering. There was peace and harmony between the heaven and earth. This was the might of the grand Tao of Buddha. It possessed boundless auspiciousness and benevolence, and it was like the tune of the heavens that delivered all living beings from suffering. It coiled around the heavens and the earth, causing all living beings that heard the sound of the bell to be affected and transform their ruthlessness into auspiciousness. The melodious sound of the bell lasted for a full hour before it gradually disappeared. Gufei sat cross-legged above the valley with the bronze bell in his hand. He actually looked somewhat like an enlightened monk. The life essence of the spring in the valley below was no longer as exuberant as before. After refining two Buddhist treasures, endless life essence was drawn out. The lush flowers and trees around the spring had already withered and turned yellow. Although a large amount of life essence had been lost, the divine spring in the valley did not dry up. Traces of life essence still seeped out. In time, the flowers and trees that were nourished by the life essence would be revitalized. Gufei opened his mouth and inhaled. He swallowed the bronze Buddha bell that was surrounded by Buddhist light into his body. Then he stood up. He was refreshed and did not feel the slightest tiredness from refining the Buddhist artifacts for dozens of days. The mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold godly sword, half of the peerless ominous saber, and the two Buddhist artifacts. I now have 5 supreme treasures. It's time to enter the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Gufei murmured. Now that he had control over 5 extreme Tao treasures, his confidence was greatly boosted. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from afar. Following that, a vast energy fluctuation could be felt from afar. In an instant, the entire inner world trembled for a moment. This is... Gufei suddenly thought of something and was immediately shocked. Swoosh! His figure disappeared in the void. In the next moment, he appeared above another divine spring 1,000 miles away. At this moment, the spirit gathering formation that he laid down collapsed in shock. It was obvious that the terrifying energy that had just erupted had directly destroyed the spirit gathering formation. Rumble! The heavens and earth were shaking. At the center of the spirit gathering formation, a dazzling 5-colored divine light bloomed. A powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate spread out from the divine light. Gufei could vaguely see that in the divine light, there seemed to be countless 5-colored stars shining. The extremely powerful power of the 5 elements caused the earth to tremble. My fleshly body. Gufei's expression changed. His fleshly body seemed to have undergone some changes. This caused Gufei to be pleasantly surprised. Under the endless spiritual qis tempering, his fleshly body seemed to be on the verge of metamorphosis. Chapter 632. Swoosh! The immortal Tao divine eye emerged from between Gufei's eyebrows. A hazy divine light pierced through the void and swept forward. The divine eye's strange power could see through all illusions. The dazzling 5-color divine light couldn't stop Gu Fei's immortal Dao Divine Eye. The immortal Dao Divine Eye directly looked into the five-color divine light. The divine light was like a five-colored divine egg. A figure was sitting cross-legged inside the egg. The divine spring had already dried up. There was no longer any life essence coming from it. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw this. The divine spring of life, which contained endless life essence, had actually dried up. It was unbelievable. Needless to say, the reason why the divine spring had dried up was definitely related to his martial body. Gu Fei already knew that for his martial body to undergo another transformation, it would require endless heaven and earth spiritual qi. Perhaps it was because he had completely absorbed the life essence of the divine spring that his martial body showed signs of transformation. The endless heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered by the spirit gathering array had caused the vegetation in the area to wither. The divine spring had also lost all its life essence. Gu Fei sensed that his martial body contained a terrifying power that was as vast as the ocean. At this moment, his 365 meridians were as bright as the five-colored stars. The endless five elemental essence was majestic, becoming the only thing between heaven and earth. The void of the 365 meridians was now filled with an enormous amount of five elemental essence. The five elemental essence flowed out and turned into divine light that rushed out of Gu Fei's body. It was as if the 365 five-colored stars were fixed on Gu Fei's body. Every inch of his muscles and every bone in his martial body was surging with five-colored light. The entire martial body seemed to have been divinized by the five elemental essence. It was as if it was made of five-colored divine iron. Although there was no divine sense, it still emitted a powerful and oppressive aura. Gu Fei discovered that his martial body didn't seem to be truly transforming. It was just that his 365 acupoints and dantian had been completely filled with endless five elements essence qi. The meridians in his body had already transformed into rays of five-colored divine light, and every meridian in his body was surging with the vast essence of the five elements. Using the meridians as a bridge, the 365 acupoints that emitted resplendent divine light were linked together, forming a strange pattern in Wu's body. It was like a heavenly diagram, and the aura of the great Tao was faintly discernible. My strength has already reached the level of transformation. Why don't I transform? With the immortal Tao divine eyes, Gu Fei understood his true body martial body at a glance. The slightest change in his body could not escape his immortal Tao divine eye. Could it be? Gu Fei suddenly recalled that the martial body in front of him was a shell without a soul. Without a soul, a martial body would not be able to automatically guide the enormous power in the body to break through the shackles of the body, causing the martial body to undergo a transformation. Oh no! Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly complain. His divine soul had left his body and entered the peerless immortal body. Could it be that he had to use the divine, seizing secret technique to return to his body? This was absolutely impossible. Although the current martial body was as strong as a divine weapon, Gu Fei knew that the current martial body absolutely couldn't withstand the power of a peerless immortal body. Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. This was a chance for the martial body to transform, but his divine soul had already left his body, so it couldn't return for the time being. After thinking for a long time, Gu Fei decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the supreme immortal Tao divine force to control the vast power in the martial body and guide this power to transform the martial body. Gu Fei's body's cultivation was only at the demigod realm. If his body transformed again, his martial body would change from a mortal body to an immortal divine martial body. His body landed 10 feet away from the martial body. Ever since he opened his immortal Tao divine eye, he hadn't closed it. The martial body was shrouded by the endless essence of the five elements. The naked eye could only see a blurry silhouette. Only by using the immortal divine eyes could Gu Fei clearly see the real body in front of him. Swish, 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 swish. 5 divine lights rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian with a vast and mighty divine force. Inside the 5 divine lights were 5 supreme treasures of the great Tao. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the 4 directions as it hung high in the sky. It emitted a terrifying force that caused the entire space to tremble. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp floated above his head and sprinkled down a tricolored Buddhist light, causing Gu Fei's mind to become clear. Clang! The sound of the bell was melodious. It was as if the sound of Sanskrit was lingering in one's ears. It also sounded like the chanting of a Buddha. The peaceful Buddhist force filled the air, adding a hint of peace to this part of the world. The violet gold divine sword flew away and stabbed into the ground. It emitted an unparalleled sword chi that sealed the area. The half of the peerless saber also flew to the side and froze in the air. With the protection of the 5 supreme divine weapons, Gu Fei finally felt relieved. He directly used the immortal divine skills and began to use the supreme immortal divine force to trigger the power in the martial body opposite him. Gradually, the martial body, sitting cross-legged on the ground, began to tremble. Swish! A dazzling light rushed out from the immortal divine eyes and entered the body of the martial body in front of him. Then, the martial body's eyelids moved and it opened its eyes. Gu Fei used the immortal divine skills to release a powerful divine will. The divine will was like silk and entered the martial body. Then, Gu Fei temporarily seized control of the martial body as if he was controlling a puppet. He didn't dare to enter the martial body with his divine avatar because he didn't want to endure the pain of body refinement. Gu Fei didn't want to be distracted. Even though he used the 3 realms Buddhist lamp to stabilize his mind and the sound of the Buddhist bell to stabilize his mind, Gu Fei still didn't want to take the risk. Controlling the martial body with his divine will was the best method. Boom! When the thread-like divine will seeped into the martial body's body, Gu Fei moved, and the endless 5 elements essence chi within the martial body suddenly burst out. A strange sound that sounded like muffled thunder immediately came from the martial body. The 365 acupoints emitted a 5-color divine light that became even more intense, illuminating the entire world. The 365 balls of light that were as resplendent as stars began to slowly move along the meridians of Gu Fei's martial body. Wherever they passed, the muscles, bones, and flesh collapsed. The powerful force directly destroyed the original muscles, bones, and flesh of the martial body. Then, the endless life essence began to reconstruct the shattered muscles, bones, and flesh. The reconstructed muscles, bones, and flesh were even stronger than the original ones. Gu Fei's martial body was undergoing a true transformation. It was as if 365 stars were traveling through Gu Fei's martial body. Gu Fei's martial body was shattering. His entire body was cracking, and in some places colorful bones were exposed. The sound of bones cracking was hair-raising. Chapter 633. Rumble. Gu Fei's soulless martial body emitted an incomparably shocking sound that sounded like muffled thunder. 365 5-color balls of light were like 365 5-colored stars, moving slowly. Underscore. The mighty energy fluctuations emitted from Gu Fei's martial body directly shook the surrounding heaven and earth. Rays of 5-color divine light soared into the sky, tearing the void apart. Gu Fei sat cross-legged 10 feet away from his martial body. His immortal Tao divine eyes constantly emitted incomparably powerful divine sense fluctuations. The divine sense was like silk, penetrating forward and submerging into the martial body. The divine sense was like an invisible thread, like controlling a puppet, extending the divine sense into every inch of the martial body's muscles and bones. Under the control of the divine sense, Gu Fei made the martial body circulate, the martial ancestors' cultivation method that was passed down from the great Tao, triggering the 365 balls of divine light that contain the endless power of the 5 elements on the martial body. The 365 balls of 5-color divine light moved in Gu Fei's martial body, as if they were outlining a heavenly diagram. An extremely mysterious aura seeped out of his body. Every ball of divine light directly shattered the void of acupoints, and then, like stars, they crushed through the meridians. The vast essence chi of the 5 elements directly broke the meridians, and the muscles, bones, and flesh were all crushed. Fortunately, Gu Fei's martial body had absorbed the endless life essence chi contained in the entire divine spring of life. Its vitality was strong to an unimaginable level. It was simply a human-shaped divine spring. The broken flesh, bones, and meridians were all rapidly reconstructing. The impurities were constantly being expelled from the body, leaving behind all the essence. Even his blood was surging with 5-color divine light. His chi and blood were vigorous, just like a primordial barbaric dragon. This was a terrifying transformation process. The 365 balls of 5-color divine light were destroying Gu Fei's martial body, destroying this mortal body. His regenerated flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and meridians were flawless, as if they had been deified. They were like refined iron that was constantly being tempered. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were surging with an unimaginable amount of essence chi. The clothes on Gu Fei's martial body had long since disappeared. His skin and flesh were split open, his tendons and bones were shattered. His martial body was badly mutilated, and his facial features could no longer be distinguished. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones in his entire body were surging. The hair-raising sound of bones breaking constantly came from within his martial body. The surroundings of his martial body were already splattered with blood, and there were even remnants of flesh, tendons, and bones scattered about. When Gu Fei sensed this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. One could imagine what kind of terrifying transformation his martial body was undergoing. This was simply a terrifying process of rebirth. Fortunately, during this process, Gu Fei did not feel any pain because his soul was no longer in his martial body. Moreover, he had the foresight to not split his soul into his martial body to undergo this transformation. Otherwise, he would have to endure unimaginable pain. Right now, he was using his incomparably powerful divine will to trigger the power within his martial body. He was controlling everything as a bystander, so he did not feel any pain. The 365 stars passed through Gu Fei's body. The outline of the heavenly diagram gradually changed as the 365 stars moved. The human body was mysterious and unfathomable. It was like a world that had been sealed in dust. The path of martial arts was to cultivate the body and reopen the world that had been sealed in dust within the body. In the previous metamorphosis, a void acupoint had appeared in Gu Fei's body, allowing him to contain an endless amount of origin energy. This metamorphosis would open up another divine treasury in his body. Gu Fei was looking forward to it. He wanted to know what would happen to his body after this transformation and how strong his martial body would be. Rumble, like muffled thunder from the ninth heaven. The strange sounds coming from Gu Fei's martial body became more and more majestic. The aura it emitted also became stronger and stronger. This was a transformation of the body, but at the same time, it was also a kind of inhuman torture. The world was bright and dark. The sun and moon were constantly rotating. Time passed. Gu Fei's martial body had cracked countless times. His flesh and internal organs were like the roar of heavenly thunder. His bones were broken and reformed inch by inch. This situation lasted for more than half a month. The 365 stars circulated in his martial body countless times. His body was also broken and reformed countless times. Finally, all 365 stars gathered in his dantian. The extremely powerful 5 elements essence chi began to fuse. The 365 stars were smelted into one. Then, Gu Fei refined the 5 elements in reverse. With the endless 5 elements essence Qi, a wisp of black and white essence Qi, which was purer and higher than the 5 elements essence Qi. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the black and white essence Qi, derived from the endless 5 elements essence Qi, was actually the yin and yang essence Qi. It refined the 5 elements into yin and yang. At this time, Gu Fei's martial body had completely shed its mortal aura. It was flawless and crystal clear. There was a faint feeling of transcendence. The meridians in his body had been completely deified. Inside the meridians, colorful divine lights flowed in the meridians. The void meridians disappeared. This transformation completed the process from a mortal to an immortal. Gu Fei's body was already the body of an immortal. He would be the first warrior in the Tonglong continent to step into the realm of immortals in thousands of years. This was the divine, immortal martial physique. It naturally exuded a domineering aura. Other than the disappearance of the acupoints and the complete transformation of the meridians, there are no other changes to this divine, immortal martial physique. In the Dantian, a wisp of black and white yin-yang essence Qi was derived from the endless 5 elements essence Qi. That wisp of black and white yin-yang essence Qi gradually gathered into a small black and white whirlpool the size of a soybean. It was devouring the extremely dense 5 elements essence Qi around it. The martial body was refining the 5 elements essence Qi independently. It wanted to transform the 5 elements essence Qi into yin and yang of a higher level. However, this process was really slow. At this speed, the extremely vigorous 5 elements essence Qi in Gu Fei's body couldn't be completely transformed into yin and yang in less than 10 million years. At this time, Gu Fei withdrew his divine sense, which was controlling the martial body. Then he separated a part of his divine sense into the Niwen palace of the martial body. Swoosh! The martial body, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, immediately opened its eyes. Colorful divine lights rushed out of its eyes like sharp swords. Boom! The moment the martial body stood up, the whole heaven and earth shook violently. Then, with a shake of its body, the area within a radius of 100 miles was instantly turned into a sandy land. The martial body, which was controlled by the divine sense, stretched out its hand and pressed in the void. The void in front of its palm immediately collapsed. Colorful divine lights flowed on the immortal martial body. It was like the immortal god of war from ancient times. It could shatter the sky with a raise of its hand and the earth with a stomp of its foot. An immortal martial body controlled by the divine sense and the supreme immortal body controlled by the overgod laughed at the same time. Immortal God, I, Gu Fei, have finally taken this step. I will become an immortal through martial arts. I will become an immortal martial venerable. Chapter 634. Gu Fei had refined the Buddha bell and the 3 realms Buddha lamp. His original martial body had transformed once again. He had completely severed himself from the mortal world and became an extraordinary divine, immortal martial body. The 5 elemental essence Qi began to transform into the higher yin and yang Qi. This was a transformation, but it was also a new beginning. The divine, immortal martial body could only be said to be a small success, but it was still far from the indestructible body of a supreme warrior. At this time, Gu Fei's divine, immortal martial body was comparable to that of a mighty figure. If it was a battle of physical strength, even the body of a mighty figure would not be able to suppress Gu Fei. This was the horror of a warrior. Even if he only had the cultivation of an immortal, the strength of his martial body had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Within the same level, no one could compete with Gu Fei. He could even kill opponents with higher cultivation levels than him. Gu Fei did not withdraw the divine avatar that had entered the divine, immortal martial body. Instead, he directly opened his inner world and walked out. He had to consolidate the realm of the divine, immortal martial body. The original acupoints had disappeared and the meridians were divinized. Looking inside, one could see that there were silk-like divine lights all over his body. They were densely packed, like an extremely complicated sky map. The divine, immortal martial body seemed to have a mysterious and inexplicable connection with this world. It was as if he could feel the Tao of heaven and earth. At the divine immortal realm, one could reside between heaven and earth. Their heart and body could comprehend the elusive great Tao. The inner and outer worlds resonated with each other. Comprehending the great Tao would allow one's martial body to become the embodiment of the great Tao. Only then would one be able to attract the power of the great Tao to one's body and display supreme power. Entering immortal as a mortal was not only a sublimation of the martial body, but also a transformation of the soul. There was a subtle connection between the divine avatar and the main god. The comprehension of the divine avatar was equivalent to the comprehension of the main god. The sublimation of the divine avatar could also transform the main god. This was the reason why Gu Fei had left the divine avatar in the divine, immortal martial body. As soon as Gu Fei walked out of his inner world, he sensed 5 or 6 powerful auras outside the purple mansion immortal palace. Someone was waiting outside. "Come in." Gu Fei directly sat on the throne in the purple mansion immortal palace and spoke to the people outside. He already knew who they were from the aura they emitted. Gu Fei's physique was Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique. In the eyes of the god race, he was their ancestor, Li Xuandao. No one from the god race could see through this. While Gu Fei's words were still lingering in the immortal palace, 5 people walked in from the outside. These 5 people were the Shun clan Lord Li Xianxia, Hierarch Li Fan, and the other Shin clan's strongest experts. "Greetings, old ancestor." The patriarch of the god race, Li Xianxia, took the lead and bowed to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. His expression was incomparably respectful. "Greetings, old ancestor." The god race's patriarch, Li Xianxia, also knelt on the ground. "I'm not dead yet. Why are you bowing?" Gu Fei said unhappily. When he devoured Li Xuandao's soul, he also fused with Li Xuandao's memories. He knew that this Li Xuandao, the god race's ancestor, was an eccentric fellow. Hence, he imitated Li Xuandao's tone and spoke. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really lucky. If he hadn't fused with Li Xuandao's soul memories, which made his mannerisms resemble Li Xuandao's, Li Xianxia and the others would have long since seen through his disguise. "Old ancestor." Hearing this, Li Xianxia and the others couldn't help but feel a little frightened. They knew their old ancestor's temperament. He was really unpredictable and did things according to his whims. "Rise." Gu Fei swept a glance at the group of god race experts kneeling in front of the throne and said indifferently. He noticed that Saint Li was also among them. Gu Fei had a good impression of Saint Li. Li Xianxia and the others who were kneeling on the ground immediately stood up and respectfully stood under the throne. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "If you have something to say, just spit it out," Gu Fei said coldly as he glanced at the group of god race experts standing in front of the throne. Although his expression was cold, he was inwardly very happy. Didn't these aloof god race experts have to kneel at my feet now? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. This, Li Xianxia, the head of the god race, said nothing. The others also had a strange expression on their faces as they looked at Li Xianxia, waiting for him to continue. However, Li Xianxia, the head of the god race, actually didn't know what to do in front of Gu Fei. Reporting to the old ancestor, "That old monster actually took our divine spring of life while the old ancestor was in seclusion. We don't know what to do because he has the divine metal token of the old ancestor. Please enlighten us, old ancestor." Li Zun, who had been humiliated by the old turtle, suddenly took a step forward and spoke respectfully to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. Li Zun was a vengeful person. As long as there was an opportunity, he would make enemies for the old turtle. It was better to bully a gentleman than to bully a villain. There's no need to say anything else. If there's nothing else, you guys can get lost. Gu Fei said disapprovingly and directly asked them to leave. This, The group of God race experts couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. They didn't expect their old ancestor to have such a reaction. Could it be that the old monster had really obtained the old ancestor's permission to take the divine spring of life? Could it be that the old ancestor wants to use the divine spring of life to exchange for the mountain and river cauldron and the divine sword? Someone had already thought of a possibility. It seemed that this was the only way to explain why the old ancestor had allowed the old monster to take the divine spring of life. It was worth it to exchange one divine spring of life for two supreme treasures. If they knew that Gu Fei had used their things to exchange with the old turtle for the Three Realms Buddhist lamp, Xianxia and the others would have vomited blood in anger. Seeing that the old ancestor seemed to have already known about this matter, everyone tactfully kept quiet. Even Li Zun's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he shut his mouth helplessly. Old ancestor, it's like this. There's news that the demon is currently refining his demon body in the sealed demon land. The whereabouts of the two evil bald donkeys are unknown. There's also the Jade Bone Devil. This old monster seems to be searching for the place where the supreme powerhouse of the Undying Skeleton Clan underwent his final metamorphosis. The current situation is very unfavorable for our god race. Xianxia said. The people he mentioned were all the most powerful characters in the realm of death. These powerful characters had the strength to contend for this side of the world, and they seemed to be making their final preparations. It was obvious that as long as these guys were fully prepared, they would immediately launch an attack on the god race. If the god race couldn't resist the attack of these guys, the god race would be in danger of being exterminated. This was also the reason why Xianxia and the others were so restless. They had pinned all their hopes on their old ancestor. Li Xuandao was the only person in the god race who could contend with those guys. The prophecy is about to come true. The world is about to change, Gu Fei said solemnly. He could already predict that an unprecedented storm was about to arrive. All the people who had the strength to contend for the Naraka realm were making their final preparations. Everyone still had their last trump card that they had yet to reveal. Chapter 635. After the god race patriarch Xianxia and the others left, Gu Fei sat on the throne and carefully analyzed the situation before him. From Xianxia and the others, he learned that in the Hell Path, all those who had the ability to compete for the Hell Path were making their final preparations. Everyone had trump cards that they hadn't shown yet. Gu Fei felt that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. The Earth Demon lording Tian had obviously obtained what he wanted in the Nine Mountains. As for what it was, Gu Fei didn't know, but something that could force the Buddhist Lord and the Tao ancestor to work together to suppress it was absolutely extraordinary. The little monk Fan Xiao was a Buddhist almighty, and the Hell Path was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the Buddhist Lord. It was hard to say if the Buddhist Lord hadn't left behind any backup plans for his disciples and grand-disciples. Moreover, the little monk might seem harmless, but he was even more ruthless than the old tortoise. There is also the Jade Bone Devil whose body had been destroyed by him and whose remnant soul had escaped. The Jade Bone Devil is searching for the place where the supreme expert of the Undying Skeleton Clan underwent his final transformation. What does he want? Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. He had a bad premonition. The opponent was very powerful. Gu Fei knew that even if he controlled 5 supreme treasures, he still wouldn't have much chance of winning. He spread his divine consciousness to sense the location of the old tortoise and Hei Tian. Very soon, he sensed their auras and sent a voice transmission to the old tortoise and Hei Tian. The two of them were sneakily peeking in from outside a beautiful valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, dotted with a dozen hot springs. From time to time, the sound of water and laughter could be heard from the valley. One could vaguely see 7 or 8 fairy-like figures playing around. The old tortoise's eyes shone brightly, his saliva dripping onto the clothes on his chest. He was peeping at a fairy bathing. It was too evil. However, Hei Tian was unlucky to be dragged here by the old tortoise. Not only did he not get to peep, but he also had to keep a lookout for the old tortoise. Come to the violet Immortal Palace. Gufei's voice rang in Old Tortoise's mind. Don't mess around. Can't you see that I'm busy? Old Tortoise replied subconsciously. He was watching intently and drooling. Suddenly, Old Tortoise felt that someone was pulling his clothes from behind. He said unhappily, I told you not to make trouble there. Didn't you hear me? Senior. He Tian transmitted his voice. His tone was filled with uneasiness and fear. After being disturbed 3 times in a row, the Old Tortoise was really angry. He turned around and roared at He Tian. You brat, you're not going to keep watch? Are you asking for a beating? Disturbing me from looking at a pretty girl is intolerable. The old turtle was about to send He Tian flying with a kick. His heaven and earth power enveloped the void. Even if he shouted at He Tian, no one would be able to hear him. However, when Old Tortoise saw the scene behind him, he almost jumped up from the ground in fright. He saw that He Tian was being held by a person by the nape of his neck. A beautiful woman with a cold face was staring at him fiercely. Ha ha, ha ha, today's weather's really good. Old Tortoise laughed twice. Then with a whoosh, he ran away faster than a rabbit. This damned old demon. He Tian saw that Old Tortoise didn't care about his life and directly ran away. He immediately became anxious and couldn't help but curse the 18 generations of Old Tortoise's ancestors in his heart. You old demon, where do you think you're going? The beautiful woman was murderous. She smashed He Tian to the ground, then jumped up and chased after Old Tortoise. F***CK. The Goddess King is worthy of being the Goddess King. A casual smash almost made me fall apart. He Tian cursed as he climbed out of a human-shaped pit. Then, he was scared out of his wits. He didn't know when he'd been surrounded by 7 murderous fairies. Haha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The soul fire in He Tian's skull was beating violently. He felt great danger. It was obvious that these 7 fairies wanted to tear him apart. Misunderstanding? Sisters attack. One of the fairies wearing a light yellow fairy robe shouted. Then, the 7 fairies rushed forward and directly threw He Tian to the ground, then gave him a beating. Erebus wanted to escape, but he discovered that the space he was in had been locked down by the 7 fairies with an inexplicable power. I'll let you peek. I'll let you peek. This damned perverted skeleton, I'll step on it. There's only a row of bones left, and it's still so perverted. Pong, pong, boom. The 7 fairies scolded him while punching and kicking him. He Tian screamed again and again. These were real fairies. The 7 beautiful girls all had cultivation above the immortal god level. That skeleton is really amazing. He actually dared to peek at the 7 fairies bathing. Does he think he's the legendary cowherd? The commotion here immediately alarmed the people of the god race in the nearby area. Many people were watching from afar and whispering, especially some young people. They were very sympathetic and envious of He Tian. At this time, Erebus was as depressed as he could be, as unlucky as he could be. He hadn't seen anything, yet he had been beaten up. He was truly wronged. Old turtle, damn you! He Tian cursed in his heart. This old turtle was really too unkind. He was the one who peaked, but he was the one who suffered. Pung, pung, the 7 fairies worked together to suppress He Tian, making him unable to fight back. Then they punched and kicked him, almost breaking his bones. After a full hour, the 7 fairies finally stopped. They tidied up their messy black hair and clothes, and then left after leaving some harsh words. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Maribus was in an incomparably wretched state. Cracks had appeared all over his body, and 2 of his ribs had been broken. These women really were too vicious. They weren't easy to provoke. The 7 fairies didn't dare to kill He Tian. They just wanted to teach him a lesson. It should be known that this He Tian and that old demon were favored by the ancestor. Seeing my Tian being bullied, the spectators of the divine race felt extremely satisfied. These 2 scourges should have been taught a harsh lesson a long time ago. It was only because they had the godly metal token in their hands that they had some misgivings. The old turtle's escaping skill was undoubtedly superb. He was chased by the divine king Xianxia, but he still quickly got rid of her. No one knew where he was hiding. Mahakala picked up the two broken ribs and soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the divine clan's sacred mountain. Since Gu Fei had summoned him, he did not dare to be negligent. Seeing him fly directly to the sacred mountain, everyone was startled at first, but then they were happy. They vaguely guessed that the ancestor might have come out of seclusion. In the distance, on a spiritual peak that looked like a fairyland, there were 7 pavilions. 7 fairies were standing in the sky above the spiritual peak. They saw He Tian flying towards the sacred mountain. "Big sister, what if that lecherous skeleton reports us to the ancestor? What should we do?" A fairy wearing a sky-blue dress said with some uneasiness. He dares." The fairy wearing a light yellow dress said fiercely. At this time, the old turtle had already sneaked up the sacred mountain and entered the violet immortal palace. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Hee, little pepper, I like it." The old turtle's heart was rippling with love. His face was flushed and incomparably coquettish. Being chased by the divine king Xianxia seemed to be an incomparably happy thing. "You old turtle, don't go too far," Gu Fei said angrily. He had the immortal Dao divine eyes, so he naturally knew what had happened. This old turtle was too much of a bastard. He actually went to peep at the fairies bathing. Is it too much? I don't think so. The old turtle's skin was thicker than the city wall. He didn't blush or feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he directly grabbed a chair and sat down. "Brat, what's your plan?" The old turtle's mischievous smile suddenly changed to a serious expression. He knew that Gu Fei had called him over to make the final preparations. The prophecy of the divine race seems to be coming true. However, the prophecy didn't say in whose hands this world will be reopened. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said in a low voice. The old turtle thought for a moment, then said expressionlessly, "It doesn't matter whose hands this world will be reopened in, but must not be in the hands of that little bald donkey." Gu Fei knew that the grudge between little monk Xianxia and the old turtle could no longer be resolved. "I don't want the hell Dao to fall into the hands of the devils," Gu Fei said. "If the hell Dao fell into the hands of the earth demon Lord Ing Tian or the Jade Bone Devil, the hell Dao would become a domain of devils. The devils were the land of the world. From the bigger picture, this kind of thing absolutely could not happen. Since that's the case, then the hell Dao will be reopened in our hands." The old turtle suddenly laughed. "What do you mean?" Gu Fei asked. "It would be very difficult to defeat strong opponents like Ing Tian and little monk Fan Xiao. Although there were many experts in the divine race, there was only one Almighty, and that was Gu Fei. Below the Almighty, all were ants. A battle of this level could no longer be decided by numbers. As long as I can restore my cultivation base." The old turtle looked at Gu Fei and said solemnly. At this time, he seemed to have changed into another person, without a trace of ruffian temperament. Gu Fei also looked at the old turtle and said, "What do you want me to do?" "Very simple. As long as you are willing to give up countless heavenly treasures and a mouthful of the heavenly spring of life." The old turtle said. He didn't need power. His cultivation base was still there. What he lacked was power. However, it would be very difficult for him to take that step. The spiritual energy needed was almost endless, and he might even need to destroy a mouthful of the heavenly spring of life. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He gave the old turtle a deep look. Endless heavenly treasures and a heavenly spring of life. The things he needed to give up were really a lot. Chapter 636. Boss, seeing Gu Fei, He Tian felt wronged and wanted to complain. However, when he saw the old tortoise crossing his legs and looking at him in a very unfriendly manner, He Tian swallowed the words he wanted to say. "What's wrong?" Gu Fei asked knowingly with a slight smile on his face. He Tian was really unlucky to have become the old tortoise's scapegoat. The old tortoise was too unkind. He actually left He Tian alone and ran away by himself. It's fine. When He Tian saw the old tortoise's gaze sweeping over him like a sharp sword, he couldn't help but shake his hands. How could he still dare to complain to Gu Fei? "It's good that you're fine. You too. Don't cause me any more trouble." Li Jingxia has already told me everything you two have done. Gu Fei said. Outrageous. I didn't expect that guy to be a villain who would complain behind someone's back. The old tortoise said. He was very afraid of the god race, Lord Li Jingxia. In the entire god race, the old tortoise only had scruples about two people. The god race Lord Li Jingxia and the hierarch Li Fan. These two were the only two super experts in the god race that could contend against him. It had to be said that the god race was indeed worthy of being the most powerful race in the world of death. No other race could compare to them. It was no wonder that they could control the world of death for so many years, and no one dared to challenge their authority. All right, old tortoise, I accept your proposal. Gu Fei thought about it, and finally agreed to the old tortoise's request. He would use endless heavenly treasures and a mouthful of the heavenly spring of life to help the old tortoise improve his cultivation and strength. Really? The old tortoise was overjoyed and jumped up from his chair. After his cultivation was cut down, he felt really aggrieved. Anyone could bully him. If his cultivation could be restored, he would definitely teach those guys a lesson. The old tortoise's experience was like a high and mighty god falling from the altar and becoming immortal. It was hard for outsiders to imagine how it felt. Don't celebrate too early. I didn't help for free. Gu Fei said. Countless heavenly treasures and a divine spring were incomparably precious. Even a powerful being would be moved. It was definitely comparable to an exceptional divine treasury. Old Tortoise gradually calmed down and regained his composure. He then looked at Gu Fei and said, I knew you wouldn't be willing to help me so easily. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The old turtle had lived for countless years and was an antique, a living fossil. How could it not know what Gu Fei was thinking? No one would waste countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the sake of others. Another rule in the cultivation world was equivalent exchange. The cultivators in the cultivation world were not interested in money like the people in the secular world. The trade between cultivators was the most primitive form of bartering. If one wanted to obtain a spirit pill or a divine weapon or a magic treasure, they would have to exchange it with something else. A Buddhist lamp in exchange for a heavenly spring of life. You should be satisfied with our previous deal, right? Hee. Gu Fei did not say what he wanted. Say it. If my cultivation and strength can be restored to the level of a powerful being, anything can be discussed. The old tortoise said. This fellow was extremely shrewd. He did not make a firm promise and left some leeway so that he could bargain with Gu Fei. Yes, you have two choices. One is to be used by me. Gu Fei smiled. Where else could he find a super fighter like the old tortoise? He did not want to lose it. Stop. Don't say any more. This is absolutely impossible. The old tortoise was extremely agitated. This brat actually wanted him to become his servant? Why? Didn't you say that everything can be discussed? Gu Fei said with a faint smile. He was not in a hurry and would take his time. The old tortoise's face turned red, but he immediately became extremely determined. Absolutely not. No matter what, I am still a powerful being of the demon clan. How can I be your subordinate and be ordered around by you? Experts were all arrogant, and they were not willing to submit to others. Although the old tortoise wanted to restore his cultivation to the point of death, he still had his pride. Let me finish first, Gu Fei said calmly. He seemed to have expected such an intense reaction from the old tortoise and was not surprised at all. Okay, go ahead. The old tortoise angrily sat back on the chair. The chair carved out of purple divine jade was almost cracked by him. Hei Tian stood quietly at the side, but his heart was blooming with joy. He was extremely happy to see the old tortoise being humiliated. He had suffered a lot in the hands of the 7 fairies just now. You and I are of the same generation. I will help you restore your cultivation, and you will assist me and protect me for 1,000 years. This is your first choice. Your second choice is that I want you to promise me 3 things. These 3 things are absolutely within the scope of your ability. What do you think? Gu Fei listed out the old tortoise's 2 choices. He was digging a pit and then asking people to jump into it. Each pit was deeper than the last, waiting for the old tortoise to jump into it. These conditions were not very harsh. They seemed simple, but the meaning was vague. There was still a lot of room for exploration between the lines. The old tortoise was relieved when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he frowned. Was there such a good thing? He should not be tricked by this kid. Protecting this kid for 1,000 years did not seem to be a difficult task. Based on this kid's cultivation speed, he might be able to surpass him in less than 1,000 years. However, the second choice seemed to be easier than the first one. 3 things. Wasn't this equivalent to 3 promises? This kid wanted 3 promises from me. What was his intention? Why? Have you thought about it? Gu Fei snickered in his heart. The old tortoise was too careful. He probably already knew that the second choice was actually a huge trap. 3 promises, and they were within his ability. It seemed simple, but if Gu Fei wanted the old tortoise to protect him for a lifetime, it would not be a matter of 1,000 years. When did this kid become so cunning? The more the old tortoise thought about it, the more frightened he became. If he was impulsive and agreed to the second choice, then he would really be tricked by this kid. I've thought about it. Let's go with the first one. For people like us, 1,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. It will pass very quickly, said the old tortoise. 1,000 years was 1,000 years. It should be known that during the Great Desolate Era, those old guys would go into closed-door training for hundreds or even thousands of years. Time was negligible for existences at his level. The old tortoise thought about it and felt that the first choice was much easier and simpler. It was just 1,000 years. As long as he protected Gu Fei's safety during this 1,000 years, his task would be considered completed. Good, as expected of the old tortoise. You are really watertight. Others want to take advantage of your cultivation, said Gu Fei. He had to admire the old tortoise. I have accepted your conditions. When will you fulfill your promise? The old tortoise was excited again. His eyes were shining. He could not wait to restore his former cultivation and strength. If he restored his former cultivation and strength, not only could he compete with the little monk Xianxia, who had obtained the inheritance of Buddha, but he also had the opportunity to compete for the Naraka realm. In the prophecy of the god race, it did not say who would eventually get the Naraka realm. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, all had the possibility of winning the war for the Naraka realm. Now, immediately, Gu Fei said directly, he did not want any undue delay to cause trouble. If the old tortoise could restore his former cultivation, it would be a great help. Gu Fei did not say anything superfluous. He directly opened the inner world and walked in. The old tortoise followed closely behind, and the Hei Tian also rushed over and walked into the inner world. I didn't expect to be back so soon after leaving, said Gu Fei. The inner world they entered was, of course, Li Xuandao's inner world. Li Xuandao's inner world already had the embryonic form of a world and had unlimited potential for growth. Gu Fei wanted to integrate this side of the world with the inner world he had cultivated. But now was not the time. At least, he had to leave the Naraka realm before he had the time and energy to do this. Gu Fei and the old tortoise came in front of a divine spring. This divine spring was located in the middle of a bamboo forest. It could be said that this was just a branch of a super divine spring that had already derived the dragon chi of the earth. It was a branch of that super divine spring. Although the divine spring was small, the life essence it contained was extremely large. In the bamboo forest around the divine spring, every bamboo was a rare divine bamboo in the world. This was a purple bamboo forest, not the purple bamboo that grew on Purple Bamboo Peak, one of the 9 spiritual peaks of the Taishan sect. Although the purple bamboo on Purple Bamboo Peak was rare, it was not considered a treasure. However, the purple bamboo around this divine spring was nourished by the life essence day and night. Even ordinary bamboo would become divine bamboo, a divine material for refining wood elemental magic treasures. Then, Gu Fei's original martial body also came to this bamboo forest. He then opened the inner world of his original martial body, took out countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth, and threw them all into the divine spring. Soon, a small mountain completely piled up from the spiritual essences of heaven and earth appeared in the divine spring of life, and the mighty spiritual chi from the divine spring of life became even stronger. In the inner world of Gu Fei's original martial body, there was a divine spring, and in the area several miles around the divine spring, there were countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth. Next to the divine spring, there was also a spirit root. On top of the spirit root, there was a divine yin-yang immortal fruit. Of course, Gu Fei did not pick the immortal fruit. Instead, he threw almost all the spiritual essences of heaven and earth around the divine spring into the divine spring in the bamboo forest. Then, with the divine spring as the center, Gu Fei began to engrave the divine immortal runes of the immortal path and set up a spirit gathering array, gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions to help the old tortoise restore its cultivation and strength. The old tortoise let out a strange cry and directly jumped into the divine spring. Then, it began to swallow the heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to break through the current bottleneck of strength. The old tortoise's body hungrily swallowed the spiritual chi that was so thick that it was almost liquefied. He sat in the middle of the pile of spiritual essences of heaven and earth, and some of the spiritual essences immediately began to wither and turn into dust. After seeing that the old tortoise had entered a state of meditation, Gu Fei immediately left. In this part of the world, the old tortoise was absolutely in no danger, and absolutely no one would disturb him. He Tian also stayed in the inner world to cultivate, but he was actually beaten up by the 7 women. He Tian could be said to be so ashamed that he almost committed suicide. He wanted to improve his cultivation and strength. As long as he broke through to the Emperor realm, although he still did not dare to provoke the old tortoise, he could settle the score with the 7 women. Chapter 637. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the Netherworld River in the realm of death. The entire Netherworld River surged violently as countless skeletons tumbled in the river, which emitted an endless aura of death. A dark yellow river surged across the land of death. One could not see the other side of the river. A terrifying aura of death filled the air. The Netherworld River was even more terrifying than the Netherworld Blood Sea in the depths of the realm of death. It couldn't be crossed unless one crossed the reincarnation bridge. Even a supreme expert of the Emperor realm would find it difficult to cross. A mournful roar came from the upper reaches of the realm of death and echoed between heaven and earth. Countless creatures of death on both sides of the Netherworld River shuddered. A figure emerged from the depths of the realm of death and arrived at the Netherworld River. Is the final place where the reborn ancestor of the undying skeleton clan underwent his final metamorphosis at the end of the Netherworld River. Gu Fei murmured as he gazed at the end of the Netherworld River. Gu Fei absolutely wouldn't sit back and watch as his opponents, who were qualified to compete with him for the Naraka realm, grew stronger. He immediately left the divine race's sacred land after exiting his inner world. He first found the Undying Skeleton Clan. From the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, he learned the final place where the reborn expert of the Undying Skeleton Clan had taken place. This was the secret of the Undying Skeleton Clan. However, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan didn't dare to hide anything from Gu Fei. When Gu Fei learned that the Undying Skeleton Clan's heaven-defying expert, who had fallen in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl, had undergone his final metamorphosis at the end of the river Styx, he faintly felt uneasy. After merging with the memories of Li Xuandao's soul, Gu Fei learned that the Netherworld River hadn't existed when the Hell Path had been formed. The Netherworld River hadn't existed when the Hell Path had been formed. In other words, the Netherworld River had appeared in the realm of death later. However, no one knew how and when the Netherworld River had appeared. Not even Li Xuandao, who was a super antique, knew. Gu Fei did not stay on the shore of the Netherworld River for too long. He went against the flow and teleported forward in the void. Not long after, he arrived at a strange region. That place seemed to be a land of chaos. It was pitch black and completely void, and the surging nether river actually flowed out of the void, as if it had appeared out of thin air. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. In front of him was an enormous void, and he had no idea where it led to. This was not the border zone of the Hell Path. Behind the void zone in front of him, there should be another world. After arriving here, Gu Fei did not dare to advance recklessly. Rumble, the great river surged forth from the void. The ocean-like death chi startled Gu Fei and forced him to take a few steps back. The void in front of him emitted a formless aura that forced him to take a few steps back. Roar. The mournful roar was deafening. The entire void zone shook from the roar. Behind the void zone, there seemed to be a terrifying ancient beast lurking. A terrifying and powerful aura surged out. Jade-Bone Devil. After sensing that aura, Gu Fei's eyes immediately became sharp. He had come here to kill this old demon. The Jade-Bone Devil was searching for the final metamorphosis of a heaven-defying expert of the Undying Skeleton Clan in order to obtain that expert's power. The reason why Gu Fei had chosen the Jade-Bone Devil as his first target was because it was the weakest among all his opponents. What is this place? How can there be such a place? Roars kept coming from the void in front of him, but what really shocked Gu Fei was the source of the Netherworld River. The dark yellow river was covered in a gloomy wind and death chi. This was simply corpse water. This Netherworld River was completely formed by corpse water. It's really hard to imagine that there is such a terrifying river. Gu Fei was indeed shocked. What kind of place was the source of this river? This place should be considered the most terrifying and evil place in the world of death. Roar. The roar shook people's souls and spread far and wide. The Jade-Bone Devil didn't bother to conceal it. He felt that it was beneath him to do so. Even the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan didn't dare to approach this evil land. As for those who could pose a threat to this old demon, they were all making their final preparations to enter the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. No one would pay attention to him. Logically speaking, the Jade-Bone Devil's estimation was not wrong. However, the development of things was often unexpected. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had already refined 2 supreme Buddhist weapons and completed his final preparations. Therefore, he had the time and ability to find trouble with others. Near the source of the evil and terrifying Netherworld River, there was not a single death creature. There was only a ground full of dry bones. The bone powder on the ground was a few feet thick. It was a vast expanse of white. Swoosh! The mountain river cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and hovered above Gu Fei's head. The primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain river cauldron and protected Gu Fei. Gu Fei had 5 supreme divine weapons in hand. He was not afraid of anyone. Even if he encountered an enemy stronger than him, he would still be able to protect himself. He directly rushed towards the void in front of him. Then, he felt as if he had entered another world. This was really another world. He could sense a new kind of law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth was extremely mysterious. It could only be sensed, but it could not be explained. In the void, there was not a trace of light. It was as if even light had been swallowed. Gu Fei felt as if he had entered an absolutely dark and silent space. The mountain river cauldron hovered above his head and released the vast primordial chaos chi. It blocked the strange power of the void, allowing Gu Fei to move forward without being affected by any power. Swoosh! The immortal Tao Divine eye appeared on Gu Fei's forehead and scanned the surroundings. He was shocked to find that his immortal Tao Divine eye couldn't see very far away. This land of nothingness had really formed its own laws of heaven and earth. He could see the surging Netherworld River below him. However, the shocking sound that sounded like thousands of galloping horses had disappeared. He could not hear a single sound. Gu Fei was very shocked. Even the roar had disappeared. How did the sound from inside travel out? Was it because of the power of the law of heaven and earth? This place was filled with strangeness. Gu Fei had no choice but to be even more careful. He also took out the purple gold divine sword and held it in his hand. In the void, sword chi suddenly surged. As the boundless sword chi from the violet gold divine sword surged forward, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye actually appeared in this area of nothingness like water. This situation did not last for long. Gu Fei felt his eyes light up as if he had passed through a fog. A chilly wind blew towards him. The dense and terrifying aura made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. The scene that unfolded in front of Gu Fei was too terrifying. This was a terrifying small world. It should be an inner world that the heaven-defying powerhouse of the undying skeleton clan had refined. The light here was incomparably dim. Below him was a dark yellow corpse water. This was simply a terrifying netherworld sea formed by endless corpses. The death aura soared to the sky, making one's heart palpitate. In the dark yellow corpse water, there were countless white bones tumbling. This was the source of the netherworld river. There was a gap in the netherworld sea, and the monstrous corpse water rushed out from that gap into the void. Then, it flowed out to the outside world of death, forming a terrifying netherworld river that was difficult to cross. In the center of the netherworld sea, there were several bone mountains that were completely piled up with white bones. Yellow-black clouds and mist intertwined between the bone mountains. The chilly wind howled angrily, and many bones were constantly blown away. There were also skulls constantly rolling off the bone mountains, falling into the corpse water of the netherworld sea and floating on it. Kacha! 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 The bone-chilling sound of bones colliding against each other rang out. It was unknown how long these skeletons had been piled up here. Many of them had already turned into bone dust, and those that hadn't completely decayed were all extraordinary. Some of the skeletons were still sparkling and translucent like divine jade, but most of them had already decayed. Roar! Another earth-shattering roar resounded in this small world. The vast sound directly shook this small world. The few white bone mountains that stood in the middle of this small world started to shake. The corpse water of the netherworld sea surged violently, setting off layers upon layers of huge waves. That terrifying sound came from those bone mountains. That place was surrounded by devil aura, and the death aura was vast and mighty. An extremely powerful aura came from that place, and the power of devil aura was vast and mighty. That is, amidst the lingering devil aura, a bone peak that was completely smelted from white bones loomed in the middle of those bone mountains. That was a gloomy and terrifying bone palace. An incomparably evil and powerful aura was emitted from the bone palace, and it was vast and mighty in this small world. This small world wasn't big, and it couldn't be compared to Gu Fei's inner world. However, this place was even more terrifying than the world of death. The death aura contained in the bone mountains and netherworld sea was too powerful. This is the place where the heaven-defying expert of the undying skeleton clan underwent his final transformation. Gu Fei didn't rush to take a look around this small world. He used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress his body, so that not even a trace of aura would leak out. The terrifying existence in the Bone Palace had already sensed that someone had broken in. Gu Fei sensed the aura of the Jade Bone Devil in the Bone Palace. However, apart from the Jade Bone Devil's aura, there was also a powerful aura that was not inferior to the Jade Bone Devil's. The body left behind after the transformation actually has such a formidable power. Gu Fei was secretly startled. He had learned from the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan that the peerless figure of the Undying Skeleton Clan was undergoing the final transformation. He shed his dead body and left behind a peerless bone body. The Jade Bone Devil had its eyes on the peerless bone body left behind by the heaven-defying expert, which represented the extreme realm of the undying creatures. After the successful transformation, the heaven-defying expert of the Undying Skeleton Clan had been reborn from the dead and had reversed life and death. He was no longer a dead creature. The Jade Bone Demon's body had been destroyed by Gu Fei, and he just happened to be lacking a body. The peerless bone physique came in handy. Thus, this old demon came here, wanting to fuse with the peerless bone physique. Gu Fei sensed that the fusion between the Jade Bone Devil and the peerless bone body had reached a critical moment. The two forces unexpectedly showed signs of merging into one. Of course, he wouldn't let the Jade Bone Devil fuse successfully. Chapter 638. It's you. An angry roar came from the Bone Palace in the middle of the Bone Mountains. Rumble. The Bone Palace shook and the Bone Mountain almost collapsed. The corpse water around the Bone Mountain rushed up to the sky. Monstrous killing intent surged from the Bone Palace. The dim little world was shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Endless death chi was vast and mighty. Terrifying demonic chi was tumbling. Then, the Bone Palace in the middle of the Bone Mountain began to rise into the sky. Demonic chi and death chi converged. Then, two kinds of power, white and gray, condensed in front of the Bone Palace. Boom! The demonic chi and death chi were vast and mighty, interweaving into a terrifying demon diagram of destruction. Then it pressed down on Gu Fei. The power of destruction directly shattered the void. The mighty power directly shattered the Bone Mountains below. Countless white bones scattered in all directions. The entire netherworld sea shook violently. Disgusting corpse water rushed up to the sky, setting off layers upon layers of waves. Countless bones were tumbling in the corpse water. The aura of death was surging in this little world. This was a world that only had the aura of death. There was no aura of life. In the past, the supreme powerhouse of the undying skeleton clan had undergone his final metamorphosis here, taking the truly heaven-defying step of rebirth. It was also here that the supreme powerhouse had severed all the death energy in his body. Gu Fei sneered and directly punched forward. Facing the demon diagram of destruction, Gu Fei did not dodge at all. Bang! The purple fist collided with the demonic diagram. The demonic diagram, which was filled with a destructive aura, was shaken and dissipated in the void. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. Primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, protecting him within, making him invincible. He was incomparably strong. Holding the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he directly stepped in the void. As if teleporting, he crossed the void and rushed towards the Bone Palace in the sky. Shwa! The purple gold divine sword slashed down, and a resplendent sword beam illuminated the entire small world, dispersing the endless deathly aura and demonic aura. Gu Fei wanted to split the Bone Palace in half. Damn it! Why do you have to go against me? Jade Bone Devil's furious roar came from the Bone Palace. He had reached a critical moment in merging with the body left behind by the supreme, undying skeleton clan expert. But it just so happened that Gu Fei had arrived at this critical juncture. Boom! With a loud bang, before the sword light could hit the Bone Palace, the Bone Palace exploded on its own. A terrifying and evil power spread in all directions. The void was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. Even so, the vast power was still unable to stop the purple gold divine sword's blade. Unparalleled sword light streaked across the void rapidly, and wherever it passed, a spatial crack appeared in the void. The Bone Palace exploded, and the Devil Chi and Death Chi surged violently. A tall figure walked out from the Devil Chi and Death Chi. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from the figure without any concealment. Swoosh! Gu Fei opened his immortal path divine eyes and saw the scene in the Devil Chi and Death Chi. The figure that walked out of the endless Devil Chi and Death Chi was extremely terrifying. It was simply a rotten corpse. It was 3 meters tall and emitted a disgusting rancid smell. Dark yellow corpse fluid flowed from the rotten flesh. Drop by drop, the corpse water fell into the netherworld sea below and became a part of the netherworld sea. There is only one hell path. I don't want to share it with others. Gu Fei stated his purpose directly, as though the hell path was already in his bag. What arrogance! The more arrogant a person is, the shorter their life is, Jade Bone Devil said coldly. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. The Devil Chi and Death Chi were surging. These two powers did not truly merge together, but the Jade Bone Devil was now even stronger than before. "But you will definitely die before me," Gu Fei said coldly. Then, he pressed towards the terrifying Bone Devil. The purple gold divine sword in his hand vibrated gently. Roar! 9 underworlds, devil hell. The Jade Bone demon roared, and a black whirlpool appeared around him. Then, the whirlpool swallowed Gu Fei, who was in front of him. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. The 9 underworlds were extremely terrifying and emitted a strong suction force. Even the void was torn apart by the suction force. Gu Fei and Jade Bone Devil did not speak anymore. They each unleashed their strongest attacks and attacked each other. Heaven-encompassing palm. Gu Fei let out a soft roar as he switched the sword to his left hand. After that, his right hand suddenly slammed forward. A huge hand enveloped the heavens and earth, emitting boundless, immortal divine force as it clashed with the 9 underworlds' demonic hell. Boom! The gigantic purplish-gold hand that blotted out the sky collided with the 9 hells of purgatory. Gu Fei used one hand to block the terrifying killing technique of the Jade Bone Devil. Die! Jade Bone Devil roared in anger and rushed forward. His 10 fingers shot out beams of destructive devil light, piercing through the gigantic palm, blocking his path. 9 pitch-black vortexes circled around him, emitting a terrifying power that could devour the heavens and the earth. They rushed towards Gu Fei. The 9 underworld devil prison directly enveloped Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei swung the violet gold divine sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. The violet gold divine sword exuded a hint of divine charm. The sword light directly pierced through the 9 underworld's devil hell, unstoppable and unstoppable. In the face of absolute power, any divine ability or spell could be broken with a single punch, and all divine abilities could be broken with brute force. Damn it! The Jade Bone demon roared. He immediately retreated, not daring to take the violet gold divine sword head-on. Even so, the sword chi that suddenly erupted still cut off a lot of the flesh on the Jade Bone demon's body. Jade Bone Devil obtained the shredded body of the undying skeleton clan's ancestor. This was the strongest realm a creature of the dead could reach. This body left behind by that distant ancestor of the undying skeleton clan could definitely be called a peerless skeleton, comparable to a peerless divine weapon. It was a super killing weapon in human form. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei sneered. Then, an ancient lamp rushed out from his dantian and soared into the sky. Boom! Boundless tricolored Buddhist light erupted. The peaceful Buddhist energy dispersed the demonic and death chi in the surroundings. This is Chapter 639. A Buddhist lamp was fixed in this lifeless small world, emitting a gentle Buddhist light. The vast death chi and demon chi dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye under the Buddhist light. The world gradually became clear, and even the surging dark sea corpse water gradually calmed down. The world was peaceful and peaceful. There was no killing chi, no heart-palpitating death chi, and no terrifying demon chi that could demonize all things. Purification. Yes, that Buddhist lamp had become the only thing in the world, purifying all evil chi, demon chi, and death chi, turning them all into peace. This was the supreme power of the 3 realms Buddhist lamp. It was said to be able to illuminate the 9 serenities and light up hell. Under the illumination of the tricolored Buddhist light, no matter how ferocious a ghost or a ferocious demon was, it would be released from purgatory. Roar! How could this thing be in your hands? The Jade Bone Devil roared in pain and fell from the sky like a smoking meteor. This old devil was also a great devil in the ancient times. Naturally, he knew the origin of this Buddhist lamp. After the Buddha Lord disappeared, the 3 Buddhist weapons, the bell, the lamp, and the saber, that the Buddha Lord had refined also disappeared at the same time. The appearance of the 3 realms Buddhist lamp shocked the Jade Bone Devil. Boom! The Jade Bone Devil directly fell into the dark sea corpse water below. The dark yellow corpse water rushed up to the sky. The dark sea that had gradually calmed down was set off again, and the death chi rose against the sky. The nether sea corpse water contained boundless death energy. Rather than saying that it was formed from the shedding body of the undying skeleton clan Supreme Almighty, it was more appropriate to say that it was formed from the Supreme Almighty's own death energy. Gu Fei had vaguely guessed what kind of process of reversing life and death was. Giving up the earth-shattering and invincible death chi was not something that an ordinary death creature could do. It was truly hard to imagine just how much courage and willpower were needed to take that step that could reverse life and death. To truly be reborn from death, it was necessary to cut off all connections with death. Life was derived from extreme death. This was the true reversal of life and death. This small world should be an inner world refined by the Supreme Almighty of the undying skeleton clan. This was a world that was even more terrifying than the Naraka Dao. This was the source of power left behind by that supreme expert. The Jade Bone Demon was searching for the place where the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan underwent his final metamorphosis in order to obtain the power of death that the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan had left behind. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He directly stepped in the void, and then slashed his sword at the dark sea below. Swish! A dazzling sword light immediately shot out from the purple gold divine sword. The sword light spread for hundreds of thousands of feet, emitting sword chi and killing intent that soared into the sky. It directly tore apart this part of the world. As the sword light fell, the netherworld sea below was immediately split into two. A pitch-black, bottomless spatial crack appeared in this world. The power of the purple gold divine sword was unparalleled, and the sword light was indestructible. Unless it was a divine weapon of the same level, there was really nothing in the world that could withstand the purple gold divine sword's attack. Rumble, the corpse water of the dark sea surged to both sides. The dark yellow corpse water, along with countless bones, formed a huge wave that was thousands of feet high. It swept to both sides. The J-Bone Devil was thrown out. Under the supreme power of the supreme chi, he did not seem to have any power to fight back. But was that really the case? Boom! Endless demonic energy and death chi exploded from the supreme chi. The void around the Jade-Bone Devil immediately collapsed. He was like a peerless demon as he rushed out of the dark sea. A terrifying aura spread out in this small world. The extremely powerful energy shook the entire small world, causing it to feel like it could collapse at any moment. It was as if doomsday was about to arrive. Demon descends to the 9 heavens. The J-Bone Devil shouted madly. Then 9 misty, small worlds appeared around him. They circled around him and blocked the tricolored Buddhist light from the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. The 9 misty small worlds circled around the Jade-Bone Devil. Each small world exuded endless destructive power. Terrifying demonic energy and death chi surged out of the 9 small worlds. Rumble! The 9 heavens descended from the sky and enveloped the 4 directions. It suppressed the Buddhist lamp in the sky. The soaring demonic energy and death chi actually resisted the tricolored Buddhist light of the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. The heaven and earth shook. The soybean-sized light on the wick of the Buddhist lamp flickered. On the ancient bronze lamp, Buddhist runes began to appear. There was a swastika Buddhist seal. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty. The 9 terrifying small worlds couldn't completely block the Buddhist light of the Buddhist lamp. The Buddhist power and the demonic power were colliding and canceling each other out. The heavy demonic energy and death energy that surged out from the 9 small worlds couldn't completely suppress the Buddhist lamp. The supreme chi of the Buddhist weapon displayed great power. Buzz! Gu Fei soared into the sky. The mountain and river cauldron suspended above his head shook violently. The entire sky was pierced. The primordial chaos chi went against the sky and shook the 9 small worlds. The Jade-Bone Devil roared again and again. He had not completely integrated the death chi left behind by the supreme expert of the undying skeleton clan. He could not display the power of the peerless bone body. However, since this was the case, the power displayed by this peerless bone body was already not to be underestimated. Boom! The bone hand the size of a small mountain slammed down from the sky. The death chi and demonic energy intertwined, forming a terrifying destructive power. Bang! It slapped on the mountain and river cauldron that went against the sky. The bone mountain and river cauldron shook again and again. In the end, it even attracted a small world and actually blocked the mountain and river cauldron. However, Gu Fei did not only have one supreme chi weapon. The purple gold divine sword in his hand turned into a purple lightning and rushed up. The sword light pierced the void and directly strangled the Jade Bone Devil. The shocking sword chi caused the temperature of the spiritual world to drop rapidly. The brilliant sword light lit up the entire world and blocked the heavy death chi and demonic energy. How does this guy have so many supreme chi weapons? The Jade Bone Devil could not help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei use 3 supreme chi weapons in a row. It should be known that even the Great Desolate Era, supreme chi weapons were absolutely rare, let alone 2 or 3 of them at the same time. The Jade Bone Devil attracted another small world and went to meet the purple gold divine sword. Swoosh! The brilliant sword light formed by the purple gold divine sword directly pierced into the hazy world. One could vaguely see that in the hazy world, there was a large piece of mountain range collapsing. The small world was shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The peerless sword light of the purple gold divine sword pierced through the small world from time to time. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. Then, an extremely powerful wave of energy surged from his dantian. Half of the divine sword rushed out of his body. Buzz! The domineering and sharp saber chi immediately spread out, as if a peerless, ferocious beast had awakened. The divine saber turned into a dragon shadow and soared into the sky, shattering the void and directly chopping at Demon Jadebone. It's that murderous sword? The Jade Bone Devil was shocked again. He had to summon another small world to block the peerless murderous sword. The Jade Bone Devil felt a great pressure. The power of the 4 supreme chi weapons was comparable to the power of the supreme chi realm. It could destroy a part of the world. He could no longer bear it. Dang! Suddenly, a melodious bell sounded. A bronze bell rushed out of Gu Fei's body. The bell's sound spread to the heavens and the earth. It was as if there was endless Sanskrit in the world and countless Buddhas were chanting. The invisible sound wave was definitely the sound of killing. Under the sound of the bell, the Jade Bone Devil's body shook continuously. The fire of the soul in his skull showed signs of dimming, almost falling from the sky. Arg! The Jade Bone Devil roared in pain. The melodious sound of the bell directly impacted his divine soul. It almost shook his fire of the soul out of his skull. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell. How? How is this possible? The Jade Bone Devil screamed crazily. 5 supreme chi weapons. How is this possible? 5 supreme chi weapons appeared on one person at the same time. This was absolutely unprecedented. Since the beginning of the world, such a thing had never happened. Although the Jade Bone Devil stood in the void that was isolated from the 9 small worlds, the sound of the Sanskrit Buddhist bell could penetrate the 9 small worlds and ignore all obstacles. It directly affected the Jade Bone Devil. The sound of the bell shook the divine soul. It contained supreme Buddhist power. If it was an ordinary demon, their soul would have been destroyed by the sound of the bell. However, this old demon was not an ordinary demon. Although the Jade Bone Devil was not an innate divine demon, he was comparable to an innate great demon born from the heaven and earth. Since he dared to attack the earth demon ancestor, he was definitely a super great demon in the world. Although he was heavily wounded and his cultivation fell, his demonic aura was still unbeatable. Gu Fei used all of his supreme saint treasures, but it seemed like he was still on par with the old demon. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell was also stopped by the small world that the Jade Bone Devil summoned. However, the sound of the bell still penetrated the small world and came out. Of course, The Buddhist power contained within the bell was greatly weakened. Huh. If you have any skills, then use them all. Evil energy and death energy surged on the Jade-Bone Devil's body and showed signs of fusing together. Reckless fool, Gu Fei coldly uttered. Then, without any hesitation, he directly used the Heaven Ascension secret technique. Divine lights surrounded his body, and his aura suddenly increased by 10 times. The power from his supreme immortal physique directly shattered half of the sky. The Jade-Bone Devil was scared out of his wits. At this time, he realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Chapter 640. Boom! Half of the lesser heaven and earth crumbled as the void turned into nothingness. Gu Fei was like a heaven-defying god of war as he walked out from the crumbling void. The terrifying immortal Tao divine force exuded from his body destroyed everything. The nether sea corpse water that contained boundless deathly aura evaporated. The half of the lesser heaven and earth that did not crumble was filled with spatial cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. The source of the underworld river was destroyed. The underworld river stopped flowing and the corpse water evaporated. The underworld river that had been flowing for countless years lost its source of corpse water and was on the verge of drying up. Gu Fei used the Heaven Ascension secret technique, and his battle prowess instantly increased by 10 times. Terrifying immortal Tao divine force gushed out from his body, shattering the void as he approached the Jade-Bone Devil step by step. His powerful aura and power caused the lesser heaven and earth in front of him to tremble violently. His eyes were like lightning, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. His long hair danced in the wind, and every step he took caused the entire void to tremble violently. It was as if an ancient divine mountain was moving, giving off an undefeatable pressure. If it was a cultivator with a weaker cultivation base, just by sensing Gu Fei's aura, they would not have the heart to fight him. The Jade-Bone Devil was scared out of his wits and was speechless. At this moment, the 5 Extreme Path treasures began to emit the Extreme Path divine force. Rumble. The 5 lesser worlds shook violently as the powerful aura of the Extreme Path treasures surged out from the 5 lesser worlds. The Jade-Bone Devil's demon Dao Mystique could no longer resist the 5 Extreme Path treasures. Although the Extreme Path divine force was weak, it still represented the great power of the Extreme Path. It was not something that the half-dead Jade-Bone Devil could resist. Wong. The mountain and river cauldron shook as the primordial chaos chi surged. Bang! With a loud sound, the lesser world that was resisting the mountain and river cauldron crumbled. The destructive power directly shattered the void. This ancient cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth, but could also shatter the mountains and rivers of the earth. Boom! 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 4 earth-shattering noises resounded one after another. As Gu Fei thought about it, the other 4 extreme treasures immediately reacted and released a trace of extreme divine aura, breaking the Jade-Bone Demon's 4 mini-worlds. Roar! Jade-Bone Devil roared crazily as it was sent flying. Its peerless bone body surged with endless demonic energy and death energy. The demonic energy and death energy interweaved and formed a revolving energy sphere, protecting itself. If it weren't for the other 4 miniature worlds blocking in front of him, the 5 extreme saint weapons that displayed a trace of extreme divine might would have shattered the Jade-Bone Demon's peerless bone body long ago. Even so, cracks had already appeared in the 4 miniature worlds. 5 of the 9 micro worlds had been destroyed. The Jade-Bone Devil had suffered a great impact. The soul flame in its skull had dimmed. There were still 4 micro-worlds revolving around the Jade-Bone Devil, blocking off the destructive power that was surging in from all directions. The destruction of the 5 miniature worlds had severely injured the Jade-Bone Demon. The terrifying power that erupted formed a terrible destructive storm that swept in all directions, destroying everything. The half of the miniature world that had not collapsed was now riddled with holes. The destruction of the 5 miniature worlds had directly destroyed more than half of the half that had not collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron the purple gold divine sword, the three realms Buddhist lamp, the peerless ominous saber, and the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. The five extreme saint weapons rushed out from the destructive power. Each of them displayed a trace of extreme divine might that could destroy heaven and earth as they attacked the Jade Bone Demon. Without any suspense, the four lesser worlds around the Jade Bone Demon were pierced through by the five extreme Tao Saint weapons and shattered into pieces. The five extreme Tao Saint weapons unleashed a destructive power that sealed the space around them, forming a terrifying domain that the Jade Bone Demon could not escape from. Boom! The five extreme saint weapons directly hit the Jade Bone Demon's peerless bone body. The sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. The mountain and river cauldron directly smashed the Jade Bone Demon's sternum into pieces. The purple gold divine sword and the peerless ominous saber were like a pair of scissors that crossed and slashed the Jade Bone Demon's peerless bone body, splitting the Jade Bone Demon into two. The Buddhist lamp sprinkled endless Buddhist light, illuminating the peerless bone body until it emitted thick smoke. The demonic aura and death aura dissipated quickly. The three-colored Buddhist light shone directly into the depths of the Jade Bone Demon's soul, and the soul fire of the Jade Bone Demon immediately dimmed. The Sanskrit Buddhist bell rang melodiously. It was like the sound of Sanskrit lingering, purifying all evil aura. The soul of the Jade Bone Demon suffered a great impact and was beaten out of its skull. "Spare me. Don't kill me." At this moment, the Jade Bone Demon could feel the threat of death looming over him. This man before him was truly frightening. His cultivation state was high, and his strength was strong enough to be his match. What was worse was that this guy had five extreme Tao Sage weapons. With five extreme saint weapons in hand, it could be said that Gu Fei was in an invincible position. "Die," Gu Fei said coldly. He waved his hand and recalled the mountain and river cauldron. Then he patted the bottom of the mountain and river cauldron. A heaven-devouring power was immediately produced from the mouth of the cauldron, and the Jade Bone Demon's soul fire was sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. The demons were the greatest enemies of the world. Gu Fei would never let the Jade Bone Demon go. The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos chi, which was the ancestral chi of all things in the world. It could refine everything in the world, and the demons were no exception. With a thought, Gu Fei withdrew all the extreme saint weapons, and then reached out his right hand and pressed forward. Boom! The shattered small world crumbled into nothingness in an instant. The inner world left by the supreme expert of the Undying Skeleton Clan was destroyed by Gu Fei. The source of the Styx River disappeared completely. Only the broken, peerless skeleton fell into the nothingness and disappeared in the chaos. Although the peerless skeleton was extremely powerful and did not fear any peerless god weapons, it could not withstand the attack of the extreme saint weapons. The skeleton was broken by the five saint weapons and scattered into the nothingness and chaos. The death energy left behind by the Undying Clan Supreme Expert had been dispersed, and the Jade Bone Demon was not far from being completely annihilated. Gu Fei would have one less powerful opponent to compete for the Hell Realm. The void was annihilated, and the heaven and earth law of the small world had disappeared along with the collapse of the small world. At this time, it was not even 3 minutes. The secret skill of Ascension was still in operation. Gu Fei was still in his strongest state. He was protected by divine light. He stepped forward in the collapsed void and directly rushed out of this void. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure appeared in the Hell Dao. The surging water of the Styx River was not replenished by the Netherworld sea and had already calmed down. The water level of the Styx River had begun to drop. It would not take long for the Styx River, which had been flowing for countless years, to completely dry up and disappear. At that time, there would be no barrier between the outer region of the Death Continent and the depths of the Death Continent. The death creatures in the outer region would no longer need to pass through the Reincarnation Bridge. They could freely travel between the outer region and the depths of the Death World. The sky in the Hell Dao was still dark. Dark clouds floated in the sky, and the Netherworld fog surged on the ground. The earth was silent. Although the ground was covered with bones, there was not a single death creature nearby. Gu Fei identified the direction and then went to the land of sealed demons. He suppressed the soul of the Jade Bone Demon in the mountain and river cauldron. It could be said that killing the Jade Bone Demon was effortless. However, Gu Fei did not immediately activate the mountain and river cauldron to refine the Jade Bone Demon's soul. Instead, he moved on to his next target. Gu Fei decided to resolve his worries first before proceeding to the battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl. With so many powerful opponents watching from the sidelines, Gu Fei felt uneasy. It would be hard for him to calm down and think about his problems. Attacking the battle of the 9 dragons for the pearl was an extremely dangerous task. A single mistake could cost one his life. Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. He wanted to eliminate all the factors that made him feel uneasy. Huang Xiaolong didn't want to make a wedding gown for others. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate all his competitors first. With 5 great treasures in his hands, he was confident he could compete with the little monk Fan Xiao and the Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian. Swoosh! Gu Fei executed the 8 desolate steps, walking in the air. With every step he took, he would disappear from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 li away. To his astonishment, he discovered that even with his current cultivation, he was still unable to execute the 8 desolate steps to its limit. This cultivation technique seemed to have unlimited room for improvement. 100 li in a single step, Gu Fei soon arrived at the land of Devil Ceiling. This was an extremely chaotic area. Broken bones were scattered all over the place. Moreover, the majority of the bones were black or black in color. With a single glance, Huang Xiaolong could tell that these blackened black bones were the remains of devilized creatures. It was obvious that a large number of demonized creatures had once gathered here, but now, Huang Xiaolong couldn't sense the slightest trace of devil qi, nor could he see a single demonic creature. That Earth Devil Lord Ing Tian wasn't here at all. What's going on? Gu Fei felt strange. This was too abnormal. Gu Fei stood in the air above the land of Devil Ceiling, looking down at the place where the true demon's bone was once sealed. He pondered, where did that ominous devil go? Just as Gu Fei was at his wit's end, suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky. A trace of immortal Tao divine force was transmitted over. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw the golden light. The golden light wrapped around the shadow of a sword. This was the Tao art divine ability of flying sword transmission. In the Tonglong continent, only the sword cultivators of the Guangxing immortal sect could cultivate this divine ability. The golden sword light flew directly towards Gu Fei. In an instant, it was near him. Only then did Gu Fei sense an extremely obscure sword qi fluctuation from the sword light. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the golden sword light fell into his hand. A trace of spiritual fluctuation rushed out from the golden sword, and Gu Fei read it. Then, Gu Fei's expression changed drastically. He directly teleported in the direction of the divine race's sacred land. Chapter 641. After Gu Fei had taken Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, he had inherited everything from Li Xuandao, his power cultivation method, and even his memories. Now, he was using the divine art of the immortal Tao, void transference. He traversed through the void and rapidly headed for the sacred land of the Celestials. The flying sword message he received was personally sent by the God's Race Patriarch, Xianxia. The God's Race had encountered a great change. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian had actually appeared in the God's Race's sacred land. How did he break through the restrictions around the God's Race's sacred land? Gu Fei's heart was burning with anxiety. He was well aware of the Earth Archdevil Lord's strength. Within the God's Race, no one was Ing Tian's opponent. The old tortoise and He Tian were still inside the sacred land. If they ran into the Earth Archdevil Lord, it would be a disaster. Preposterous. I was just about to look for him, but he delivered himself to my doorstep. Gu Fei had never imagined that the Earth Archdevil Lord would appear in the God's Race's sacred land without anyone noticing. Since the Earth Archdevil Lord could avoid everyone's eyes and ears and enter the sacred land, didn't that mean little monk Xianxia and the nameless old monk could also enter the sacred land? The outer perimeter of the gods' race's sacred land was surrounded by 9 towering pillars, each with a trace of the great Tao left behind by the Tao ancestor. It could be said that even a supreme existence couldn't break through the 9 pillars' seals so easily. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition that the Earth Archdevil Lord had obtained something sealed within the 9 mountains. Although he didn't know what that thing was, it required the Buddhist Lord and the Tao ancestor to work together to set up a Buddhist and Tao seal to suppress it. One could imagine how extraordinary the thing sealed within the 9 mountains was. If the Earth Archdevil Lord Ing Tian obtained that thing, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Damn it, not a single one of those super antiques are to be trifled with. Gu Fei cursed inwardly. These fellows who had lived for God knows how many years had all kinds of unfathomable means. It was really not something he could imagine. Gu Fei's entire body was filled with divine power. Rays of lightning-like divine light encircled his body. He traversed through the void. Every time he teleported, he would appear 200 or 300 miles away in the next moment. It could be said that this divine technique was faster than the desolate steppes. Of course, Gu Fei was using his peerless immortal physique to execute the 8 Desolation Step, so the speed of the 8 Desolation Step was not at its peak. If it was the immortal martial physique of the same level as the peerless immortal physique, then the 8 Desolation Step might not necessarily be inferior to this grand spatial shift technique. Soon, Gu Fei crossed a distance of 10,000 miles and arrived near the God Clan's holy land. Without hesitation, he opened the seal of the 9 pillars and entered the God race's sacred land. Then, he headed straight for the God race's sacred mountain. Along the way, he didn't sense any demonic energy. What's going on? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The God race's sacred land was too quiet. Could it be that the God race didn't have any power to resist and was wiped out by the Earth Demon Lord? If this was the case, then this Earth Demon Lord's strength must have reached an unimaginable level. It was not impossible for him to surpass the Almighty. If this was the case, then it was better for him to hide as far away as possible. A terrifying existence surpassing the Almighty was not something he could handle. Gu Fei's divine sense had already spread out in all directions, covering 1,000 miles. However, not to mention the demonic energy, he couldn't even sense the aura of the immortals. The area where the holy mountain was located was sealed off by a forbidden technique that cut off all energy fluctuations and auras. Therefore, Gu Fei couldn't sense any movement inside the holy mountain. Inside the God race's sacred land, the sun was shining brightly. The sun in the sky was no different from the real sun on the Tunglong continent. Someone had fixed the sun high up in the sky, causing the God race's sacred land to have day and night alternating, just like the real great heaven and earth. Inside the God race's sacred land, it was noon. The surroundings were quiet. Even the wind seemed to have stopped blowing. This made Gu Fei feel uneasy. This was too abnormal. No need to be nervous. I have no enmity. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. That voice belonged to the Earth Demon Lord, Ing Tian. Gu Fei jumped in fright, almost jumping up from the ground. This wasn't a divine sense transmission, but the fluctuation of the soul. This was a kind of communication between the soul, the most direct communication. This kind of innate ability was also a kind of terrifying killing technique. It could destroy the opponent's soul, causing the opponent's soul to scatter and disappear from this world. The soul-killing technique could kill without leaving a trace. Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. This Earth Demon Lord was truly terrifying. He hadn't even sensed his aura, but the Earth Demon Lord already knew of his arrival. Coward, do you dare to come out and fight me? Gu Fei's voice was stern. His long hair fluttered in the absence of wind, and a powerful battle intent surged out from his body. Battle intent and killing intent surged in this part of the world. Leaves fell from the surrounding trees, and the flowers and grasses withered. The world was filled with killing intent. I've already said that I have no ill intentions. I'll be waiting for you at the Devil's Sealing Land. The Earth Demon Lord's voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. Devil's Sealing Land? Gu Fei couldn't help but be taken aback. Not good. As if he had thought of something, his expression changed greatly. He had just come from the Devil's Sealing Land. That ominous devil was definitely not here. The Devil's Sealing Land, could it be Shui? With this thought in mind, Gu Fei directly shattered the void. When he appeared, he was already near the holy mountain of the god race. The holy mountain hovering in the sky didn't change much. However, Gu Fei could still sense a trace of demonic aura leaking out from the holy mountain. The holy mountain seal could no longer contain the demonic energy inside. You're finally back. The Earth Demon Lord's voice resounded in the purple manor palace on the mountain peak. Gu Fei's face turned extremely ugly. The thing he feared the most still happened. After merging with Li Xuandao's memories, he knew that there were actually two Devil Sealing Lands in the Hell Dao. The place where the Eternal Buddhist Lord used the extreme Dao Buddha saber to seal the devil-suppressing bone was only one of the two locations. The other location was the god race's holy mountain. A powerful devil soul was sealed inside the holy mountain. One had to admit that the Eternal Buddhist Lord and the Supreme Dao Ancestor were very careful. The Buddhist Lord sealed the devil-suppressing bone, while the Supreme Dao Ancestor sealed the devil's soul. It could be said that it was a foolproof plan. However, it was a pity that the little monk Xianxia still managed to pull out the Buddhist weapon that sealed the devil-suppressing bone, giving the true devil soul a chance to reform. The Earth Demon Lord had already condensed most of the devil's soul, but one of the main souls was sealed inside the holy mountain of the god race's holy land. Gu Fei already knew why this ominous devil entered the god race's holy land. He came for the devil soul that was sealed inside the holy mountain by the Dao Ancestor. Chapter 642. The Earth Demon Lord, Ying Tian, sat on his throne. In front of the throne were countless figures lying on the floor. This wasn't what shocked Gu Fei the most. Ying Tian's right foot was stepping on a divine beast with the body of a tortoise and the head of a dragon, while his left hand was holding a skull that flickered with a bright soul fire. Roar! Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. He couldn't help throwing his head back and roaring at the sky, causing the entire divine race, sacred mountain, floating in the sky to tremble. You've gone too far, and you still dare to say you have no malice? Gu Fei was enraged. Killing intent soared to the sky. 5 supreme treasures flew out from his dantian, revolving around him. Every single one of them was vibrating, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Their divine might caused heaven and earth to dim, and even the sky to tremble. Big brother, save me. The skull in Tian's hand emitted a panic-stricken soul fluctuation, begging Gu Fei for help. The owner of the skull was none other than He Tian. His skull had been plucked off by the Earth Demon Lord, and now he was playing with it like a toy. Smelly brat, don't worry about me. Kill him. The old tortoise roared. A mighty demonic beast race great master was actually trampled under the feet of this Earth Demon Lord. How did you all? Gu Fei couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Wasn't the old tortoise refining countless heaven and earth treasures in his inner world, relying on the boundless life essence from the divine spring of life to break through to the demonic beast realm? How did he appear here and be restrained by Ying Tian? Old ancestor. At this time, a weak voice came from above the great hall. The people lying on the floor were the God Race experts. Other than the God Race patriarch Li Xianxia and hierarch Li Fan, who were still conscious, everyone else had fainted, including the God King realm experts. What did you do to them? Gu Fei glared fixedly at Ying Tian, who was sitting on the throne, his voice harsh and harsh. If looks could kill, that Earth Demon Lord Ying Tian would have died many times over. That Ying Tian laughed. Why would I do anything to them? I was just defending myself. The successor of the Dao Ancestor doesn't seem to be much. He had subdued hundreds of God Race clansmen and imprisoned the old turtle and Erebus from Gu Fei's inner world. The Earth Demon Lord's Xianxia methods had chilled Gu Fei's heart. What the hell do you want? Gu Fei gradually calmed down. If the other party wanted to annihilate the entire Protoss, killing Old Tortoise and Hei Tian would be a piece of cake. However, the demon didn't kill them directly. This guy definitely had a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared these people. Gu Fei didn't dare to lower his guard. He stood outside the Violet Manor Immortal Palace, not entering. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. Grand Mist Chaos Chi flowed down from the cauldron, protecting Gu Fei. The other Force Saint artifacts revolved around him, forming a terrifying domain. This kind of defense could be said to be foolproof, placing Gu Fei in an invincible position. Tian pondered for a moment, then said, "I want to join forces with you." Hearing this, Gu Fei was surprised. This Lord Tian had obtained the item suppressed in the 9 mountains, raising his strength to an unbelievable level. Why did you want to join forces with him now? Why do you want to join forces with me? Gu Fei asked. He had a vague idea of Tian's intentions. You and I will join forces to break the 9 Dragons Battle Pearl. After that, we will have another battle. The winner will obtain this piece of land. Tian stated calmly. Gu Fei was tempted. After all, if he joined forces with this Lord Tian, his chances of breaking the 9 Dragons Battle Pearl would be higher. However, this guy was still a demon. Will you let these people go if I agree to join forces with you? Gu Fei asked after some thought. He was a little hesitant, but he couldn't ignore the life and death of the old tortoise and Hei Tian. Of course, to show my sincerity, I will also give you a gift. The Earth Archdevil Lord Tian said with a faint smile. Smelly brat, kill him, quickly kill him. Big brat, save me, I don't want to die. The old tortoise was humiliated, disregarding his own life, wanting Gu Fei to kill this Lord Tian, while Hei Tian wanted to live. These 2 ruffians, one old and one young, had completely opposite intentions. All of you shut your mouths. Gu Fei bellowed. If it weren't for the 2 of you, he wouldn't be in such a passive position in front of this Lord Tian. How about it? A faint smile spread across the Earth Demon Lord's face. To him, the current situation was already completely under his control. I agree. After a while, Gu Fei couldn't think of a better way to resolve the current predicament. In the end, he could only agree to Tian's suggestion. Very good. Remember your words. I will come find you at any time. The Earth Archdevil Lord Tian's voice reverberated in the Great Hall. In the next moment, Tian disappeared into the void. Not even Gu Fei saw how he left. Damn it! Gu Fei was enraged. He strode into the Purple Manor Immortal Palace, and with a wave of his hand, Immortal Dao God Force surged out, dispersing the devilish energy from the God Race experts. Soon, the unconscious God Race experts gradually regained their consciousness. Gu Fei no longer paid any attention to the several hundred God Race experts lying on the floor. Instead, he pulled the old tortoise and Hei Tian into his inner world. His expression was ugly to the extreme. Inside Gu Fei's inner world, the old tortoise transformed into a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance, while Hei Tian reattached his skull to his neck. What happened? How did you get caught by that Devil Lord? Gu Fei asked directly. He couldn't imagine how Tian captured the old tortoise and Hei Tian in his inner world. The old tortoise and Hei Tian couldn't help feeling a little confused. They didn't know why they suddenly appeared inside the Purple Manor Immortal Palace and were captured by the Devil Lord. In front of the Devil Lord, the old tortoise and Hei Tian couldn't resist at all. Even the God Race Patriarch Li Xianxia and Hierarch Li Fan were subdued by the Devil Lord in a single exchange. According to the old tortoise and Hei Tian's description, they were inexplicably dragged into the void by a force and then appeared in the great hall of the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. How could this be? Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. The Earth Archdevil Lord Tian's method was too clever. He actually captured people from his inner world. What kind of marvelous divine ability was that? Could it be? Gu Fei suddenly thought of something. Then, The divine eyes of the immortal path emerged from between his brows and swept over the old tortoise and He Tian's bodies. Soon, Gu Fei's expression eased. The divine eyes of the immortal path could see through all illusions and point directly to the origin of all things in heaven and earth. With the divine eyes of the immortal path, the old tortoise and He Tian's bodies were clearly visible. Gu Fei could even see the depths of their souls. Gu Fei discovered that there was nothing unusual about the old tortoises and He Tian's skeletal bodies, but there was an extremely obscure soul fluctuation in the depths of their souls. So that's how it is. Realization dawned on Gu Fei. The Earth Archdevil had already done something to the old tortoise and He Tian's souls. Unless it was someone with strength comparable to the Earth Archdevil Lord, no one would be able to detect it. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian didn't directly enter Gu Fei's inner world to capture the old tortoise and He Tian. Gu Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Whoosh! A strange force rushed out of the divine eyes of the immortal path and reached the depths of the old tortoise's soul, directly dispersing the soul fluctuation hidden in the old tortoise's soul. Then, Gu Fei used the same method to disperse the trace of soul fluctuation hidden in the depths of He Tian's soul. He found out so quickly. In the void 1,000 li away from the divine race's sacred land stood a black figure. It was a pale-faced, black-haired young man. The young man's eyes were like two bottomless demon caves. There were no pupils, and wisps of black leaked out from his eyes, giving off an eerie and terrifying feeling. This person was the Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian, who had just disappeared from the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. That kid doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Ying Tian sighed and disappeared into the void again. There wasn't a trace of movement in the void. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ying Tian's escape art was different from the others. Inside Gu Fei's inner world. All right, be more careful in the future, Gu Fei said to the old tortoise and He Tian. He already knew that the demon lord must have done something to their souls. That was why the old tortoise and He Tian had inexplicably appeared in the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. Roar! I'm going to kill that bastard. The old tortoise was trampled under Ying Tian's foot. He had never received such humiliation before. Gu Fei glanced at the old tortoise, then said, "You should improve your strength and cultivation first, then we'll talk." Hearing this, the old tortoise directly teleported away, disappearing in front of Gu Fei. He was dragged out of Gu Fei's inner world by the demon lord at the critical moment of breaking through. He wanted to continue breaking through. "Big brother, are you really going to ally with that Ying Tian?" He Tian asked cautiously. Allying with a demon lord always made him feel uneasy. He wants to use me, but I'm also using him," Gu Fei said coldly. In his opinion, allying with a demon lord was nothing but a process of mutual exploitation. Gu Fei no longer paid attention to He Tian. He opened his inner world and walked out. At this time, the patriarch of the god race, Xianxia, walked into the Purple Manor Immortal Palace with a jade box in his hand, handing it over to Gu Fei. "Old ancestor, that demon lord left this box behind," Xianxia said. "And you may leave," Gu Fei said after receiving the box. "Yes." Xianxia immediately retreated from the Purple Manor Immortal Palace. The box was very heavy. Holding it in his hand felt like he was holding a giant mountain. What exactly was inside? Gu Fei was very curious about the contents of the box. After Xianxia left, Gu Fei immediately opened the box and looked inside. Inside was a fist-sized ancient seal covered in cracks, as if it could shatter into millions of pieces at any time. Chapter 643. Although the Earth Demonic Lord Ying Tian had left, he left behind a treasure of the demonic race, the Tai Sovereign Seal. It was obvious that he was expressing his sincerity to Gu Fei. The Supreme Saint Seal of the Demon Clan in the box did not have anything magical about it. It was just simple and ancient, covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any time. There was no energy fluctuation nor any aura. However, this seemingly ordinary ancient seal was as heavy as a primordial divine mountain. The ancient seal was engraved with ancient and mysterious runes that seemed to be naturally formed. These were the supreme demonic runes of the demonic race. Gu Fei held the seal and rubbed his chin. Then he suddenly opened his inner world and threw the ancient seal and the box into his inner world. Of course, he opened Li Xuandao's inner world. In the instant that the ancient seal entered his inner world, there was a loud boom, and it suddenly expanded to the size of a giant mountain. Rumble, like a gigantic mountain crushing down on the void, the ancient seal emitted a towering demonic aura, emitting a demonic light that shook the entire inner world. The inner world, nurtured by a supreme immortal physique, was a world of its own with its own universal laws. The moment the supreme demon seal entered this world, it seemed to have awakened and exuded a strand of divine aura. Within the monstrous light, there were faint demonic runes that exuded the aura of the Grand Tao. Above the supreme demon seal, there were traces of the Grand Tao circulating. The Tai Sovereign Seal, the old tortoise's surprised and joyful voice resounded in the inner world. Then, a giant purple hand that exuded a vast amount of demonic energy directly appeared above the Tai Sovereign Seal and grabbed at it. The appearance of the Tai Sovereign Seal immediately alarmed the old tortoise, who was using endless spiritual energy to increase his cultivation and strength. The old tortoise immediately made a move, wanting to take away the Tai Sovereign Seal. Boom! The Tai Sovereign Seal vibrated and exuded an endless amount of energy. The vast demonic energy directly shattered the giant hand that was descending from the sky. Divine weapons of the extreme Tao were all treasures that had already developed a soul. It was not an easy task to take away a divine weapon of the extreme Tao, because the soul of the divine weapon of the extreme Tao would resist. How preposterous! When I recover my cultivation, I'll take you in. The old turtle was extremely unwilling. At this time, he still did not have the strength to take in an extreme Tao divine weapon. He stopped attacking and became silent. Boom! The Tai Huang seal descended from the sky and landed on a mountain range. Immediately, the mountain collapsed and the river flowed backwards. The Tai Huang seal was like an ancient divine mountain falling on the ground, almost destroying the entire mountain range. The entire inner world shook violently. After Gu Fei threw the Tai Sovereign Seal into his inner world, he immediately closed it. He stood up from his throne and walked out of the purple divine palace. The divine chaos stone in front of the purple divine palace had already fallen to the side. That devil! Gu Fei's heart was filled with anger. Needless to say, the devil soul sealed in the holy mountain had already been taken away by Ying Tian after he broke the seal. With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei retrieved the divine chaos stone. The earth archdevil Lord Ying Tian had taken away the last devil soul. No wonder that Lord Devil left so quickly. He went to refine the devil soul, merging it into a perfect devil soul. It was hard to imagine how strong Ying Tian's cultivation would be after his devil soul was completely reformed. Gu Fei suddenly realized that although he had 5 supreme treasures, he did not seem to have much of a chance of winning in the final battle. Since they were going to go all out, the heavenly race's holy ground would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Gu Fei soared into the sky and stopped in the air above the violet Immortal Palace. He swept his gaze across the surroundings of the Saint Mountain, only to see spiritual qi rippling in the vicinity. There were strange peaks on the ground, dotted with buildings, small bridges, flowing rivers, lush greenery, and beautiful flowers. This place could definitely be considered a rare paradise. It would be a pity if such a place of immortal essence was destroyed during the attack on the 9th mountain. When Gu Fei thought of this, he sent a voice transmission to gather the celestial race. He didn't want this spiritual land to be destroyed just like that. Back then, when they attacked the 9 mountains' ominous land, they had already caused an earth-shattering commotion, let alone attacking the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. The 9 mountains' fierce land was even more terrifying than the 9 mountains' fierce land. It was the ultimate death trap of the Naraka Dao. Those who entered this death trap would definitely die 9 times out of 10. Even the celestial race's mighty figures perished inside. Only Li Xuandao, who sacrificed an immortal Dao treasure, managed to escape from the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl and escaped with his life. Very soon, the several hundred heavenly race experts gathered in the great hall of the Purple Divine Palace. At this time, Gu Fei had also returned to the great hall, sitting on the throne at the center of the hall. His gaze swept across the crowd below. Seeing Li Xianxia, Li Fan, and the other godly monarchs present, he said, "The Naraka Dao is about to undergo a great change. I summoned you all here to discuss how our race will avoid this great storm. We will follow the old ancestors' arrangements." Patriarch Li Xianxia bowed to Gu Fei respectfully, not daring to show the slightest bit of neglect. "We are willing to follow the old ancestors' arrangements." Several hundred heavenly race experts replied respectfully. "Very good." Gu Fei nodded. Although he did not show any expression on his face, he was actually a little surprised. Why were the hundreds of heavenly race experts reacting in unison? In fact, Gu Fei did not know that Li Xuandao was a supreme existence in the heavenly race. Even the patriarch, Li Jingxia, was his junior. All the heavenly race experts, from the patriarch to the ordinary immortals, were absolutely obedient to Li Xuandao. There is absolutely no objection to his decisions. "I want to temporarily move our race's sacred land into the inner world." Gu Fei looked around and said, The hundreds of heavenly race experts couldn't help but look at each other. Moving the entire sacred land into the inner world? This was a little shocking. One must know that the sacred land of the heavenly race spanned thousands of miles. Did the old ancestor have a supreme power to move the entire area into the inner world? Old ancestor. Can we know the reason for this? Patriarch Li Jingxia asked Gu Fei after he recovered from his shock. After all, this matter was too big. It was best to take a look at it directly. This concerned the foundation of the heavenly race in the Naraka realm. This made everyone feel uneasy. Gu Fei glanced at Li Jingxia and said, "The final battle is about to begin. Attacking the place where the 9 dragons fight for the pearl will be even more dangerous than attacking the 9th mountain. If we don't prepare in advance, our sacred land will be destroyed." The crowd of heavenly race experts couldn't help but recall the scene when they attacked the 9th mountain. The terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth still made their hearts palpitate.